f of x is equal to what? 2 times, open bracket, x plus 1, close bracket, squared, plus 3x minus 2. Okay. Versus the expression g of x, which is 2x squared minus x. Could these even possibly be the same? Just looking at it really quickly, here we have an x and it's being squared, and there's no x cubed or anything like that. And here we have an x and it is squared. And this has a leading value of... Look at that. This has a leading value of
2.
And this has a leading value of
2.
So maybe they are the same, right? There's some things there, but maybe they're not. How could you check to know if these are equivalent? You could solve them. I don't know that crying would help, which is not to say you shouldn't do it, but yeah. Sorry? You could graph them, absolutely. And we're going to do that in a minute. You could try to change them in the same form, sure. And both those, I'm going to suggest, are a bit of work, but they both work. Those are where we're going to go. The first thing we could do, especially if they were really complicated, maybe if they had square roots and cubes and fractions and all kinds of things, is you could just try some numbers out. Do you know what I mean? You could just say, what if we set x to negative, well, what's the easiest thing usually to try?
0.
Okay, let's set x to 0, and let's just see what we get. So I want you guys to both to take a minute and evaluate f at 0 and g at 0. Try that out. Should be nice and easy. Make sure you got those bed math skills. My advice, by the way, as always, is do you want to do this in 11 steps? Oh my God, no. What should you do? Write it down with the number in, and then get your calculator out and one-shot it, all right? You make so many mistakes when you try to do this in 7 steps, and you lose a negative sign, and you switch 2 numbers. Let your calculator do the work for you.
Isn't 1 squared just 1?
1 squared is indeed 1. But again, I don't even want you to be thinking about that. Just get a calculator and punch it in. It is so frustrating when you see somebody have done like a bunch of beautiful math, and then they sub a number in like this, and they, over the course of 7 steps, like make 2 mistakes, and they get a wildly wrong number, even though they did all the hard part right.
Oh, wow. I should have really checked.
Nope. Nope. Just happens to be in this case. Yeah, but this not necessarily. In this case, yes, but not necessarily. Not always. It's a fit of luck here. Sorry? Well, let's do that in a minute. Okay, so the first thing we have is f of x, and we want to say that, f at 0, and we want to know what that is, right? So, why am I doing that? I hate you. There we go. So what are we going to put in there? F of x is now f of 0. What do I write here? 2, bracket, yep, close the bracket, square it, plus 3 times 0 minus 2. Okay, now, this we could do in our head. What's 3 times 0?
0.
Minus 2 is?
Negative 2.
Negative 2. What's 1 squared?
1.
What's 2 times 1?
2.
2. What's 2 minus 2?
0.
0. But having said that, we could also just plug that into our calculator, right? And I'm a big fan of plugging things into our calculator, right? We could have just said 2, 0 plus 1. Squared plus 3 times 0 minus 2, and we get 0. By the way, you know what else we could do in Desmos? God, I love Desmos. I could actually just describe this as 2x plus 1 squared plus 3x minus 2 like this. And you know what I can actually do on the next line? I can say use f and tell me f at 0. Isn't that nice? Function notation, really helpful. Okay, what about g? What is g at x, by the way? 2x squared minus x. Okay. And let's do this one here. G at 0. Oh, I regret that. Did I screw up?
No, it's 0.
Okay, and let's sub this in. So what would I do? I do 2 and what's here? 0 squared minus 0. 0 squared is?
0.
Times 2 is?
0.
Minus 0 is?
0.
0. Do we need a computer to do that?
No.
No, but if we wanted it,
My
we
brain
could go
is
here,
computer.
and we could either say 2 times 0 squared minus 0 is 0. What else could I type here if I want to do this really quickly?
G bracket 0.
Yeah, I could just say, tell me what function g is when I put 0 in. And look what it does. It tells me if I take g and put 0 in for x, I'm going to get
0.
0. Okay, so could these two be the same function? They give us the same value for 0. Maybe. What's some other numbers we could try? I don't know. Let's try
0.1.
-1 and +1. When you think you've got it, come write it up here. I can bring the computer to you. Hold on. What I always do, well, there's two different things. Minus, then put your bracket. Minus -1 is very different from -1, right? And I would just point that exactly as you see it. Sorry? Oh, did you see that?
When I was grabbing another piece of food yesterday.
Oh, well. It's saying it's your seat. So we should probably get these done.
But like I don't want it any later.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like one is super straight and it's not like the other one. Because again, some people have like the big, like that much straight and stuff. So I mean, it is definitely like, and again, because this like mine are a little bit different, I think too. Yours is just a little more. Good.
Is that like, is it rare?
Yes, that is rare, and it's also it's a genetic thing too. Now, can you do it on both sides? Yeah, that is so cool. Now, can I ask, when did you learn you? And I guess, I guess, was that like a thing you always did, and one day somebody was like, "Oh, that's weird," or was that something you did one day and you're like, "Oh, that's something people don't normally do"? Do you know? Don't remember. It's interesting. Well, yeah, because if I tried to do that, my arm would break, right? That's really cool. See, I went with cool. Well, it does, I don't know about you, but it does make me just feel physically uncomfortable, right? Because you just kind of imagine your own bone attempting to do that, and then you're like, that's where it breaks. Right there. Okay, talk to me. F of -1. Who wants to put in here? All right, cool.
Oh, I feel powerful.
You are powerful. Be quick.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, well, Sam's putting them in. What did we actually get when we evaluate f at negative 1? What was the answer? Negative 5? What about g at negative 1? Negative 3?
I got positive 3. I got negative 1.
Did we all get different answers for these?
For G, I put it in the calculator, got positive 3, and I'm looking at it absolutely confused right now.
Well,
Okay.
negative 1 squared would be positive. So,
Calculator told me that negative 1 is squared.
and then you're taking away negative 1.
Oops. I didn't do anything, I promise.
Killed it.
Sorry.
I forgot to put the square root.
So it is not writing our work in here. So g at negative 1 would be 2 times negative 1 squared minus negative 1, right? Negative 1 squared is positive 1. You double that, you get 2. And then you subtract negative. Subtracting negative is the same as adding. So you add 1 to that, you get 3. Are we sure we like this? Yeah, that's negative 3, right? Minus 2 is negative 5, and that's just 0, right? Cool. All right. So what can we already conclude without even doing the third one? By the way, if we do this, what do we get?
Man, I'm still doing that one, but I literally just got it.
We get 9 for this. And what do we get for this one? What do we get?
Hold on, slow down.
Okay, so are these equivalent expressions? Okay, so therefore, these cannot be equivalent expressions, right? Okay, so one way to see if two things are equivalent expressions is just to do that, right? By the way, with one little change, these could have been equivalent. You're going to see that in the next question. So in the next question, we compare 2x minus 1 squared plus 3x minus 2. And unfortunately, that's cut off. But here, all right, this is 2x minus 1 squared plus 3x. What was it again? Minus 2? Yeah.
The first one was a plus. This one's minus.
Yeah, no worries. So we look here, we can see how we make them equivalent, right? We can see that these are the same expression. Does that make sense? You can see that if we made the one up there, we wouldn't. So if they look identical, if they're the same, if identical when graphed, they must be equivalent. Now, are you going to want to graph that by hand? No. But what's my favorite tool? Love that Desmos. So listen. Here I intentionally didn't use regular Desmos so that we wouldn't see the graphs when I put these equations in. But if we take these and put them into Desmos, you're going to see the ones that we did in part 1 not equivalent, right? There's f of x from part 1. And there's g of x from part 1. And we can see, are those the same?
No.
No, but if we switch these two signs, or just that one sign rather, right? So as plus 1, does it work nicely? Nope. As minus 1,
Yep.
all of a sudden, they're identical with each other. Can we see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so Desmos or any other graphing technology like this is a really powerful tool to really quickly check and see if things are the same. Can I tell you what I do whenever I am working with functions? So say last unit, and we had a question where it was like factor this. So if I had f of x equals x squared minus 12x plus, oh God, I don't know. What do I want to do here? Plus 7.
Are we going to get into one that's like...
So if I had this and I was trying to factor it, what I would do is right here I'd say, okay, I need two numbers that multiply to 7, right? Oh, I picked that badly. Sorry, let me try that again. Oh, God. going to go with 20. No, I'm not. 13. There we go. I'm having a moment. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Okay, so we need two numbers that multiply to 8, right? And so I'd look at that and say, well, they could be 2 and 4, or 8 times 1, right? Anything else? That's it, right? And then I would say, ooh, I need I pick the ones that add to what? 6. And so I'd say this should be x plus 6 and x plus 2 rather than x plus 4. Yeah. And if I've done it right, of course it picked the same color. That's not helpful. And if I've done it right, it overlaps the first one. Does that make sense? So when I'm doing any math, I usually sit and do it in Desmos, and every time I get a new line, I throw it in here, and it shouldn't change the graph. It should just sit right on top of the other one. And if all of a sudden I've made a mistake and it doesn't sit on top of the other one, then I'm like, ooh, I screwed up. Does that make sense? So I love Desmos for that. You can always make sure that your steps are equivalent if you just make sure they graph the same. So I want to make a little note here. When changing the form of an equation, this is a great check. And like last semester, I spent a lot of time helping students do advanced functions in calculus. And I'd always say, whatever you're doing, just keep Desmos open and write every time you do a step, type it in and just take a look and visually see, did the graph change or did it stay the same? And it will save you so much time. Desmos is great because even though you still have to do the math to get the answer, by throwing it in there, you can always see if your answer is right or wrong. And that's super helpful, you know? At least you know when you're done, you got it. Yeah. I would love to. How's that? Okay. But even then, the top one, is it possible that even with two functions that weren't the same, we could end up with a number that was the same? Well, when I checked the first number, what did we notice? They were both
0.
The same. So you got to be careful, right? Because some x values may give the same y's, right? You don't have to write that necessarily, but it's not a bad idea. And graphing works really well, but that's only good if you have Desmos in front of you or if you want to sit and graph by hand, which I don't know about you. Do I love sitting and graphing by hand? It's not my favorite thing. So yeah. Well, I just said here you got to be careful. Like when we put these two together, we saw, nope, they're not the same, right? But the first number we checked, it actually was the same, right? Does that make sense? So you got to be careful. If you just checked one number and you're like, oh, I put a 0 in and they both gave me 0 out, they must be the same function. Not necessarily true, right? So this one, testing different values of x's works, but you got to make sure you test a bunch. Otherwise, you can't trust it, right? Graphing it works, but if you have to do it by hand, it'd be a ton of work, right? So if you don't have Desmos, it's not great, though it's a phenomenal help if you do have Desmos. What if all you have is a piece of line paper? Are you going to want to graph it? I'm not going to want to graph it. Are you going to want to check 30 values of x and make sure they all work? I'm not, though you could. So the other thing you can do is you can just simplify them both. And another way of saying simplify is just expand or put into standard form. Okay, so as it happens, is any of these already in standard form? Yeah, which one? Okay, this one's easy. G of x equals 2x squared minus x, and that is done. Oh, nice. What about this right one? And can I say, these algebra skills of just expanding, guys, I mean, no disrespect, we're a little rusty. I want you all to do this one. So I want you to take a minute and put this into standard form. All right? And we know from the previous page that these are not going to be the same, right? So I want you to test it out and try it. All right? Can you do that for me? So what do you do? Yeah. No, today I have to go pick up the screen for tonight's showing. As a rule, I'm free at lunches. After school, I'm free all friggin' day. I'm staying here till the movie. We can do both. We could have tea in here, and I can help you with math. Okay, so expand this.
No. He tricked us all. G's never explained. It's impossible.
Because it's done. Can you expand that anymore? I can't. Maybe you can. I can't. I mean, we could factor it. And sometimes you want to factor it. In this case, I think we're not going to need to factor it. I think we're going to be done with it like that. All right, so let's talk. Are we expanding this? Let's get expanding. How we doing, dude?
Quite terrible, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Can I put my reading glasses on? I can't read this otherwise. All right. So let's take a look at that. How do we expand that? X plus 1 squared. What's another way of saying, if you know how a perfect square works, do you remember that if we have like any perfect square, right, x plus 1 times x plus 1 is the other way of writing that, right? Okay, so work that out. What would this be then? X times x will be awesome. And then x times 1 will be 1x. What goes between those? Yeah. No, well, we'll get there. Like, just in terms of, like, is there a plus sign or a minus sign there?
Oh, plus.
Great, yeah, because they're both plus, right? And then what's 1 times x? Another plus 1x, yep. And then what's 1 times 1? Okay. And then, can we simplify that? X squared plus 2x. Awesome. So we can come up here, and we can write that in place of that. Does that make sense? But it would still have the 2 in front of it and still be in a bracket. So try that. Now back. Y'all done with this? Tough guy.
I tried to do the next one, but I don't know.
The next one we got, it's sneaky. It's a tricky one.
I started by like, since it's like x divided by x, I just put like 1 and then
But you can't.
no.
No, because bedmass would tell us that we have to do brackets first, and implicit in any fraction is that everything in the top is in a, and everything in the bottom is in a bracket. So you can't do any division or multiplication, and you know that, right? If this wasn't x plus 2, if this was 3 plus 3 divided by 1 plus 5, let's put this. Guys, what are you doing? I've asked you to expand something, and we're doing this nonsense. All right? Listen. Look at me. At some point, you're going to have to clue into the fact this is a grade 11 university level math class. This is ridiculous. That'd be ridiculous behavior in a grade 5 math class. Settle down and get to work.
I'm scared right now, guys.
Right? You couldn't cancel that, right? Because you know that if you wanted to do this, you do 3 plus 1 is 4, and 3 plus 5 is 8, right? And 4 over 8 is not the same thing as 1 over 5, right? You can't just cancel those. And you know that that's how you'd approach that, right? You'd add those together, you'd add those together. Even though division is supposed to come before addition, we know that with a barred fraction line, it means that you do the you have to do the work out what the top is, work out what the bottom is before you divide, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, we'll get to that. This one's tricky.
I think I'm so wrong right now.
Can I take a look?
But like,
No, that's awesome. And that's awesome. And that's awesome. And that's awesome. And that's awesome. You're doing great. And now, 2x squared. And then what's your next term going to be? Yep, beautiful. Which is 7 what?
7x.
Awesome. And then?
Plus 0.
Awesome. Perfect. So that's 2x squared plus 7x, and this is 2x squared. So since they're different, they're not equivalent. Yes? Can I take a look? In this case, the 2 by everything in the bracket. And then if this was also multiplication, then you would multiply all this by that. But in this case, there's actually a plus in front of this, which means that bracket isn't actually doing anything, right? Because we're just saying add all of this, which means you're going to add that. And then you can't really, you could say add -2, but usually we just say subtract 2. So if there's just a plus sign in front of a bracket, it's not actually doing anything, and you can just erase that bracket. Did that answer your question? Awesome. All right, finish that one up. That was great. You nailed it. And then I would say last step. Do we need that plus 0? No. So let's write without it. But other than that, great job. That was really good. All right, guys, let's take a look up here. Well, let's do it together. All right, take a look. If you know how to do a perfect square, that would be helpful. That'll make us go faster. But for the moment, I'm just going to pretend we don't. And I'm just going to write this out as 2 x plus 1 times x plus 1. And then over here, I'm going to write plus 3x minus 2. And I'm going to get rid of that bracket. Because what is that bracket actually doing over there? We're saying add everything in this bracket. Are we multiplying anything by this bracket? No, I'm just adding it. So I'm going to add 3x. And I'm going to add -2. But what's a better way to say add -2? Just subtract 2. Okay. Now here, there's 2 orders you can do this in. It really doesn't matter which one you do, but I want to deal with those 2 brackets next to each other first. What is x times x? X squared. All right. What is x times 1? An x. Okay. What is 1 times x? Another x. So I'm just going to make it easy and turn this into not x squared, just 2 x's. We have an x, then we add another x. If you have an x, and you have an x, then together we have 2 x's. There you go. And then finally, what's 1 times 1? 1. That's okay. And then we could keep this going, plus 3x minus 2. All right? And guys, if expansion's giving you trouble, come get some practice with that, because that's got to come quick. But again, I'm here. I'm really hoping that you guys will start coming more often for a bit of help so I can be useful. Because now we have 2 more expansion. What is this? 2x squared. Awesome. What is, yeah, you bet it is. Plus 4x, and of course it's plus 4x, right? And then lastly, what's that? Plus 2. And then we don't lose this, right? Plus 3x minus 2. Can we collect like terms? Does 2x squared have a like term? No. So what's it going to be? Okay, that's cool. Does 4x have a like term? Yeah, what is it? 3x, which gives us a total of? Great. And finally, does plus 2 have a like term? Which is? -2. And so that adds to 0. And do I need to write 0? Okay. So we could just say 2x squared plus 7x, no need to write 0. Now let me ask you, are these the same? Are they in the same form? So if they were the same, should they be the same? Yeah, you know what I mean? They're both in standard form, but they're different, which means they aren't equivalent. They're in the same form, but different, and that means they're not equivalent. If 2 things are different, but they're in different forms from one another, that doesn't really tell you anything. But if you put them into the same form, and they're still different, then we know that they are not equivalent. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, ready to make this more difficult?
No.
Sometimes you got to do some factoring to work with it. So we know that the order of operations is first you do anything in a bracket, then exponents, then division, then multiplication, then addition, then subtraction. Right? We know that?
Yes.
But when we have a division line like this, you know that if you had 3 plus 5 over 2 plus 3, I'll say 2 plus 5. Let's do that. Okay. What do you have to do first if you want to know what this is as a fraction? Would you do 3 divided by 2? No, of course not. What would you do with this fraction? You'd add them together, and you'd figure out that 3 plus 5 on the top is 8, and 2 plus 5 on the bottom is 7. But wait a minute, doesn't this tell us to do addition and subtraction after we divide? That's because when we use a division line like this, it implies brackets. Does that make sense? It is implied that everything on the top is in a bracket and everything on the bottom is in a bracket. In other words, you have to do the work on top of this before you do the division. And you have to do the work on the bottom of this. Does that make sense? So, when you have something like this, you can't say, oh, well, x squared divided by x squared will cancel each other out. Because first you would have to deal with all of this. Does that make sense? And you would have to deal with all of that. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you can't do anything to simplify this the way it looks here. Because the first thing you would have to do is add x squared to negative 2x to negative 8. And can you do that math without knowing what x is? No. So this is a dead end. It's a dead end unless we change this into a different form. And what I'd say is if we're dividing, what does that get done at the same time as? Division happens at the same time as multiplication. And what form of an equation makes it so that you're only multiplying, which we said is a really useful form to be in? Factored form. Does that make sense? So we might actually be able to do some math here if we factor it. So when you have expressions like this, we may need to factor. Okay. What I would like to do is this. My advice is that it wouldn't hurt to kind of think of these one at a time before we put them back in the equation, right? So I'm going to kind of draw a little box here. I'm going to say, okay, f of x is equal to, and then on the top we had what? X squared minus 2x minus 8, right? And what do we have on the bottom? X squared minus x minus 1. Okay. And what we're saying is we need to factor the top and factor the bottom. Are we going to try and do both those at once? Oh, no. We're going to do the top first. So what I'd like to do is just put a little thing here and know what I'm doing. I'm just factoring x squared minus 2x minus 8. And that's what we're going to put in the top of this fraction. Does that make sense? Is this a relatively easy thing to factor? Yeah, do we have an a value? No, so what's it just going to look like? 2 brackets. What's the first thing going to be in both brackets? X. We just need to find 2 numbers. What do those 2 numbers need to do? They multiply to negative 8, so what are the options? You could have negative 1 and 8. You could have negative 8 and 1. We could have negative 2 and 4. We could have negative 4 and 2, right? Those are the options. Which one are we picking? Negative 4 and 2. Why did we pick that? Sorry, it does what? It adds to negative 2, right? So, how do I write that here? What goes in the brackets? X minus 4 and x plus 2. Does that make sense? Okay. And now, what do I put up here instead? X minus 4. And then the next bracket, x plus 2. Okay. So far, we've factored the top. By the way, this is the same as that. Here it's in standard form. Here it's in factored form. Does that feel okay?
Yeah.
Not too bad? All right, good. Now, having done that, what do I want to do at the bottom? Same thing. Okay. What is the bottom? X squared minus x minus 1. So we need 2 numbers that multiply to negative 1, right? Oh my God. What did I do here? Can we just go ahead and make this 2 at the end? Yeah, let's go 5. 5 works. Yeah, 5 is good. How did I do that? I blame myself. That's who I blame. No, 5 doesn't work. Give me a sec. 6 works. 6 works. 6 is my number. That's right, guys. I got to change that to a 6. I blame. Who are we blaming? Blaming Sarah? I don't know why we're blaming Sarah, but let's blame Sarah. Okay, so we need two numbers that multiply to 6. What do we get? Could be negative 6 and 1. It could be negative 1 and 6. It could be what else? Negative 3 times 2, or it could be 2 and negative 3. Which one's going to add to negative 1 for us? What is it? Negative 3 and 2. Cool. I like that. Okay, so let's put that in here. How do I put that into these brackets? X minus 3, and x plus 2. There we go. How's that? Gorgeous? I'll take it. All right, so now, when we put that here, what do we get? Well, down here I would put x minus 3 and x plus 2. Okay. Cool. Now, this is actually really easy to tackle because we know something about division. Now, is there outside of brackets, is there any adding or subtracting outside of the brackets? No. In this big bracket on the top, we have x minus 4 being multiplied by x plus 2, and then they're being divided by x minus 3, and they're being divided by x plus 2. Does that make sense? All multiplication and division. And you can do multiplication and division all at the same time. Does that make sense? Which means, if we want to, we could think of this as x plus 2 divided by x plus 2, then times x minus 4 divided by x minus 3. Does that make sense? Okay, so knowing that, we can just say another thing, which is, what is anything divided by itself? What is 8 divided by 8? 1. What is 7 divided by 7? What is triangle divided by triangle? No, it's 1. Doesn't matter what the triangle symbolizes. Maybe it symbolizes a million, maybe it symbolizes whatever. It doesn't matter. If you divide anything by itself, what do you get? 1. Which means, what is x plus 2 divided by x plus 2? 1. And does that really matter in this fraction? Well, we could write it as 1, but the other thing we could just say is that they cancel out. Does that make sense? Because that'll be x minus 4 now divided by x minus 3 times 1. And so what we're going to end up with here is f of x equals what's left in this fraction? X minus 4 on the top, and on the bottom, x minus 3. I don't need to write them in brackets anymore because there's only one bracket on the top and bottom. Is it wrong if I write it this way? No, that's allowed. Is it? Yeah, that's fine. Now, is that equivalent to g of x being x plus 2 over x plus 3?
No.
Okay, so now they're in the same form, and we can confirm that they are not equivalent. Does that make sense? So these are not equivalent expressions. And then I want to mention one more thing to note, which is there's actually, these two expressions are equivalent, right?
Yeah.
Because what we did was we changed this expression by canceling into this one, but we didn't change it, right? Like it should be the same. Like if I put this into Desmos and that into Desmos, they should be the same. And remember I said I like to check my work on Desmos as I go? If I was doing this at home for an assignment, that's exactly what I would do. As I was going, I would do my work on paper, and I would slide Desmos over here. Whoa. Yeah, but that's okay. This is how I wander. So if you look here, on the top, if I had x squared minus 2x minus 8, right, like that, over x squared minus x minus 6. Have we dealt with any functions that look like this yet? No, they're kind of messy, right? Don't worry about it. The point is, see that weird function? As I do my math, it shouldn't change. So now, my second step, when I factored this, I needed two numbers that multiplied to 8 and added to negative 2. We said they were negative 4 and positive 2, right? So I did x minus 4, and x plus 2. And then what did we come up with on the bottom? X minus 3 and x plus 2. And what do we notice about those two graphs? They're the same because we haven't actually changed anything. We've just changed its form. These are still equivalent, right? Even though it's not equivalent to g at x over here, it is equivalent to itself, right? Then what was the last change we did? Well, we said that x plus 2 is being divided by this x plus 2. They're the same thing. And if something is divided by itself, it just equals 1. So x minus 4 over x minus 3. And then I guess we could say times 1. But does timesing something by 1 ever change it?
No.
No, so we don't even need to write that. We can just say those x plus 2's cancel. Does that make sense? By the way, did it matter that they were right over top of each other? Like if this x plus 2 had been the first fraction instead of the second one, does that matter? No, they still cancel, right? The order of multiplication doesn't matter.
Pardon the interruption. Could we see spread chow in guidance now, or is it more convenient at the end of the period?
Sure. Yeah, you bet.
Thank you.
Do you want to wait just 5? Great. Does that make sense? So as we changed it, it's equivalent. It doesn't change. Now, there is one thing I want to mention. We know domain and range, right? Domain and range, and if you look at this, we don't want to get too much into it, but look at this original function, and we'll deal with the range later. Are there any x values that would make this impossible? What aren't you allowed to do when you're dividing? And this fraction is dividing. You can't have x equal to 0. So there is one thing we want to look at, which is these lines are almost perfectly equivalent, but there's something we need to mention, which is up here at this stage, what would make this fraction impossible? What can we say x can't equal? Because you can't divide by it. X can't equal 3, and this one tells us x can't equal negative 2. Does that make sense? After we've canceled, it still says x can't equal 3, right? But we no longer have x not being able to equal negative 2. So we actually need to say this is equivalent to this one up here, but only if x can't equal negative 3 slash x can't equal negative 2. Even though the equation doesn't demand that anymore, we have to still say that because otherwise it makes it a little bit different from this above expression. Does that make sense? So when we get it into factored form, now does it matter what makes it 0 on the top? No, because you're allowed to use 0 and divide it by something. Does that make sense? But you're not allowed to divide by 0. So you're not allowed to have 0 on the bottom of a fraction. So you can't, so any value of x that would make the bottom of the fraction 0 at any point is what we call a restricted value, i.e. not allowed. Does that make sense? And you want to check this before you do any canceling. Because if you do it after you do your canceling, you'll have missed some. Does that make sense? Check before canceling.
Can you write this down?
I would write down. Yeah, absolutely. So when you do work with fractions, and I say to simplify an expression, I'm going to ask you to simplify and then state restrictions. And that just means tell me any values of x that would have made you divide by 0 at some point. Does that make sense? Because you know what you're not allowed to do? Ever? Divide by 0. And it's not easy to tell what value of x would make the bottom of, oh God, what value of x would make the bottom of the 0 when it's in standard form. But when you change them into factored form, now it's very easy to tell. What's the restriction over here? What can x not equal over here? Negative 3. Can it equal negative 2?
Wait, why can't it? Oh, wait. Never mind. I answered it.
No problem. Is negative 2 allowed? Do we have to say x can't equal negative 2? No. Why not? You're allowed to have 0 on the top. That's fine. I'll prove it right now. How many people in this class? I'm going to put a pile of money here and divide it among all the 19 people in this class. And I'm putting $0 here. And I'm going to split that evenly between all of you. Am I allowed to do that? Sure I am. Now, is that a very nice thing to do? No, but you can do that. You can divide, you can spread $0 amongst other people. It makes you kind of Scrooge-like, but it doesn't break math. But you can't divide by 0. What I couldn't do is put $100 here and say this is going to get split no ways. It just doesn't work that way. Does that make sense? All right. This we're going to spend a couple days on because it takes practice. But the main skill here is that when we get a fraction, what do I want you to do with the top and the bottom? Factor them. And then what do we check to see if any of those factors appear on the top and on the bottom? And if they do, what can we do? Cancel each other out. This is going to take a few days practice. But notice, what skill are we still using a lot? Factoring. It doesn't go away. Right? She doesn't go away. Oh, factoring. She never goes away. She never goes away. She's a harsh mistress, factoring. All right, there's some homework here. Note for these questions, when it asks you to check using technology, I would just say use Desmos. You can use your phone on that for now. The yellow calculators have a graphing function. They're terrible. It's no Desmos, that's for sure. No, they should. Boy, I'd buy it. Sorry? Yeah. Yeah, but even still, it's the Desmos, it's the interface that's so nice. Now, you can download Desmos for your phone. I strongly recommend you do. The Desmos app is great. It's really, really good. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to, guys, your practice questions from the unit test 1, I'm going to collect tomorrow, just because I'm finishing up marking the last of your assignments here and then the last of my biology projects. So there's just no chance I get to them today, which also means you got some time to finish it if you didn't and get some practice in, which is good. Make sure you get that into me. I will have your assignment 1.2s marked by the end of the day, so you can come get them. Like I said, by the end of lunch, I'll have your test marks put in so you can come get your test if you want it. And again, last time I'm going to do this, and I promise it's the last time I'm going to do this, but if we want to take another crack at the Unit 1 test, tentatively, what day is that going to be? Tuesday after school, and I will dial that in as 100% certainty by tomorrow for you. Just got to check and make sure I'm not stepping on somebody else's nicely mowed lawn. Yes, ma'am?
Could you put up the questions for, like, the ones that you're going to mark for the test review?
Oh, yeah, I wasn't going to tell you which ones I was going to mark, because then you could just do those ones, which defeats the purpose.
Put up all the questions that you asked.
Oh, yeah, you bet.
Can I, like,
Yes,
take a
ma'am.
picture of it?
2 days ago?
Why don't you just write them down?
2 days ago? We were using my telescope and we left it on the table there.
Oh, no.
And I was like, I didn't see it, so I was wondering if everybody caught it.
Do you know what number? Well, I can check what number this was. I don't think it's this one. I think this is mine. Let me just check. 1 sec.
I don't know if I had maybe got back into
Oh, it's so blind.
You're 15-10. So let's see if we can find 15-10.
Wow. It's a paralysis. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I need to get my biology. Last of my biology project. I need to get.
And just go in there, and then, like, we'll ask if we need any help. Just ask for directions. Keep in mind. They're doing good, though, or?
Man, what the hell? Why would you write that?
And all
That's not cool. Why would you write that?
I don't know.
Why would you write that?
That's my story. Guys, listen, you got 8 minutes left. I want you to seed it. I want you to work it. Look, I'm going to get to a point of securitization here, and then I'm going to start. Like, I don't want to have a seeding plan for grade 11. I don't want to have to manage any of this behavioral crap. Bell to bell, you go somewhere. Bell to bell, I want work, I want you to focus. Class is challenging, it's difficult. And you're being selfish and you're being rude, you're sitting here being noisy during work time. This stuff, you can't learn it in 60 minutes again. You can't. It's harder than that. It just is. You need to use your class time, and then you need to use home time. It's challenging stuff. And you're not going to get it by every time I'm not actively making you do something as soon as it's super present. You're not going to learn it. But what's even worse, nor is anyone else around you when you turn this place into loud chaos. You have to sit down, dial in, and be quiet. If I leave the room for 2 minutes, I shouldn't come into it being noisy. Math isn't a friggin' football game. It's a quiet activity. It requires quiet focus and attention. It just does. So give it the quiet focus and attention. Put today's homework in front of you on a page and try questions. That's what you do to build development. Every day. That's how you learn this stuff. Right? Like, you're not going to not do all the homework and then come test time and magically know how to do it. It just doesn't work that way. Do your work and do it quietly.
I have to use X and forward, but I click the word.
Good afternoon, Eagles. On today's cafeteria menu, we have pork, Lent.
You got this, Aiden! I know you can't hear me, but you got this.
it gets a little getting used to it. Like
Sorry about that. On today's cafeteria menu, we have pork lentil for $2, macaroni for $2, Caesar salad for $4, and our featured entree, which is Santana veggie burgers with fries for $6, Reuben ham fries for $6, and our seafood fettuccine for $2. Have yourselves a great day, Eagles.
What's the morning announcements going to say, Mr. Orlando?
I don't know because it's still math class.
Oh,
Yes, by the way, you did a lovely job. Having said that, why isn't your book open and why aren't you doing math?
I just.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question, which is why would you close it? Did the bell ring? Did I miss it?
My apologies.
Get to work.
if it looks like that, then you go to
I'll ask.
yeah, is that so when it goes to that you press zero.
Mhm.
Alex and Scarlett would love a factoring sheet for practice
Oh,
and
good.
an unexpanding sheet.
Great, and so would Tiana. Could you do me a favor? Could you turn that off so I don't blow the fuse on my printer like I do every single day?
Ew, it's wet. Why is it wet? Oh, never mind.
Because it's cold.
Yeah, no, I figured it out.
It's like a pop can.
Basic science coming to me. This is beautiful, Sophia.
It really is. I gotta mark it. That's what I gotta do. Okay, don't be a snoop. Does anyone else like just a good old fashioned factoring practice worksheet? I'm just gonna go ahead and print 20. That's something that can't hurt to have.
Do you want me to go upstairs to get it?
I'll run. I mean, if you want to, but failing that, I will run.
Oh, I want to go get food.
Excellent. You go do that.
No, it's the 20 printing now.
Look on the page that you just got, maybe.
Guys, shh. We're still in work mode. Again, I haven't heard a bell yet. I want you seated. I want you working. I don't understand what's confusing about this. All right, time to be big boy students. Just work. All right, when you go to work till the closing time. Now you can pack up and go. That's what working to the whole period looks like. Good Lord. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to mention that at the beginning of the semester, you told us so we could leave our textbooks at home in case you didn't want us
Yeah.
carrying them.
Yeah, if you ever need one, I've got lots here.
Oh, okay.
Right? So if you ever need one, be like, hey, Orlando, can I use your textbook? That's what I do.
Thank you.
And I've got a few more in that room. So yeah, no, you're totally like, yeah.
Yes. I know you went to yell at her. You realized.
The bell has rung, but I'm still gonna. But like, I'm frustrated because like, I want you guys to do well, but like, I'm not exerting right now, and I'm not caring for it.
I don't know, because sometimes I'm too awkward to get up and ask the teacher to use their homework.
A whole bunch is right here. You don't even have to ask me. You can just use it.
Yeah.
What's going on under your desk?
Oh, what the heck? Oh, mine. Oh, no. It's the equivalent
Are you
of
still
just
gonna help me
money.
with math
It's just
after school today, Mr.
Yeah,
Orlando?
I'm here
Okay,
for it.
thank you.
I would love to.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm printing it right now. If you want to head up to copier 2, it'll be there for you. And that's for everyone else there too. And there's answers on it, but if there's anyone you don't know how to get from question to answer, just come ask me or shoot me a message on Teams. I'll walk you right through it.
Sarah, what did you guys?
It was about school. Sparkles.
Who died?
That was my everybody but I think
Mr. Orlando,
Yes, sir.
theoretically, if well, you're gonna be here tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Theoretically, if I brought in my guitar tomorrow, my electric one,
Yeah.
would that be all right?
Yeah, bring it on in.
Okie dokie. And you're here in the morning, right? So if it doesn't fit in my locker, I can just leave it in
Yeah,
yours.
absolutely.
Quick question: have you marked out a 1.4
Oh yeah.
Some of them. I haven't put the grades in yet. Do I have yours marked yet? I think I have yours marked. Let's see. I feel like you asked me yesterday and I had it marked. Yeah, I have yours. No, I don't. Yes, I do. You get 95%, and you can have it back when I'm done with it. But good job.
Wait, what'd I get?
You did well as well. You got 100%. There you go. Yeah, you guys did great.
See, now my mom can't bug me like, oh, where's like the rest of the 2% or 1%?
Could I just look at this?
You signed it? But you don't see mine.
Yeah, you can keep it. That's fine. I've got the grade in on that one.
Thank you, Mom.
That's
If
not
it's
yours.
here.
I mean, you just want to find yours first, but yes. There you go.
But how much money is it?
Oh, that looks like 900%.
But it's not.
I'm telling my mom it's 900%. No, I'm actually
Okay.
flabbergasted I got.
Good.
all
Do
of
your
it.
homework. Not like right now, but today.
I'm gonna do it right now. Wait, we have.
I mean, you can do it right now if you want. That'd be cool.
That'd be so cool.
Very cool.
Oh, I promised Angela I'd buy her an ice cap today.
Plus 2, plus 4, plus 2.
That's gonna be so amazing if she forgot.
That'll be
What was she
plus
gonna get?
2 minus 4, plus 2 minus 4. I need this to be
Grant, are these good?
plus 3 minus 4, plus 3 minus 4, plus 3 minus 4, plus 3 minus 4,
Those are.
plus 2 minus 4, plus 3 minus 4.
We have the
Which would
exact
make
same
Oh,
one.
that's still the change from yesterday.
Zach, we have the exact same one. It's a JBL too.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, see, that's like fair. You know, you can't really blame him then. It's just like.
What can't you blame me
setting
for?
this moment.
I never did. Oh, for the earbuds, because our earbuds
That
look
goes
alike.
with, yeah.
Stop.
Did I pass at least? Or no? I didn't pass it.
I think you passed the test, yeah.
Okay, just that's all I need to know.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, it's not going to be like the best grade you ever take home,
No,
but
I
you
know, I
passed it.
just
That's
not
fine.
passed.
Yeah. No, you're good.
I think I've seen why some of your math kids aren't doing so well. Somebody's taken like an eraser and drawn a bunch of hearts over the table. So that's what they're doing with their time instead.
That makes me feel incensed with rage and anger and hungriness. Oh, that might just be that I'm hungry. Still. Oh, God, I have to drive to St. Catharines. I don't want to drive to... Oh, and I've got to deal with... Oh, my God, I've got to deal with that for...
Hello, Eagles. Just a reminder that the gym is closed at lunch today. Thank you.
For today's homework, will expanding and factoring only be the things used right now, or will completing the square be with it?
There'll be no completing the square on that.
Orlando.
Howdy. How you doing?
Good, you? Hooking this back after 3.
It sounds good.
All right.
How long is the shop you gonna take?
It'll probably take the most of the class.
Okay.
If you get done early, there'll be some extra D12, or are you looking to go somewhere else after?
Welding?
Pardon?
Welding more?
Welding more? We'll see. I don't know if we'll do any shop work today, but it's just shop key once we get through this here. But yeah, normally it takes a day. Usually when I do this, we have a computer lab because we're running a classroom out of there as well. We don't have the computer lab in the tech hall now. So usually I remove you guys from that area, so it's not as tempting. So now it's tempting, and I've got candy to bribe you guys with. So.
Also, Ethan isn't here.
Pardon?
Ethan isn't here.
Oh, he's not?
No.
Oh, so that means you're gonna do more or less work then?
More.
Yeah, I do the lesson on Shopkey. That takes me a little bit to explain it. And then there's like a little assignment, and then you're just going to start looking up car stuff.
Okay.
Okay? But yeah, it usually takes most of the period.
Orlando, do you have any idea where a last shot could be?
That's a good question.
Oh, I was just asking if you knew where a last shot could be.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What do you need?
Oh, just usually people eat in his room, and it's been like Meta Jones has a period too, so she closed the door, and obviously we don't want to go in without
Right.
him being
Yeah,
there,
sorry, I
or
don't
the
know.
doors being open.
If we redo the test, right, are
Are you taking the second test mark?
Second. So if
Okay.
you redo the
So
test and you get 4, you got 4.
So let's not do that.
Yeah.
You need to redo it though.
Well, what if I fail?
You know, look at your assignment. You know everything. You just like.
You should definitely retake it.
You know
And
everything.
you should
in
definitely
your
not
assignment.
retake it.
What?
I'm scared of failing this one. I'll take it.
I think you can do better.
No, you can do better. Your assignment, you literally got like a 95, and like you know what you're doing. You just got like psyched out.
Sort of.
You got psyched out. It's okay, you're fine.
What the hell is the date of Jane's wedding?
Ow. Yeah.
I don't know what that is actually.
What are we doing for that?
R.J. Young, please come to the office.
bite.
That's like a.
Oh. What? Oh.
Oh, still in my chair. Steal that one. Hi.
No one even likes that. I like this office.
This stuff is freezing.
Kiki, how much are the packs of donuts that you made Dad buy?
$12.
Oh, okay.
That's not
$12.
bad.
Alright.
For how many donuts?
12.
Holy shit. What are you gonna do with all these donuts, Davin? Are you gonna be like Jameer and stack them?
On what?
Oh no, Jameer can eat 12 by himself.
Yeah.
Bro, where do I give them and when do I give them again? What?
Yeah.
Here?
You give the money to Kiki.
You buy the 20.
I give the money to
You have to
Kiki?
give her $12 in cash.
I only have 9 in e-print.
Yeah, but you need to have it in cash. So you're gonna get like Jameer and give your money?
Yeah, I
Like that?
probably could. But I
What about paper towels?
but I feel like if I
Sleeping?
explain it, she's gonna say, oh, okay, it's lovely. Oh, I'm being bullied.
Be like, this school is selling 12 donuts for $12
Here,
a
and look.
donut.
To support the music
Whiteboard
program.
on red.
Cause like when I was telling she heard about like the engagement in my class and she was going around telling everyone I was being
beside
I know,
bullied.
I stood there and you just looked and I was like,
It's on color.
I saw her, she was had her computer and she was like,
I wasn't on the computer, it took me to delete it.
yeah. No, but you were on your computer.
It wasn't my computer, I was not on it. I was like,
It was in my dream like 2 days ago, but I don't remember what was in my dream.
Mm-hmm.
You just remember, I had a weird
I
dream
do.
about who it was.
Yeah.
He was there, I remember his face
Penis.
like the entire time.
Look how disorganized your lunch bill is. She
Thank
keeps
you.
getting sad because you're not eating your lunch.
Aww.
She wakes up at the ass crack of dawn to make this shit.
I ate his lunch for him.
Go right ahead. He's going to.
I don't like Jello. The texture is awful.
You have 3 brownies and cucumbers and pineapple, and you also have 2 things of cookies.
Well, I was walking to McKinney's.
You
Should
should
sacrifice
sacrifice
their
your
lunches
lunches
to
to
actually
actually
stop.
And your tiny boys too.
You need to find fucking
Yes, sir.
You also have sushi? You're not eating your sushi?
There was a black version.
Yes.
I don't know if that figures
You
it
have sushi?
It's like the chocolate covered strawberries.
The exact same outfit, but mine in black.
You can eat it?
For your love snack. I just hate the taste of it. It's not like it's gonna.
You're allergic now.
It jumps up, lands in your mouth, and kills you. The ranch.
I don't want to do that.
Where'd your bagel go?
I ate it.
Oh. Why'd you say that so rudely?
Cause you watched me eat it.
I don't have memory of this. She takes notes every time you take a bite.
Oh, is Arthur here? Did you guys see him?
I haven't seen him.
Was he outside? He's still sick.
Why are you saying oh?
Because I don't want to deal with him. Because Sunny and Nirvana.
She's like, yay.
Because Nirvana's nothing without Mario.
Yeah. Nirvana doesn't bother us.
Nirvana?
He was actually being nice to me yesterday, which is weird because I got mad at him.
He's honestly kind of just pissing me off now.
He always pisses me off.
Honestly, Sonny is the most normal one.
Yeah.
Really?
I know.
Same here, I'll take it. Oh, so now they're not gonna harass him.
Maria, doesn't he live by the restaurant?
Why should he have a chance to see like I don't know.
So what happened? What does he say?
The weirdest shit ever.
Like?
My ass is so fat. Like
Who are we talking about?
Me too.
Paul Lincoln.
Yeah. He's gonna talk to her on the 28th on Saturday.
What
Oh, that's in 2 days.
Wait, what you guys are gonna call? No, I don't know. He just said I'm gonna talk to him face to face on Saturday.
Doesn't Sonny live by the restaurant?
Yeah.
So why is he allowed to go to Floral High?
No, because he's moving.
Oh.
Oh, he's moving?
That's what he told me.
That sucks.
Probably because people are bullying him.
Wasn't being bullied.
Meow, 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 meow.
Oh my god!
Can I try the energy drink from Timmy's? Is it good? Oh my god, it's like their sparklers but energized.
Energized.
Penis.
The reason I know about those is because I ate them.
Definitely peanuts, those are bomb.
I sucked a lot. I had to suck some more dick.
Yeah, this is what I
Oh, yeah, because I was walking across the road and this guy started turning on us.
Yeah.
The things we were walking and he starts turning, he's running off the stop sign. And then he called
like the one who says caught like.
No, it's okay, Charlie.
Not the one who said.
I only saw 12.
No. Oh, the creepy old jerker. Let's go, girl. He's scared.
Flee, motherfuckers! Hello, Kartik.
I should come back to miss
How many
to miss pictures class.
Why?
How many what?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you like me keeping in there?
Everyone
I
did.
could probably keep like
Actually-
4 if I wanted that many credits in that, but no.
Oh, then why'd they call me ugly?
But I don't think I
I'm
could
sure
do
they
like
were joking.
the
They're
IDC
ninth
course.
graders.
I know, but, you know,
Like,
if I'm ugly, then that makes them ugly, so they better stop calling me ugly, because I got better boobs than all them motherfuckers.
Just bring a mirror and give it to them whenever
I'll
they
put better
call
ass
you
for
that.
that.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't.
The ice is better.
Oh.
Alright. Bye.
Damn
I
straight,
think
you
I know
do,
what
Brody.
I'm
Damn
gonna
straight.
Charlotte, does this go in the garbage?
Aw, didn't they
No,
like
that was
beat
recycling,
you?
stupid.
Recycling.
Well,
But
this
it
one
has
girl
stuff
was
in
like
it.
talking
Any
about the
plastic?
tuna.
What? Where'd they drown?
The purple nose?
No.
What is happening over here? You guys look like a
Okay,
gang.
let's go
Let's
drop.
go to class.
Drop.
Also, I
Meow,
got called a
meow,
girl
guys.
twice.
You sucked off
Wait,
with
was it
what?
You're the one
I
who
got
left
called a
me on
girl.
this one.
I got called a girl by Brea's mom and it's some crackhead.
Ridwan got called a girl.
He sounds like him.
Thanks, guys. Devontae got some cake, though.
You really have this authority figure? She wants you to just tell us. What do you mean? Oh my goodness. on top of his computer.
interruption. Staff, if you could please put your recycling bins outside your room for pickup. Thank you.
way
one.
over my head.
It's definitely a tough one.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
Rock?
Yeah, second year.
Oh my
It's
god.
definitely harder than first year.
See, for me, first year was hard.
Really?
Yes.
Not
I took,
second year.
they had a stats course where nobody knew what they were doing.
Oh
And if
wow.
you didn't pass that class, you couldn't go on.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like this year it kind of kicked me in my butt. Because now I'm taking all the hard courses like anatomy, physiology, organic chemistry. I'm taking all of that at once.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Guys, come on. Oh, I'm one person. We got 1, 2, 3 people to spin.
Oh, I put the lunch.
I have a group chat of planners. Do you want me to get that for you? Hold it over. Just to spin those. Today's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Did anybody
He's
notice
still
my
not
birthday
here.
colours changed?
I got a coffee
So,
for him. It's gonna be
doing
cold.
it on an opposite?
I have no idea where he went. Wherever he is, his cell phone is here, but
He left his cell phone, his laptop, everything. Like his
but he
laptop.
has his keys. I can tell you that much. He has his keys.
So he's got to be somewhere in the school.
He's here somewhere.
So yeah, I don't know where.
Oh, I wish I was surprised. He runs away on his preps usually, I swear.
Yes.
Every time.
I'm pretty sure there's a bunker somewhere and he's just hiding in it from all of us.
Oh, 100%. through lunch and hasn't come back.
He has a compass in here.
I honestly have no idea where it is. I wish I could tell you.
Okay. Well, thank you.
No problem. was shocked to hear some of the people on it, like Kevin Hart is on it. Justin Bieber is on it. Also apparently, allegedly, Justin Bieber was caught like sucking a guy's penis.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ew.
But yeah, so it was honestly crazy human trafficking. But he would put baby oil on the floors, that way the victims couldn't escape.
That's messed up.
And then he would just like essay them. Which is like absolutely fucking
People are
crazy.
so stupid. They
I'm
deserve
surprised.
literally anything in the world, but they just do that with their money.
I'm surprised Stephen Caron didn't take a note out of that out of the books.
What?
I'm surprised Steve Caron didn't take a note out of his books. Orlando is still nowhere to be. Pardon?
I'm just as surprised as you are.
Yeah, me too. I honestly don't know where Orlando is.
I don't know
I
either.
got him an extra large black coffee.
Yeah.
Not even fucking here to drink it. He better put it in the microwave or I'll throw him. I'll fight him.
You better.
A lot of my time with Orlando lately has been spent of him and I just harassing each other about things.
Oh yeah.
I started calling him Joseph.
Oh my gosh.
Yesterday he wouldn't stop talking and I was like, okay Joseph, I need help. I call him Joseph because the girl the girl I tutor, her mom calls him Joseph.
Yeah.
She doesn't even call him Joe, she calls him Joseph. And I was correct, he works at like a place, like a restaurant in the Hilton.
Damn.
I forget what it's called. That's where he was working in the summer. I feel like he still works there. I think he does it on weekends.
Maybe. I don't know if these editors are gonna continue to be relevant this episode.
I honestly don't know where he went. Like he's not here.
He'll reappear. He has a class to teach in
I
10
know
minutes.
he does.
Very
His
possible.
coffee's gonna get cold. I forget her name. The teacher you hate.
Razor?
Huh?
Miss Razor?
Yeah. Miss Razor, yeah. I always forget her name. What? Girl. Why is my phone spazzing out? My phone just had a spaz attack.
What?
My phone just had a spaz attack. It's been having spaz attacks lately, I don't know why. It's just being a silly goose. And the quality is really good on your phone now, I can tell. Like your face right now, like the quality's better with your new phone. It's not as like cloudy, I guess is the best way to describe it.
This is my first day.
I was eating some fruit earlier. And a yogurt that was running meringue.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it was good. And then I have to.
Delicious.
I know we just did groceries yesterday. My parents just did groceries yesterday, and I was so happy to have food in the house.
I wish I could have groceries.
I literally was so tired yesterday. I was here because I started to do like the work I'm doing now. I had started yesterday, but I had such a bad headache, and I was so tired that Orlando basically told me I looked like shit and to go home. So he was like, no offense. He's like, but you look really tired. He's like, not usually because I was in such a deep slumber. And then I had to go to a lecture from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. But thankfully I got out at 9 p.m. And then I came home and I had a shower and I like cleaned up my room and crawled into bed and passed out again at 11:30 and woke up like watching TV, and then I woke up at 12:15 and finally I was like, I just need to go to bed. And I like just plugged in my phone, set my alarm, turned off my TV, went to the bathroom, and then I passed the fuck out again. I honestly was so tired yesterday, I don't know why. And like I've been like, my body just feels like it's been so off lately. Like I feel like a big back right now.
Hi, Swizz. Missing in action. What's up?
Nothing.
How's your writing going?
Good.
Yeah.
I'm slowly giving up.
Sorry?
I'm not giving up right now. I've just been reading back and forth on this, trying to understand the certain things. I don't know why that's there, but I got you a coffee. I hope it's not cold.
Oh, bless you.
Extra large black.
Oh, it's perfect.
I asked Todd if she would get you a shade.
That is great.
Jen.
Hmm?
Jen.
Jenny, how you doing? Yeah, life treating you well? No. Oh no. Don't approve?
She's unemployed and broke.
Are you unemployed and broke? You... I know. It is a bad job market right now. I know a lot of people are struggling to find stuff.
She got hired at Canadian Tire for 2 weeks and then they fired her.
Okay, this story is so
Oh, I'm
stupid.
sorry.
My boyfriend, he used to work there, same with my neighbor, and
Yeah.
a lot of his roommates also as well. And Allison Tabor,
Yeah.
she also referenced me because I'm also friends with Dylan Tabor, who
Yeah.
used to work there. And apparently, what they warned me is that like to be careful because they will wait till your 3-month probation, and if they just don't want you, it's because you're not really that close with their inner circle. They will just fire you.
Yeah.
So I was the victim of that.
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry.
It sucks too because you got a fat paycheck from them too, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
That's a good job. Oh, that sucks.
She was working crazy hours.
I was working 45 hours.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's a painful transition to go from like lots of work to no work. That's brutal.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
They fired her the day of her G2 test too.
Oh no. Oh.
She passed her G2 at
Well,
least.
thank God for that. If that has been both. Did you pass first time?
Yeah, she
Oh,
did.
good for you. I did not.
I failed my G in the summer.
Did you?
I was so mad. They literally failed me for the dumbest reason. So they failed me for technical speeding, because initially she docked me once because I didn't realize that turning to get to the on-ramp on the QEW to go over the Skyway, I didn't realize that the on-ramp wasn't like right there, so I
Yeah.
obviously accelerated a little bit too fast, and she's like, oh, watch your speed. And then when I literally had like basically no docks whatsoever on anything, like she said I pretty much did perfect, but then on the way back coming off of the highway, I was just coasting, but there was a long line of cars, and it's like it turns into a 50 zone, so I was just coasting, but I had to get in front of the cars because there was no room for me to get behind one of the other cars. And then she's like, please slow down, because I was still going like 65, even though I was just coasting, and I wanted to get in front so I could slow down, and then she failed me.
Yeah, you shouldn't speed under driver's test. I'm gonna go with
I
her on
wasn't
this
technically
one.
speeding.
Of course
I
you
was
were technically
coasting.
speeding.
I was coasting.
That has nothing to
I
do with
had
whether your
no
foot is on
other
the gas or not.
option.
You sure you do the brake? That's the other option. You gotta be, by the time you're off the highway, you gotta be at the
Whatever.
speed limit
I
of the
had
road.
like perfect on
It's your
everything
test!
else.
You gotta follow the rules
It
of
was
the
a
test.
waste
Ashley
of
passed, now
money.
didn't you? Jenny passed rather, didn't she?
She passed her G2. She
Sure.
doesn't have her G.
My G2.
I passed my G2
Oh, there you go.
first try.
I didn't.
Well, I did.
It took me 3.
Really?
Yeah. I failed twice.
Robert failed Ethan 3 twice.
Sorry?
Ethan failed his G, yeah.
Who did?
Ethan
I think it was
Harding.
Robert. No, but their G2. I think it was either Ethan or Robert that failed twice.
Yeah, I failed
No,
twice.
I don't think it was Ethan first
Yeah.
G2. Ethan failed his G.
Yeah, he's not taking it yet because he's just like, this is bullcrap. He doesn't want to take it.
Can I tell you, I was pretty humiliated. I was pretty
I
ashamed.
really cried on the way home. And then I called
called my mom, and then my mom doesn't make it better because she's like, I told you that Leadfoot would catch up to you at some point.
Yeah,
And I'm
that's
like,
right.
shut up, mom. I'm looking for support, not for you to judge me right now. And then I had to go tutor after that too. And I'm like trying to wipe my face, get rid of the redness.
At least it wasn't like the day it expired. You didn't have to like take a cab.
No, it's only been a year.
Yeah, you're good.
So
You got
I
time.
might wait until next summer now.
Yeah.
Because my mom keeps telling me, she's like, go for it.
You have 5, right?
5
So
years.
you got
Yeah.
lots of time.
So I'm like, maybe I'll go for it next year because I wanted to go for it to lower my insurance, but I don't want to waste another $90 right now.
No.
So yeah. Anyways, I'm writing about trips and cleavage using spectrophotometry.
How's that?
So this is what I'm talking to Loranda. Zip it, you won't understand.
Wow. Jenny, you gonna stand for that?
You know what? In the summer,
I don't know what. Please share.
I have such tea. In the summer, her and I went to Walmart.
Sure.
Okay? And we were walking, and we were in the junk food aisle, okay? And her shoelace was untied. So she bends over, she starts tying her shoe, and there were other people around us.
Sure.
And I like am laughing because she does it in front of people, and she looks at me and she goes, "Shut up, you're fat," out loud, in front of the people. And then I literally have to like laugh. I'm like laughing, but like we're like awkwardly walking away because the people looked behind us. Like, so she like called me fat in the middle of Walmart. So that's she deserves it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Okay, anyway, so I had to read this because I literally read this 5 times because I didn't understand it. But basically, I wrote that because we're assessing the
What's trypsin actin again? Does it break down proteins?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
By the peptide bonds formed between amino group and carboxyl group. And then so trypsin cleaves the peptide bond that connects the carboxyl group of a basic amino acid, so like glycine or arginine.
Okay.
To the amino group of any other amino acid. So then.
So where does a basic amino acid that we break?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then
That's
we
cool.
used a synthetically produced substrate called BACNA. So BACNA contains arginine amino acid linked to a p-nitroaniline.
Okay.
So trypsin cleaves the bond between arginine and p-nitroaniline, thereby liberating p-nitroaniline from this compound. And the higher the concentration of the compound in the reaction mixture, the greater the absorption effect.
Cool.
So then when trypsin is quantitatively measured.
Why are we the first one?
So then I had this, so it obviously started to increase, and then like after 5 years or like second.
And what would you make human
So I'm
cable?
assuming that the
Human
trypsin
cable?
basically used up.
Yeah.
The trypsin
Yeah.
was. Would it be that the trypsin was used up?
It's essentially like a thing.
Or like all the whatever it is.
Well, after trypsin get used up,
Mr. Orlando.
and this I like switches to the time. What's trypsin? It is a catalyst, right? An enzyme. Do enzymes get used up? Do they? No, of course not. The whole point of an enzyme is like a machine. It doesn't get used. It's not part of the reaction. It catalyzes the reaction, right? It
So then it was the p-nitroaniline that's not fully used up, or it
presumably.
It cleaved all the bonds.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, you're back. Look what's happening, Donnie. Or gave me.
Lovely. Yeah. Can I see?
At Staples. Apparently you got 2 of them for $10. They're quite nice.
Magic Reese's.
Oh yeah, that's lovely.
You can do with it.
Lovely thing.
Okay, if it's making like this noise, then it's not pushing on.
Or are you comparing them? Oh, you're one.
A few. Yeah, this is very fine. What I
Yeah.
like about this is it's very, very fine.
It doesn't leak as much though on you that you did.
Yeah. Yeah, it still will leak if you get your fingers up there.
Yeah,
but
yeah. I see one.
yeah, go nuts. That's awesome.
I don't know the cap. Where's the cap?
Oh, I have it.
Oh,
I
good.
have it.
Oh,
I have
good.
it. I have
Good,
it.
good, good.
I just took it off because I gave it to you.
What is that? Novak, where are you playing?
Huh?
What is that?
It's like the one song that's trending. I don't know if you know it.
It's like the one song that's trending.
It's called Sailor Song.
Oh, okay. That's a nice chord progression.
Where is it trending on TikTok?
Maybe. Yeah, I do have Pinch. I can actually learn.
Look at that.
No, like,
Oh, yeah,
I
we're
tend
doing
to look at my like. I tend to look and try and learn a lot, and then I just don't end up paying attention.
You get lost. You drift off once and then you're fully gone.
None of my students have experienced that. I said none of my students have experienced that.
Try and pay
No, because if
attention.
we don't pay attention to you for like 2 seconds, you're on a whole different topic.
I try and pay attention the whole time, but it just doesn't work out.
I finally brought my own notebook because I realized we're writing stuff down. Bye-bye.
Who wants to give me like is it okay if I have one?
Please, yeah, come on, please.
I brought my mom these home and she's very happy that you had these.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I wasn't in class yesterday. I walked halfway to school and my whole water bottle leaked in my backpack. Went home, changed my backpack, and then it leaked again.
You still owe me
I love that.
There was a whole puddle on the bottom of my backpack.
How much you eat? $5?
Yeah. And I had paper.
You never pay me back.
And I owe her one.
Either way, you
So-
still never pay me back.
We had presentations in English, and I didn't
No,
know
now you
the
just owe him
presentations
9.
until after I already turned my
Now you just owe him 9. Collect like terms. He won't
Okay, team. Let's get to it. Gritton. By get to it, do you think I meant continue the conversation you're having? Is that what you think I meant by that? You're treating this like a rhetorical question, but it's not. I'd like an answer. Okay, we'll move on. Anyway, how we doing?
Tired but good.
Oh no, is it my fault?
Yeah,
A little bit.
The bathroom self
Oh, you know, okay, but you get another crack at it, right? Yeah, don't be discouraged.
Did we get our bio back today?
Yeah. Yeah, you will. Which were fairly well done. So I want to go through a few things. I'm going to get your bio test back to you. But first, hey, my Petri dish has arrived, which means we're going to do some swabs, which means that we need to go do some cooking, shall we? Yeah.
Like actual literal cooking.
No.
What is your figure talking to you?
Zappa was not talking to me.
All right, team. If we can stop fighting with one another for a moment. Can we do that? Sure. Okay, that's kind of you. This is what we're going to do. We're going to do some simple swabs today. Yeah.
I didn't do the safety thing, but I keep on forgetting to do that. Can I still do this or no?
First of all, you need to get that done. But this, yes, you can do. You need to get that done. Don't put me in that position where I gotta kick you out of my class when we do a lab. We're going to do some Petri dishes here. These are, if I'm not mistaken, well, let's take a look. So they're about 10 centimeters across. And we're going to put about, just a thin little layer of agar in the bottom. Have you ever done this before? Has anyone ever done this before? You have. All right, agar is a little gelatin. And it's not, instead of being animal-based, like gelatin is, does anyone know where gelatin comes from? Yeah, animal bones. Agar is plant-based. It comes from seaweed, but it's the same idea. It's a naturally sourced sort of gelatin of types. So we're going to prepare what we call nutrient agar plates. You can write this down if you want to. You don't have to. But we're going to learn this as a lab skill. This isn't a lab we're doing today. Rather, we're learning a lab skill today. And my expectation is that once we've learned this lab skill, you'll know how to do this. Does that make sense? In other words, later on in this course, you're going to design your own lab. And when you design your own lab, you may or may not want to use this skill. Does that make sense? So when you design your own lab and you may or may not want to use this skill, it'll help if you know how to do it. Does that make sense? So I'm not building a lab around this. We're not going to do an experiment. We're just going to learn a skill. So first, let's talk about what an agar plate is. We use the term plate, but really it's a nutrient medium, a nutrient gel-like medium called agar. Set in a petri dish. Does anyone know what a petri dish is? I mean, I've got them here, but has anyone seen them before? A petri dish is sort of this little cylindrical plastic container or glass, just like that. Try not to be intimidated by that. And then there's also a lid that goes over top of it. Here I will draw the lid that goes over top of it. Oh, look, it looks exactly, that looks...
It's pretty good, actually. Okay.
You know what? I'm doing my best. The best I can do.
You're trying, and that's what matters.
There we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make a thin little layer here of what we call agar up around it like that, and it'll sit on the bottom. Does that make sense? So we're going to have that thin little layer of agar that sits on the bottom. And agar can be just pure, in which case it's not actually all that conducive to bacterial growth. We're going to use something called nutrient agar, which is the agar gelatin with some beef broth in it, and they put some other things in there, some essential amino acids, things that bacteria need to grow so that they can grow well on this. Does that make sense? In other words, we're making kind of an ideal spot for bacteria and fungi to grow so that we can grow some bacteria and fungi. Does that make sense? Cool. All right, so how do we do that? The basic steps are this. We start with clean plates, with clean petri dishes. Specifically, we're going to use the word sterile, which means what? Yeah, sterile means that these have been treated so that they're not in contact with any bacteria, fungi, anything like that. And then they've been sealed inside of a plastic bag so that these should be completely free of any microorganisms. Does that make sense? You've probably heard that word before, like sterile gauze, sterile bandages, things like that. It just means free from microorganisms.
Don't they like boil things to get it out?
Yeah, you can boil, you can use UV radiation. You can do a bunch of different things to make sure that something is sterile. So then what we're going to do is we're going to make agar by mixing agar powder with boiling water. And what we'll do is we'll start with water out of the kettle that's almost boiling. We'll mix them together, and then we'll put them in the microwave for just a few seconds just to bring them up right to the boil. Does that make sense? So we're going to make agar by mixing agar powder with boiling water according to the instructions on the agar. So it tells you what to mix. Does that make sense? So what you're going to see is that we have a label on a bottle. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the bottle of agar and we're going to use a scoop to take out some of the agar. It's pretty good art, right?
It's like an ice cream scoop.
And we're going to put that into a beaker full of water. Using the scoop. You don't have to draw any of this. I probably didn't have to draw any of this, but I thought it'd be kind of fun. And you know what? It was kind of fun. And then we will heat it up and make sure it dissolves. Does that make sense? And then we're going to pour the agar while still hot into the plates. I'll say the Petri dishes, rather. And then we'll allow them to cool. It doesn't take long for them to set. So we're going to go do that, and then we'll give the next half of the instructions while the agar is setting. Does that make sense? We'll do this all together as a group. Now, as it happens, we can work in pairs for what we're doing here. That's fine. So there's roughly 20 people in this class, right? So that's roughly 10 groups. So I think we'll make enough for 12 plates. Does that make sense? Okay, shall we do a little math so we know how much we need? We're going to do 12 plates. Each plate is 10 centimeters in diameter. And we need well less than a centimeter of agar. Probably half a centimeter is fine, right? Does that make sense? So how much agar do we need? Don't forget, 1 milliliter is equal to 1 centimeter to the power of 3, right? Okay. How do you find the volume of a cylinder? Does anyone know? Pi. Very good. All right, so in that case, we can do 3.14 times, what's the radius of this? 10 squared. And the height we said was 0.5, right? Yep. And how many of these do we need? 12. Did I say plus 0.5? Whoops. Let's try that again. 18884. And actually, I don't even know if we need half a centimeter. Let me look at a ruler. Someone have a ruler? I know how thick we normally pour it. I'm not sure off the top of my face looking at this. Oh, half a centimeter would be still way too much. I'm going to go with like 0.3 centimeter, yeah.
Did you mean to put the diameter for the liters?
Did I put the diameter in?
Oh wait, no, it's supposed to be 5.
Well, that's a problem. And I want to do 0.3, and what should the radius be? 5? All right, so let's see what that gives us.
That's why. I was like...
Okay, that's good. So that means we'll need 282.6 centimeters cubed. And the other way we can say that would be 200. So we need about 300 mils, right? Let's be safe, and let's prepare, I don't know, 600? That's probably too much. Let's do 500, because we'll probably pour some of them a bit thick. It doesn't cause you any trouble to pour them too thick. You're just wasting material. Does that make sense? Bacteria is not going to grow inside the gel. It's going to grow on the surface. Does that make sense? And obviously the bottom is going to be covered by the plastic plate. So if you wanted to make these a foot thick, it's still just going to grow on the surface and you'll have wasted material. Does that make sense? So at 0.3 centimeters, 282 should get us there. For the sake of argument, if we did it all the way up to 0.5, we would need 471 mils. So let's make 500. That way, even if we're doing each one half a centimeter thick, we're covered. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sweet.
Thank you for correcting my math, by the way. Would have been embarrassing to have made 1.5 liters of this stuff and then not needed it, right? Right, and I don't like to waste materials. I'm a cheapskate. So we've got Petri dishes here. We'll try to get 12 out without sort of exposing the other ones too much, and I'll reseal the bag with some packing tape. It still won't be perfectly sterile, but it'll be better than nothing. We want to leave the lids on these the whole time except for the very moment we're pouring it. Does that make sense? You don't want to waste. So can somebody grab a liter? Maybe we'll get 2 500 ml beakers, and we'll make 2 batches of 250. Does that seem cool? So let's get 2 500 ml beakers. We'll take it to the back. Can somebody grab one of the scales? Let's get one of the scales plugged in. I'll grab the agar, and we'll get going. put that in Barry, please? Thank you. Barry.
You're gonna notice how
Yep, Barry.
Barry loves to
Barry needs friends. You get flow lengths. All right. You can come on back.
like the white foam packages like
That
this.
does fine. And somebody can grab a scale. Let's get that plugged in.
Oh, we have to go. Where's the ropes?
Oh, the scales are back behind the card case that's randomly there. Going on that.
Actually, I don't know.
Okay, so for now, find a partner you're going to use for the actual preparing of the plates, and then come on over. And what I'd like to do, guys, is just, I'd like to kind of leave it to you. Is that cool? To sort of say, let's get 2 of these prepared up. Does anyone know what this is? It's a hot plate. Does anyone, you guys ever seen, can somebody pass me another beaker? Just any size, it's fine.
Can we grab one?
That'd be great.
Any size, I see one.
Yeah, I think that's good. Oh, perfect. Great.
It's a bit big, but
That's okay. I sprayed myself in the face. That's okay. The hot plate here, this will get hot, obviously, and it will heat something up if needed. But we're going to start with boiling water, and honestly, it's just as easy to throw it in the microwave and get a few bubbles going. But what you can do, starting with the hot water, before you go throw it in the microwave, that comes with its own little mini forceps. Does anyone know what this does? Yeah, it's spinning. That's right. So if you put it in there and then you press stir, it will stir for you. We use this in lab a lot because it's a lot easier than sitting there and stirring by yourself.
that's actually so
Right? Because in there is just a magnet that's on a motor that spins. And you put this magnet in there and it spins. And then when you're done, you just go like that. And are these steel? Will they magnetize? These aren't actually. When they're done, you don't need to reach in with your bare hands. You just need to get something that's magnetic. I have an iron bar that'll work. Actually, this will probably work. That looks like it's magnetic.
Would it be possible to like exfoliate that?
Well, we can just go like that. We take this out. If it was something dangerous, obviously you take this out and take it right to the waste beaker. This is just water. So take it out and wash it. And the agar is perfectly safe. There's nothing dangerous about it. It's a food. This isn't food grade agar, but you can buy food grade agar. It's something that's used in cooking, so you don't have to worry about that. And you guys know where to get boiling water? Where? No, we have to go over it. I have my kettle in the office. If you haven't seen that before, I can show you. So if each group wants to make about 250 mils, you'll need a scoop to scoop out some agar. Make sure when you're done with the scoop, you take it to dish and clean it. Boy, this is there it is. I guess it's cleaned up. And then instructions. How much do we need? It says here. Is this the one? Oh, it does. It's 23 grams for every liter. Right? Can you see the instructions right there? 23 grams for every liter. Both of these we're going to make up how much? Actually, why don't we have every group just make up 100 mils for themselves? That'll be actually pretty easy. Well, let's have groups pair off. Let's get, for this stage, like it's groups of 4. And each group of 4 make 100 mils. Because that would be quite nice and easy. Put roughly 100 mils of water in here, which is not too much, right? And if it's 23 grams for a whole liter, how much for 100 mils? If it's 23 grams for a whole liter, how much for 100 mils?
200.
Yeah, very good. A liter is 1,000 mils. So, if it's 1,000 milliliters goes with 23 grams, then 100 mils is just one less zero, right? It's just moving the decimal in, is just 2.3 grams. And that's the kind of math I can get behind. Same numbers. You like that? Awesome. So let's get a scale set up. And in that case, you probably, if we're only making 100 mils, you probably don't even need to use the stirring. You probably could just put 100 mils and just kind of Can we get on that? All right, every team, let's go. Hit zero.
I'm here now.
Yeah. My brain's not like.
Same here. We actually have so much rice. We only have 2 though, so.
Yeah, I'm
You know, but it's pretty simple. You just take a cup,
We
hot
actually
water
have.
it.
Well, you know what?
Are we wrong?
You are wrong. I think we're doing 5 groups of.
We have to.
Yeah, we're doing 5 groups of 4 and we have 5 monitors.
Yeah, we're just doing 100 milliliters.
Hmm?
We're just doing 100 milliliters.
Yeah.
Okay, but we all have like one of these. There's more after we use the other.
Yeah, just go like get them. We have.
Why am I?
How many of these do we have, guys?
Oh, you guys are ridiculous.
2.
I'm kidding. You guys are
Wait, you have
horrible.
2 here?
Okay. 3.
No, you don't. Hey, you need the 500 milliliters.
What the heck? We're so unorganized. Just get us 3. Just get us 3.
Are we? Okay, now do we use the 500 milliliter ones or do we use smaller ones since we're doing
You can
less
use the
work?
smaller ones. If you can put 100 milliliters.
Alright, 100.
Whatever you're doing.
400.
Well, I would grab the
Thank you. Bro, these are 2 points too, right?
No, I'm making 100 milliliters. So you need 1.
Yeah, well, I barely understood what you did, so.
Mine
Who
is
doesn't
1.
have a beaker, come over here if you need one.
Here.
Anyone else need a beaker?
Why not?
No, I mean, just so that I think just here's your article.
So, you know, I am
Here's your article that explains what tricks are done.
the beaker's fine just leave it. Thank you.
If you know what Tripson does, then you're explaining what should happen is fine.
You guys should not be close.
Which song?
Wouldn't it be good?
What song?
Wouldn't it be wouldn't it be easier to put the water in first?
You should listen to like
No, you
Algebraic.
can't measure it properly.
I thought you could like reset the scale.
Yeah, but then it's not more
Oh
accurate.
yeah, because then if you put too much.
Okay, wait, here. Oh, take a wild guess at how much 2.3. Do you know like measurements as well?
So about 8 grams is like half an teaspoon.
How are you doing, team? Getting 2.3 grams in your beaker?
Small turns it then.
Yeah, that's fine.
This 2.3 grams.
We're going for 2.3 grams? If somebody wants to grab a second scale, another group can get going. If I can offer advice, in case you get too much, the way boat is nice because then it's not way down in the beaker, though if you're careful with the beaker. What are you at?
80. 0.82.
Yeah, that's pretty close, pretty fine.
What's your beaker?
It's so stupid. I feel like I'm hogging it right now.
No, I can't do it.
Your finger weight?
Okay, 2.3. So like
Yeah.
2.3.
Yeah. And this isn't an exact science, all right? You want to be around there. If you're 2.4 or 2.2, it's not going to sky high.
Oh, yeah.
So this is how much.
Just calibrate it.
You're fine. That's plenty close.
I just checked.
Again, this isn't like a.
I literally
Who's gonna take it?
Okay, you two don't know what you're doing.
As well. All right, let's bring that up. We'll get some hot water. We'll boil it, and you'll be good to go.
Okay, make sure to reset the scale.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I did. I literally put it.
No, you're not supposed to do that.
And again, this does not need to be like 100.0 mils at all, guys. Just want to get it roughly 100.
But it would roll a zero before that.
Exactly.
You know? So it would subtract this, so it would stay at zero. Get it?
So listen, when you hit 0, reset the entire scale. So all the progress we have.
I got it. Wait, I think you did it.
Yes, I did it. I literally did it.
Alright, come on over, guys.
lids on and off. Alright, and then what you're going to do is keep the lid on until the last second, get ready to pour it. And all you need is just a small preliminary lick.
No, if it dissolves, he said it would
Yeah,
be
if
there.
it dissolves, it should be good.
Yeah, I think we're doing good right now.
Don't freeze up that much. I won't. Like for the low alcohol, we just hold until
You'll like, I don't want to be 3-degree burns.
I don't think you'll like get burnt. I just think you'll just smell like.
I'm more concerned about the burn. And it would really like smell up in your hair.
Here's Fluffy, go.
You want to make sure it
No,
floats inside
if
your
it's
mouth.
dissolving, it should be okay.
Yeah.
You only get 3 in there.
Yeah, it should be.
Can you get the lid on?
Should we ask him? That seems good. I mean,
Next one.
I don't know.
Alright.
No.
Did we put it in the microwave? That's good, that's good. So it should be, you want to just make sure it's been dissolved.
I think we have
So
to.
it looks like there's a solid bit on the bottom.
On the bottom.
is it dissolving or no?
I think so. I think.
Do you see that kind of little, how it had like a solid bit on the bottom? Just kind of shook it like that so it didn't.
It looks
You can pour.
decent.
Should we just put it like this?
Anyone else?
You got enough left, you might as well do it.
No, it's not.
Okay, put it in the microwave.
Okay, you guys.
Put it in the microwave because it's kind of, it is dissolving, but it's not
And other
enough.
people just.
You can divide it into 4.
Yeah, although we don't want to do it too much. Let's just blip it like 10 seconds each.
Yeah,
10 seconds.
No, 5 seconds. No.
Will you walk
Please
them through
excuse
3
this
and 9?
interruption. If you have Sunny, can they please come to guide?
Yeah, Sunny will come. And can one of you go walk them through adding the water and microwave?
Is that me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's you.
Yes. Can you go help them?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. It doesn't matter which you do first in this case, as long as it's the combination.
I don't know why I'm doing
Is
this.
everyone done with this?
Yes, we are.
Take the lid off and the other person will pour it. And then just make sure it fills the bottom, put the lid back on, shake it a little bit so it doesn't freeze. But like don't be too worried about putting too much. Just make sure it's like soaked a little bit.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so someone takes the lid off and then
Look at nice, and again, if you're doing this carefully, you'll be wearing a mask for a bit longer. But I don't know why I'd say. That's better. As long as it coats the whole bottom. So if you shake it, it coats the whole bottom.
No. Why is this not so
It will start to thicken as you go. So as soon as it starts to cool, it starts to harden, and these will actually be usable in a few minutes.
Like, why does it keep jumping?
Because it's causing the plastic to bend, because it's hot.
Should be fine.
We're gonna have to be using glass ones. These cheap. Well, not cheap. Single use. And you, honestly, you can put a bit more in each one, because they're not much larger size.
Yes.
Go dumbass.
What? It's hot already.
Dude.
It's hot
You
already.
need it to boil.
you don't even need to go down. Very fine.
How's it going, G? Well, I don't know. Well, let's do that when you're ready.
But G, whether are you going to have your basketball or do you want me to like take it over there?
No, 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 no.
Fluffy doesn't like run here all the time. Wait, what? What did you want to do?
Careful with it, don't like the kerchief numbers will go off. Kerchief just walks past me and just bumps into the thing.
Hey guys, come in. Snowball week. Is how many people in your team?
70 of them, yeah. It smells awesome.
So you need to stir it until it's
Oh,
clearish, right? So you go like this until it doesn't look like powder dissolved.
yeah.
You know?
In this form, you think I could have a little snack over later when we see it?
No, I don't. they've only got 3 staff in the back.
Okay.
Alright, these are done. Let's take these back and get these into our dishwasher.
Okay, so
Thank you.
can someone pass me a pair of gloves?
I want to do whatever you want.
Okay, so one of you is gonna pour it and then take
Oh, actually, it's the food order.
Who wants the sauce?
You got it.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors, whoever wants.
Dishwasher a little bit on the bottom.
Okay.
Just stir it until you've got it.
Okay, so essentially wait till she's got some like glass
Stay away from
yeah.
the monitor.
Don't let me burn you though. No, I'm not gonna burn you. Burn me to burn you.
Okay, you just take the lid off and then leave it. So take the lid off.
So you're not gonna be here.
There you go.
Bottom,
That's good.
What do you mean?
I didn't recognize your hat.
and then shake it around so it comes into the bottom. You might want to put a
Here we
little
go.
That's all.
You're not being. You're giving out. Okay.
Okay, you're
I'm
stressing
in
out
for
way
it right
too
now.
much. It's okay, Max. Take a deep breath.
But you're like, oh, you're
No, I
like.
did.
Take a deep breath.
Deep
Deep breath.
scripting.
Deep breath.
I'm zero.
It's okay. We can go for 2 rounds.
There
It's
we
okay.
go.
Okay, I'll tell you when to stop.
Not bad at all.
You were saying it doesn't seem like
I'm dimming.
Oh, that's absolutely.
you're good. And since you have more liquid, you might want to like
She's so annoying. She's
Right?
annoying.
So is this one just under here is
You go to my
a
back.
good old fashioned bar magnet that we have in school, and it's stuck to a motor.
There's a time
You turn this, the motor spins, the magnet spins, and this is a magnet that spins the motor. Yeah, simple thing, but it's so
My skin
helpful.
is getting red. Is that
Because you can
why?
imagine if you've got like 10 things to work, you know, not having to sit still and just get them all
you were
running.
I think we should.
I want to be benched.
No, that's what I'm saying. You should like probably bench like. Just be like, yeah, my stomach
it
is
feels
like
really
really
stressful.
and have cramps in my back.
Good luck,
That's so
good luck,
funny.
we'll help you out. Make
That's
sure
so
you know which
funny.
ones are yours. How many people in your group? 4? So in your group, guys, come on.
I think there's 3.
What? Who? Where? What?
In group 4, there's 2 next to us. Yeah, you can do 1 per person, we made enough.
Okay.
When we switch to 100 mils.
Uh-oh. 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 Okay, don't
Could
say
you
that.
Speaking.
Oh, we can't tell if our one's leaking or it's or there's like or there's water.
Could you pass me the snail trail?
Oh.
Okay. So who's gonna pour it? Stop. You're done. Put it down. Okay, who's pouring it? Bartek? Okay. Put the gloves on.
You alright?
Okay, so
Hey, let's see how to play.
take the lids
I'll
off.
teach you how. One day, in the meantime, don't grab my stuff and stuff.
And then someone else is gonna pour
Never
it.
mind. No, I don't.
So go from here. We don't know if it's take the lid off. Don't stress about it. No, you go at it. That's good, yeah. Now put the lid back on. And you want to distribute like all of the liquid between 4 of you. So every time you use like
How you pick all your jewelry
Okay. So we'll probably come back to those tomorrow and we'll actually use them up, but we've got them there. They'll probably be good to use in like 45 minutes, but we're not going to use them in 45 minutes.
Why?
Well, because we're not. Because that's going to be what we start tomorrow with.
Because also 45 minutes to take us to the end.
Sorry?
That's a great answer.
I thought that was a pretty good answer.
Should we like get a marker or something and like write on the top of it?
I don't. Go clean it. All right, so guys, let's do a quick cleanup. So what we're going to do, can I get people to put the scales back? Stop doing that. That's my desk, not your art tablet. Scales put back, and like the other ones, I like the cord loosely wrapped, closed up. I need somebody to take the hot plate back. I need somebody to take the agar back. I need somebody to take that beaker back. Somebody to take the scoops back. Everyone get up and move something. Many hands, light work, all that jazz.
They didn't use all 4 dishes, so what do I do with the last one?
Put it back in. Did that jig get open?
Huh?
Did it get open?
they should be in order because they have numbers on them. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 1, 3, 4, and 5 are here, and 2 is in that Bainbridge room. Down on the field, buddy. We did pretty good, actually. Most people go so hard with this, right? That was pretty good. Whenever we get counters back, I just want to have a center table in there. And all that can go in the dishwasher. In that room. That will get hung up on the back wall. If you head back here, I'll show you what. Yep, that.
Mr. Orlando, where do the
If you go
dishes
to
go?
let's leave those out. Can somebody go rinse this in the sink in there? Yeah, that can go back in there as well. In the back room, sorry. And these can go. And then if somebody can take disinfectant spray and throw it down the counters, we'll be good to go. Nope, I rinse and days. Because I'm cheap.
Paper towel?
It isn't going to freeze, you know.
Yeah, I'll spray you.
The names don't matter until you actually use them. You know what I mean? Like, if you use them as a spray or petri dish, it doesn't matter. Once we've actually prepared them with an animal.
Yes, I need that much. Oh,
What if you say,
Can your thumb bend all the way back? Can you do it? Or like, no, like I mean like this, but your thumb. How do you do that?
William?
So like this, yeah, that. Like,
I can move my arm like
mine
this.
can't even bend it.
Like, wait, yeah, watch this. Yeah, watch this. Okay, watch this. You mean like this?
Oh no. I need to jump.
And I don't have time for a nap. So that's great.
I can't do that and I'm not
Yeah, I have to
First
go
I couldn't do that.
home.
All right, so that's the process. And if you design a lab later on, or if I come up with a lab later on, where one of the things we need to do is if we design a lab later on, either one of us, where we need to culture plates, that'll be step 1. Does that make sense? Step 2 we'll do tomorrow, where we're going to take those plates and we're going to swab something and transfer that swab onto them. Does that make sense? And I'll show you a video of what that looks like in a minute, actually. But first, you know what I'm going to do? My attendance. So while I do my attendance, would you mind handing these out for me? Yeah. Is that okay? Am I right? There's nobody in here who still needs to write their bio test. Is there?
Oh, half of mine.
Oh yeah. Do you want to?
Yeah, I can
Do you want to jump on? That'd be great. Right. We broke it in half. Sure. Anyone else? No, right? Okay. There you go. If you don't mind handing those out for me.
Should I write you?
Critten's here. Evan, I saw. Yeah, Evan's here.
Are these good?
I like them. They're not like great. They're decent. It's a decent candy. I don't know. Is it the pink or the red? Blue's good. The blue's good. Deanna is here. Safira is here. Audrey, not here, right? Kayla is here for sure. There's Kayla. Aiden's here for sure. There we are. Kira's here for sure. Kardic's here for sure. Andrea. Where's Andrea? No Andrea? Andrea. Angela's here. Novak's here. Oblinsky's here. Samuel's here. Cashy's here. Solange is here. Sunny's here. Good to go. All right.
Oh, I just gave him the wrong person.
Oh wait, wrong person, my bad.
Oh yeah, the wrong person.
Max, as it happens, I know that you know who Kira is.
I think I read it wrong.
I'm really confident that you know who Kira is.
Read it wrong. It's a K in the name, so I think.
Are you
Did you get Critten's
K
Zirconics?
names.
What's going on?
Too many K names.
Kira.
It's like, oh, there we go, Kira.
And the marker.
I know, and it's your last name's Gamble. I know that. I just wasn't paying attention.
Literally just four. Four K names. 5, 6,
K names. All names start with a K. Wait, is there right?
Where'd you go?
The ones who put X's.
Then Andrea and Audrey aren't here, right?
Oh, okay. That's good.
Sterling?
Sorry?
Andrea and Audrey aren't here.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, there you go.
Angela, what'd you get?
Oh, well, not all these are marked.
Can I see?
No.
Can it be that bad?
What did you get, Angela? What did you get?
Yours is higher than me.
Can I see?
This is terrible.
Can I see?
Let me see. She said it's not that bad. Just let us see.
At least.
What's that supposed to mean?
At least.
Vikram, what did you
I'd
get?
rather know him than you of all people.
Hey, you're Vikram. What did you get?
86. What'd you get?
1 off.
Real.
So Angela, what did you get? It can't be that bad.
Okay, hey, listen. People don't have to share the marks with you, and you don't have to share your marks with them.
To make you feel better. Make you feel better. I'm we got harder than what we just.
Vikram, did you not study?
Didn't study. 86.
Any other years?
You too.
Oh, because usually he gets 1 grade lower than me, but technically 1 grade too, so maybe around 93. Actually, yeah, probably because it was a multi class.
Two bacteria in
That part was key.
Did you do it rather than toilet?
Yes, I did it
I didn't take it that way, but like,
No,
I
you
did.
didn't.
I'm supposed to be doing something else. What's your mark on this test?
Is that it?
No.
Not again.
You got this.
Thank you.
I have faith in you.
I don't, but
Also, Kira.
well, I would not have.
That's a little petty.
Okay, I wanted to show you swabbing techniques. Because what you're going to do tomorrow, or if they've all set, we can do it at the end of class today, but more likely it'll be tomorrow, and that's okay. Is for this one, we don't have an experiment in mind. So we're not going to, eventually we'll do some experiment maybe with this where you'd say like, I want to tell the difference between a bacterial swab before somebody's washed their hands and then after somebody's washed their hands, right? And you could do a before hand wash versus hands washed with soap. And then you get another person and do before wash and then after washed with hand sanitizer, whatever. You could do an experiment. But the first time around, we're just going to do the actual physical technique. So first, we made the plates, which can we all agree pretty easy, right? Every once in a while, they won't set. And if we go back and they haven't set, it means you didn't get the water hot enough. Anyone ever had that happen when they made Jell-O at home? It just never sets. Anyone ever made Jell-O at home?
It always sets for us too.
Yeah, as long as the water gets hot enough, it'll set. So if they didn't, it's actually super easy. You just put back in the beaker, you heat it up better, you make sure it comes to a boil, you re-pour it, it'll set. Not a big deal. But then you have to get the bacteria to put on there. And what we're going to use is just a swab, a cotton swab. So let's just watch this.
For the touch DNA, you first want to take a slightly wet swab. I already wetted it down a little bit. And then swab
Pretty straightforward technique, yes. Whatever surface you want.
Door
One thing you'll
handle.
note, though, is trying to rotate the swab so that you're getting it on all surfaces. Does that make sense? Well, that's making me uncomfortable. Stop that.
I would normally do this with gloves.
Yeah, now I should point out they're not wearing gloves. If you want to get a good clean sample, you should be wearing a mask so you're not breathing on your swab.
And
you should be
then
wearing gloves so you're not transferring your own.
you would use a dry swab to go back over to collect any DNA that was left over from a swab box.
So that's a little bit swab, a little bit creepy, I suppose. And then, how do we actually put it onto the plate? This is the second half of the technique. So first we swab the surface. We'll use a slightly wet swab because it's a little bit better at collecting things. And then, now they're going to show it they have bacteria growing in a culture here. We're just going to take it directly from what we just set, but you'll see they're coming off that with that wet swab. You see he opens up the plate. And just back and forth, back and forth. Oh, I turned the sound off.
Time to evenly access fluid.
So again, this is the point you'll be coming at, right? Because you will have just taken your swab from your surface and then...
Carefully swab the entire surface of the agar plate, ensuring that the swab overlaps each time to evenly distribute the inoculum. Then turn the plate 120 degrees and swab again. Repeat.
Yeah, so in his case, he isn't going and swabbing something. This would be working in a lab where somebody has sent you a sample. So for example, if you worked in a lab where you were testing somebody's blood or somebody's urine, if you were testing a sample that was sent in, it would already be dissolved in water. We are going to just go directly from where we swab onto the plate. Does that make sense? So you don't have to have this step in the middle. You could. What you would do is you'd put a bit of a nutrient broth where bacteria can kind of thrive, and then you would let them be in there for a bit, and then when you got your sample to your lab, you'd transfer it to the plate. We're just going to go directly from what we swab, go over and put it onto our plate. Does that make sense? Now, if we were doing this under normal conditions, again, we'd wear gloves, we'd wear masks. I'm not going to waste that equipment today because we don't actually care about making sure all our bacteria only come from the thing we're swabbing, right? So when we do it tomorrow, we'll still use distilled water, just because it's good practice. I would just use one of the spray bottles, and I would just spray it onto the tip of your Q-tip, right? It doesn't need to be soaking wet, just a little bit wet, a little bit damp. Then whatever surface you want to swab, go swab it like we saw, making sure you rotate the tip as you go. You don't need to do the dry pass as well. That's for if you're doing like a forensic DNA lab where you want to make sure you get every last little possible piece of DNA. First you'd go with a wet swab, then you'd go with a dry one. You don't need to worry about that. You can if you want to. And then you're going to go to your plate and do it like this, where you see swab all the way across, make sure they overlap, rotate 120 degrees, swab, make sure they overlap, rotate 120 degrees, swab, make sure they overlap. Does that make sense? If the plates have dried, you're welcome to do that now, and you may do so. I'll get the Q-tips. You can go wherever you want and do that. If they haven't, we'll do it first thing tomorrow. I'm going to give you the rest of the period. What's due today? Your disease project. So get that into me. Right? Today. That's today, right? I'm not imagining that. Was it yesterday?
Oh, it might have been yesterday.
Oh, perfect. Then I should already have them. Oh, God, I should have marked them yesterday. Sorry about that. I'll mark them today. But hey, that means I won't know if it's a day late. So if you didn't get that into me yesterday, get that bad boy in, and your stupid teacher won't even be aware. That's a pretty good deal, right?
Only shown on Teams?
Sure, but what I'm saying is, I guess if I wasn't smart enough to remember what day it was due. Sorry?
Willful ignorance?
No willful ignorance, penance. If I can't remember, how can I blame you for not remembering, right?
For the disease thing, when I keep looking up where it's from,
Yeah.
it's not telling me where, it's telling me what age. So
That's probably telling you it's everywhere then. You know what I mean? If they're just saying
1800s, whatever.
Yeah.
there was like 3 things. There was like PowerPoint and all that stuff.
Those
I
are just
didn't
if you
use.
want to use them.
Oh.
Submit your link.
I did it on Slack.
That's fine. So in
Link it.
guys, if you don't know how, let me show you. If you don't know how to add your work, this is an important skill. It's a very important skill. You got to make sure that you're comfortable like knowing how to hand things in. That's a shame to do a bunch of work and then not get turned in, right? So let's say I made a beautiful Google slide. Shall we do that together?
Sure.
Let's go to drive.dsbn.org and come on now. I hate Google Drive, but that's okay. We got this. And we're going to make a new slides. And oh, nice templates. Oh, look how good that one looks. It looks pretty good. My beautiful, no, you know what, we'll leave it that way. Skydeshow. Okay.
Don't forget to
Mr.
name it.
Borlando. Okay, there we go. And new slide. Wow, this is great work. Give me an A, and I'll give you a cookie.
You give me a cookie, I give you a cookie.
Note.
If you put bacon.
Okay, there we go. So we do all that, and we can all agree this is really good, and I've got to save it, and I'll be like the rest of you monsters, where I'll just save it as untitled presentation. But because it's you guys, it'll be like untitled presentation, and then there'll be like 348 in the background because it ends up being something like that because you have 343 other things named untitled presentation because I hate you. Okay, so there we are. And then here's what really matters. Don't do that. Instead, call it SBI3U 3C, and then project. So what is this? This was assignment 1.2?
Yes. I just did the assignment.
Boy, isn't that a nice title there? Like, doesn't that tell me everything I could possibly want to know? Boy, that's good. As opposed to like slideshow thingy. Yeah, you know who you are. Disease Project is better. Better. Isn't that a nice title? Hell, you could save that in Google Docs and even put it in a folder if you wanted to like have your own life organized. Wouldn't that be amazing? But anyway, enough about that. Then listen, look here. Share, and then look at me. Look at me. If you just do share and copy link, I don't have the ability to edit it. And that doesn't help me. So here's what I want you to do. Oh, it's going to be 2 clicks instead. God forbid. Go to share. And then here, I don't care which one you pick, right? Anyone with a link is good. But look. What do I want to change that to? Editor, or at least commenter. I can't even comment on it if you don't give me commenter, and then I'm annoyed. Because I have to open a whole second document, man, they're not tied to each other. It's super annoying. And God help you, the people who don't even give me access. That makes me really mad. Make sure this says anyone with the link. Because if you just share it to somebody random and copy the link, it's their link. I need to make sure I can open it, all right? Then we copy the link. Then you just go into Teams, right? And I'm going to pretend to be you. Oh, is that so? Oh, that's so hard for you.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for you is what I'd be saying if I felt bad for you, which I don't. All right, then we'd go here. You'd say View Assignment. And I'm going to pretend to be, there's got to be someone here who's dropped the class. There we go. I'm Emily May. All right, here I am. I'm Emily May. And what you guys see when you log in is this whole thing, right? And I'm going to go where? Attach. What am I going to put in?
Link.
A link. I'm going to put it here. And then text to display. Look at that. Very good. And attach. And then what am I going to do? Turn it in. Whoa. I got to be honest, that was fun. That, I got to say, truth be told, that incentivizes me to turn in work.
Did you not know
I got a giraffe.
I haven't seen that one before, no. That's a new one. I like that one. That was pretty slick. There's one that is like a jellyfish. I like that one. Oh, well, keep turning in work. Jellyfish. Anyway, questions about that? So yeah, you've got the period. By the way, why are you mentioning you have trouble turning things in now, a day after something's due? Just because I forgot doesn't mean you're supposed to.
Oh no, I did it. I handed it in yesterday.
Will I be able to open the link?
Oh yeah, I made sure you were.
Oh, good. Okay.
Shared it.
So yeah, if, like I said, you've got the period to work on something, and if your gel has set and you want to do your swabs now, you're welcome to, and that's done. And in which case,
We could actually.
if you want, you can meet me in the back and we can print a label for yours. And what we will also do is we'll print a label with your name on it, and we'll use it to seal it by the edge here so that it stays closed. Does that make sense? You could write your name on it. If you write your name on it, where don't you want to write your name on it?
On the bottom.
Bottom of the top, because then you can't look in, it'll block your view. Because we're not going to reopen these, because once they start growing all kinds of bacteria, is it a good idea to be opening that thing up?
Yes. To get COVID-19.
Well, COVID-19 isn't caused by a bacterium, is it? It's caused by a virus, which is also caused by a virus.
We don't want to get toxoplasmosis.
It's starting
No,
to
you
on
don't.
the bottom.
That's
It's
right.
starting to.
Is anyone swabbing the kitty litter?
What?
Sorry? Does it solidify?
It's getting there. It's starting to on the bottom.
Perfect.
See it.
I'm good. Start swabbing my
But
feet.
still got some.
Yeah, so we'll probably do it tomorrow. Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah, did you not? Sorry? Yeah, go on by. Absolutely. Oh, that's right. I didn't hand them out because I hadn't put them in yet. Yes, I did. Yeah, if you want your functions test, come and get.
Say above 130, below 45.
For you?
Percentage. Like the one each.
I don't remember, but we'll find it.
That's a really dumb idea.
That's what I know. Is it one per person or one per like cookie group?
Either one. Oh, there's a section I want you to finish. Yeah, I'm gonna come back to you. I'm gonna make you come talk to me at lunch.
Next lunch or?
Sorry?
Next lunch, like tomorrow?
Yeah. You did. You honestly, you can grab that. That's fine. But yeah, I didn't
Everybody
put
takes
that
those
because
candies.
it's a
I
blank
take the
section
chocolate.
that kind of pissed her off. There you go. You're very welcome.
Oh my god.
Sorry?
I'm sorry. I'm just sucker for candy.
Yeah, they sure look set. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll show you the swab test.
Oh, where's the test? Where's my... What? What did you get?
Tell me what. What did you get on your test? Like 2%.
Could be better, but I could be better. But honestly, for a first test, I'm happy with that. Glad you're happy with it.
Mine is way lower, so.
I mean, literally the first test.
It's the first test. And anybody got over like a 90.
No, I think people like. I think the highest was like around like.
Yours can't be that high.
Oh wait, that's not. I mean, better than what you okay, but like to be fair, grade 11 function.
I mean, compared to like.
Does anyone else want the functions test? You can come get.
Yeah.
Because like I failed practically almost every test except for the microeconomics test. I was doing for definition.
Oh, you got yours already.
I mean, I could be better, but for first unit test on bio, pretty good.
I'm trying to find out who got the highest score.
Hypothetically, if that section.
What happened, Angie? You okay? What happened?
No, because Mr. Orlando. What? It's not my fault. I'm too smart. Like Mr. Orlando. Sorry.
3% higher talking about too
Sorry.
smart.
No, but Mr. Orlando told me I was second, so I have to find out who's first.
I bet you
He
do.
just told you that to
What did
be
you
like
guys get?
psychological.
73. Nice.
He's sitting at 43, so you're right there.
43.
Yeah.
That's with those blank ones.
Yeah, with all those 4 blank. So let's say you got 5 as an average on all those, you'd be sitting at 53. And by the way, I think you'll do better than 5 average on all those. Let's say you got 6.5 average on all those, and you'd be sitting at 57, which is a lot better than that, right? So no blanks. Blanks are the enemy, my friend. So we're gonna catch that lunch tomorrow, and I think you probably still want to do the redo, right? Because you can do better.
Yeah, I'm the king of redos. I think I did that like. So I had Mr. Peck last year, and he let us do redos.
Okay, so I will not let you do redos of the test. Just to be clear.
Mr. Orlando, for most people's tests, you put a mark for the multiple choice and a mark here. Are they the same?
Oh, what's your overall?
I'm kind of scared. Maybe you shouldn't tell me.
Yeah. I like the fact that you put a percentage on every unit.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't think you did me like that.
Sorry, sometimes I forget. I'm not
okay.
perfect.
It's okay.
MCR, right? Yeah, this is MCR. Why am I missing you? Oh, there you are. Oh no, you're looking. You were asking about your science one.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I was confused. I was like, what are you talking about? You got 100. You didn't get 80, but okay, that's right.
I mean, that's
Okay.
pretty damn good.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
He
no,
wrote a side
it's
note
great.
on the thing. He was like,
I know, I
pretty
heard
good, I
yeah, I
guess.
was just like, I know, I saw two.
Really?
I heard 2 people got 100, and I was like, that's pretty good.
Wait, who else got 100?
Never mind.
Oh, probably not.
No,
You can ask.
he
I'm
said
just not
2
going to
people,
answer.
That's all. Just 2 people.
Yeah, I guess. Rhetorical question. I'll go ask around.
Mr. Orlando, you liked my monkey.
I did.
I gave the monkey a top and like.
Oh, yeah.
It could be. Sam it seemed kind of confused. Did she? I don't actually know.
That is your multiple choice. Your overall was 86.
Oh. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I never wrote your overall mark on it.
Also, question.
Yeah.
Was this common
So you
sense?
got like 86, I believe.
I can read the first part, but the second part I can't read.
86.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll
Oh my gosh, twinsies.
What? Wait, so did nobody get higher?
Yeah, someone got higher.
I'm still trying to find out who that is.
It turns out your decimal places round out slightly different, but you two are basically tied for second.
Wow.
/ tied for third.
Wait, who got higher?
Yeah.
Never mind.
No, it.
What do you mean no? Like you're going to convince me to change my mind? No, but Mr. Leonard, you don't understand. I want to know.
I do want to know. We both want to know.
I don't
actually ask.
Yeah, what were you supposed to do here? I'm looking back.
Check your notes. No, I'll answer your questions. Then check your notes. Sorry?
Do I really want to give you this assignment?
I mean, I don't know.
Do you want a 0?
Listen, 0 is so easy to mark. Oh my god, it's so easy to mark. I love the 0. It takes so little time. You're just like, what did this person get? Oh, it's empty. Great. 0. Boom. Done. On to the next one. Listen, that'd be sweet of you, but I probably want you to get the grade you deserve. But, you know. But yeah, no. I'll tell you what the worst thing in the world to mark is like somebody who's done everything but really screwed it all up. That takes forever. That's like, because 0 is the easiest thing. So blank is real quick. 0, 0, 0, 0. Really good is also quick because you're like, right answer, work looks good, check. Right answer, work looks good, check. Right? Right, that's quick. And then like even wrong answer, but it's like I can spot it quick. Where it's like one mistake, you're like, oh, I know what you did. And that's most mistakes, right? Usually I can be like, oh yeah, I see what you did. And every once in a while you get one you're like, whoa, we're doing crazy stuff here. Like, what are we talking about here? And then that marking takes forever.
Your first name is Joseph, right?
Yeah. Yeah. The bio marking takes longer because there's a lot of reading. You must have felt like you were doing a lot of writing on this.
Well, yeah. Is that why you didn't mark some of the dichotomous keys here? Or did you mark them? Like, just go over them.
I'm working out.
Go you.
Go you.
Yeah, no, I'll take it. That's good. You can put it on there and file that. Alright, so these are all back.
Did you get her 412? No? Wait, did she say no?
And I don't know if I said this yesterday or not, but like I said, with bio, this first one's usually the roughest mark, and the average on this was pretty good. If you're not happy with it, there's no redo or anything on this. But usually I find that, like, you know, once you've been through one and you kind of have a sense of like, okay, that's what, you know, a 3U bio test looks like, people tend to do a little better after that. So I've usually found that this is the worst done one. So if you're doing great, awesome. And if you're struggling, as long as you keep serious about it, you'll probably be fine. What the heck is this? Oh, that's right. If any other group, again, if your things have set, you're welcome to do your cultures now, and then you don't have to think about it tomorrow. Oh yeah, do you want to come print?
There's enough surface here. I don't need to. Actually, I'm done. Actually, I could do that.
I mean that nicely. It sounds like
Why do you sound mad?
because she made it seem like she was bringing me like I don't know, and then like waiting like 4 hours, and she just brings me because at that point it was like getting dirty.
You made mine dirty.
Yeah, you're being really ungrateful. Do you know that there are people dying right now?
You know that I don't.
What is it with you and that? Like every time someone says
That sounds like
This is the craziest. Yeah, this is the craziest personal problem I've ever heard of in my life.
Wait, what's the problem?
What's the problem? Deanna's complaining that her mom got her Tim Hortons instead of a buffet.
from wherever.
Yo, I wish I had them.
My mom doesn't even get me to come in.
Mom doesn't get you to come in?
When is it?
No, he gives me 2 more teas every morning.
Oh, you're lucky. My mom's like, my mom's dead when she's not.
Aw.
She's the first to lie even when.
Well, my stepdad's dead, so.
Did he make you feel better?
Oh, what was I think yes. One time in math class,
Yo, wait.
walking, and my sister, and I said to my mom likes to joke that she killed my stepdad, and the whole class just went dead silent, and the teacher was like, well, that was a good time to tune that conversation.
Well,
my man is staying for the rest of the
I don't want to stay in the case.
Okay, have some confidence in yourself. You don't think you're bad at basketball.
What about this is also like the one day out.
Where's your confidence? Hey, the more confidence you have, the more players. No, it's not. It's literally that. It's like
That's where I like
Everything else.
Yeah.
like I don't always
Everything else I
I
don't
remember
like. I only got like a
actually so bad. Like I don't know.
They hang out like
It's okay. If you're one of the men, then you can be like mixed up with someone else.
Yeah, my
Oh, wait, you have to look on first.
everything. I made my equation over that.
Short answers are the easiest.
I think the easiest part for me was
Ask someone to
I
keep
died.
it up.
No, I was in the last bit. I got
Skip it, just go ask Shelby.
and then
You can yell it. If you
background
really
I got
want to yell it, stop.
All the answers said that they're short answers.
Like, ask someone.
I got 75 and
Ask someone who's in a good mood.
90.
Yeah, me and Shelby are not.
Ask Hazel.
I got
He just put
reading. I got 100. So I know that.
about positions.
And actually, guys, it just occurred to me that they're going to be making popcorn in here today. So can we get our dishes and just move them into the center table in the back so that they don't get all popcorny?
Why don't we get popcorn?
Absolutely get popcorn. Who's coming to the movie tonight?
I kind of have to. Yeah, I have no
I
choice.
only saw the posters today.
You should come.
I didn't even see the photo.
I would sleep.
Guys, what time is it? 7?
It starts at 7.
7.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to make it.
The movie starts at 7 and then I can come like 6:30. Yeah, I would have to walk almost an hour and I would prefer not to be walking around my neighborhood at like 9 o'clock at night.
nobody's gonna know.
No, in the office, please.
6 and 9.
And it's not like it's air sealed.
Settle down. What's your language?
No, it's because they don't actually.
Not settled yet. I don't want to spill it.
If that didn't settle, I wonder if we didn't get hot enough.
Probably
Should've
not.
found out.
Probably not.
I mean,
It's somewhat settled, but not fully.
yeah, that's okay. We'll take care of it. Nothing we can't fix.
Why is everyone dissing the chocolates?
What are they dropping?
I got one of those chocolate things and everyone's dissing me for it.
It's so good.
Have
you had it yet?
Yeah.
It's so
I
good.
just had one and
People
everyone's
are
dissing
dumb.
me. Do you like it?
Just ask him.
Can I take a... Thank you.
No.
What?
So then, like, he was like, so I ran to 60 and now my
I like marshmallow on pizza.
Oh, yo, that's
Because I'm not bothered for mine.
Can you stop yelling? I'm sorry. Jesus. My mommy can't bring me to school. I'm not mad. Whose good handwriting is this?
Let's see. Mine.
Why are you lying?
Oh, I can't.
Why are you lying?
I'm actually not lying. It's actually not bad. Okay, tell me how bad it is.
No way.
You didn't have to like say anything. You could have just been like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, what? It's not even that bad. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
see, you guys like criticize it when it's up on the board, but then you see it printed out. It's not so bad, right?
This is actually good.
That's why I don't believe you.
That's just one of my notes. Like, that's not actually what it's when I prepare my notes in advance, I do this at home. What I'm going to say.
Okay, you look it up. Alright, every person you'll actually get
Metal.
Amy always has like, yeah, but they're, I just feel like,
Here's your
they're
one more.
He was like,
you guys gonna rock and roll this game? You're gonna crush the enemy?
Yeah, I want
You're
to
gonna bend them to
decide
submission?
that it's going to my back, and it hurts.
Sorry?
I cramps like right here.
That sucks. That's
And
bad
it's like
timing.
going all the way to the back.
That is bad timing. I'm sorry to hear that.
I was shooting corner threes in practice and I was making them, but I don't know if I should try it in game.
Yeah, you should. It's like your son.
And on top of that, like usually most of the time, if I shot and I missed, it would bounce off the rim instead of like a total air ball, or like hit the back of the backboard or something.
I'd say give it a shot.
I'd say at the beginning of the game when I'm up higher, would make more sense. It's like as soon as I get on.
I would say if you have a clear shot,
My shots are pretty.
no, but what I mean is like if you're unobstructive, nobody's defending you, especially they're probably not going to be defending threes very hard, then just pretend you're in practice and take the shot, right? Like, because if nothing else, if you do that and hit, if you do that, if you do that and hit the rim, then they're going to think, oh my gosh, this girl can actually make a three, and then if nothing else, they're going to have to defend you if you're out wide, which is going to create opportunities under the basket, right? So I would say, no, I'm not your coach, so obviously if she says don't you dare, then don't you dare.
She told me I could if I was confident.
Yeah.
She said I would never say no to that.
Whereas Trush says,
no.
No threes.
Oh, 40% that didn't happen. Don't pick that up.
But yeah, I would say, generally speaking, if you feel like you can make it, make it.
Autumn can make threes.
Autumn made a bunch of threes last year.
Yeah, but she's...
Who?
Autumn?
Autumn. Oh, yeah.
She can do threes.
Yeah, recently though, she's been a little like upset, yeah. I think she was upset the first time because she wasn't like starting lineup. But I think the reason, it was like a strategy for Miss Mitchell because we have two lineups and we're going to run one for 4 minutes, the other for 4 minutes. So she has to like do a mix of like good, decent players kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, and Autumn's a good player.
Other good, another good.
I can't stand this like bitch about where you are in the lineup things. Go play the game. If you get benched for 80.
If you get first, oh yeah, I'm in first. But if I get like if I'm benched second, then like oh I get time to.
If you're benched for the first hour and or for the first 25 minutes.
There's a minute left.
Yeah, you're down to a minute. Time's up.
Well, I'm bleeding right now.
What's that got to do with a swab?
So put it on the swab.
Yeah, no, we're not putting blood samples. No. I would love to, but we are not permitted. So that's a big niet.
Isn't that a health hazard?
What is this?
Which one?
Yeah, the thing is,
The record?
Whatever this thing is.
Oh no, that's finger stuff.
Oh, I'll show you.
You put it on.
Yeah, so your record's get dusty.
Oh, it's only for the record.
Yeah.
So this one's just for like dusty.
Yeah, I had one of those.
And then this one, you put the solution on it. It's like a deep cleaner.
Yeah, I had one of those.
Oh no! Hey, I'm gonna try to get down there and watch, but if I don't, good luck today. Who are you playing?
Sanford.
Leave him alive.
What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. The thing is, some people complain about like not getting playing time, but like skillish, you just get better.
That is skill.
Harsh? It was harsh.
Okay, but last year you benched me like for half the grade 9 season, and I just considered getting better.
Oh, what? Don't let those like spotlights shining down on Angel Flyer.
What did you do?
I know, I have no idea what the hell's going on here, but it's annoying me.
Isn't that Arctic?
That was not me.
Is that not your shoes?
No.
You look guilty as hell. You look
No.
guilty as hell.
It's by grade 9s.
We've got a delivery date on my dog's wash for
I was not. How was I in your music class last year?
Caitlin's gonna bring it in on the Tuesday after the Thanksgiving.
How's Caitlin doing?
She's doing alright.
Yeah?
She told me yesterday she asked why there were 11 people on selling.
Who's her mole on the inside? You? Or are you keeping her?
No, she's like still in business.
Oh, that's so funny.
Because her account gets limited and like I forget how many days, but I think she had 42.
There you go. But yeah, she's doing alright? Did she sound stressed or did she sound at peace?
She's at peace.
Oh, I'm so glad. That's wonderful. She's a smart cookie, your sister. I'm a big fan.
Well, I think for bonds, I'm like, oh my god, this is so stupid.
Me too, the last one.
Do you think if they like, I know you probably don't know, but if I were to ask one of the shop teachers if they stay after school, do you think it'd be a possibility I could stay after school too? Like, possibly with them?
Like in the shop?
Yeah.
It's definitely possible. It's just a question of do they say yes or do they say no?
Well, yeah, I know.
You know, but
along with school rules and stuff like that too.
oh, they're definitely allowed to. Like they could if they wanted to stay late and watch you work late, they could. So you could even say like, is there a day somebody stays late where I could work late on this, or does everyone leave every day?
I'm just wondering because like school rules and stuff like that. I don't know if
Yeah,
they'd
no.
be allowed to stay out of school time.
No. I think like to the best of my knowledge, permissible as long as like you can. Yeah. Yeah.
Period 2, please.
Period
Yep.
2. That's crazy.
Sorry, I was busy trying to pretend they don't exist. Yeah, you heard me.
How? I got you. I heard the ding and I was like, gave it away. Great job. Responsible educator.
Taryn, hand me a pink one, please.
You excited for first period next semester?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, chemistry? I'm in it.
11 chem?
It's a split.
Oh.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's a weirdo. It's an 11 university, 12 college, 12 university split. Should be
We're
good.
sitting beside each other.
No, you're not, because you're in different courses. But
Your grade 12 is supposed to be already online, right?
I've already started recording it, because you guys are gonna have to work from like pre-recorded lessons, which I'm not like happy about, but that's what it is.
But that's really weird.
Attention all students, don't forget to check
It's
your
just because
emails
there's
so
only
that
like 5 of
link
you,
to
and I didn't want you to end up
form that you
online.
need to
So
fill
this
out
way,
to sign
like
up
you're
for your
working
sessions
through a
on
module,
Tuesday.
but at least
Today's
you're in
the
the
deadline. You
classroom
need to
with
get
me.
your
I'm
student
here. I can
requests
help you
in.
out.
Please pick
That's
your
the thinking.
selections for the sessions you want to go to on Tuesday. You'll find the link in your email.
Oh
Thanks
my
everyone.
gosh.
Good night.
I need to do that.
No, you probably should.
Wait, are you guys talking about the consensus?
No, that's. Are you
Why do
grade
they want
11?
to know if we're gay or not?
Yeah, actually,
Sorry?
yeah.
That's what they're
Not
trying
the
to
student
ask.
consensus.
Census,
That's
not
a
consensus.
different. No, not
It's
that.
not only for grade 11.
No, there's another one.
Sure,
that
they want to
sent-
know because that's useful
Okay,
information,
it's not the
right?
census
Like,
that she's talking about.
sorry?
How is it useful to the school?
Lots of things are useful. Well, no, but it's not just that. Like you've got to know, like,
Okay,
in fact,
play this.
like it's very useful. Sure, it's very useful to know, like, within your student body, like, how are students performing based on categories, right? Like, is there a category that's being left behind? Is there a category that, because is there a correlation between people who say that they feel welcome in school and people who say they're gay? Well, that's important, right? If all of your gay students say they don't feel like they're comfortable in a building, that's important information, right?
Well, why does
So-
it matter when the people at the school board probably don't like half the gay things that happen in the school?
I don't quite know what that means. I don't know what you mean by that.
I don't know. I mean, when I went to Dame, this one was talking about like their boyfriend, this guy, and the French teacher started calling him a faggot at like Dame. So like, why does the school
Well,
care?
first of all, I mean,
That's Dame.
Dame is an entirely different school board, right? So I can't speak to that.
Okay,
but
the announcement that they're making is about another email. It might be from Miss McGlynn or something, and it's like for the people who are coming in.
and for the life after high school. Oh, I like that. I like that guitar part. That's good.
Also, do you know anything about SHSM?
Yeah, a little bit. Well, what in particular?
The construction at SHSM. Because Mr. Armadillo is trying to get me into his next semester class. That's grade 11, 12. I'm in the grade 11 or grade 12 class right now.
Okay.
So if he's just wondering, I'm able to take all construction as my.
It's just I can't reach my arm fully around it. It's like a big throw.
That I'm not sure of. I don't know the specifics of the construction SHSM.
It will now.
Well, to do here, but it's like, you know, because of that.
Has Preston visited all this year?
No, but I need to. I've been meaning to do a coffee with him, and I keep forgetting to. I gotta get on that. He's a what?
He's a busy boy.
He is a busy boy. I'm a busy boy too. Oh my god.
No one
I'm so tired.
compares to it.
Sorry?
No one compares to your busyness.
Oh my god. Well, that's just because other people can do things efficiently.
I think you just do too much.
Well, two things can be true. I can take on too much and be horribly inefficient. What are you working on? What's up? Question?
I just want to see if we can have a catch up on student discussion questions.
Yeah, you bet.
That was
Yeah, you bet.
to
Are you in the last charts?
No,
Are
but it
you?
might be later on the last chart.
That might be. Actually, just come here. Just come right here. Let's do it here.
That's so crazy. I was in this movie with this beauty. Are you gonna take a nap before the movie tonight, Mr. Orlando?
Oh, I got to mark. I got a billion things to
Say yes
mark.
right now. Say yes right now. Give me a ride. Kartik is younger than you. How can he give you a ride? Read the whole thing.
She said.
No, his mom.
My
Oh.
mom's gonna be at work. I'm so hungry.
I still don't know about that much.
Ample, how's your semester going?
Speaking of, they recently just got me into a new band.
Who's that?
Shabbat.
Don't know.
Reminds me of like Deftones mixed with Tool. Who knows? But super sweet.
Actually, don't sit there.
That's cool.
My shoes.
I forgot. Sorry.
All right.
No, you don't. You can do it the other way.
Can I also, what am I doing?
Yeah.
No, you're not allowed. Get out. I'm sorry.
Like with the citation on it about
Have any of you ever been part of setting up the big old screen before?
No.
Oh, great. We're all going to learn in about 10 minutes. Make sure we have a team.
Well, we have people for setup that are coming.
When are they coming? 5:30? Okay.
Is that too late? I
No.
can do it right now.
It's a little late. Doesn't give you a ton of time to troubleshoot, but that's okay. We'll make it work. I'll probably have these guys set the screen up with me.
Those are probably a fun setup.
What's our question?
I need a statement on the rate of trips and reaction determined on your time course experiment. Really pretty glasses.
Wait, why are there like 4 golden strings? That's weird.
Because it's an acoustic. The G string is wrapped on an acoustic when it's unwrapped on an electric.
Wait, what?
The G string is wrapped on an acoustic set, but it's unwrapped on an electric set.
That's weird.
Acoustic strings are also bronze, but electric strings can't be bronze because the electric strings work with a magnet, and bronze isn't ferromagnetic, so they have to use nickel strings.
Mr. Orlando, do you want to join my band?
No, I don't, but that's very kind of you to offer.
Why not?
Hey, frankly, it would be a little weird. It would be a little weird. If you're like,
Not really.
yeah, I'm Kartik, I'm like, you're 15 or 16? I'm 16. My friend, like, I don't know, everyone's name rhymes with Aiden now, so we'll say, this is Aiden, he plays bass, he's 16. That's Traden on drums, he's 15. That's Joe, he's 42. See what I mean? Like, that's a little weird, right? A little weird? A little weird, right? Yeah. Anyway, but I'll tell you this, like, if your band's ever playing somewhere, I'll go listen to your band. I'd enjoy that. But, yeah, no. A little weird. You found a source.
That's not the real citation, but that's just where I want to put the
Yeah,
citation.
Oh my god. That looks good. So these are the last two? Okay, so assessing the effects of substrate and enzyme concentrations, temperature and pH on trypsin. Okay, so what is your dieta?
I want to see you write it. Yeah, my point.
Okay, so this was substrate and enzyme, this is temperature, and then that was pH.
Okay, and these are your data, yeah? Okay, so this is the BAPNA and trypsin. Is that all you did for? That's what you used for every pH, temperature, yeah.
Yeah, it was just different like
Yep.
amounts.
Yeah. So. So in this case, we look at what happens when we change substrate concentration, and the change. fairly minimal, right? There is, so, you know, having more trypsin seems to have gotten you a little bit more, right? But the implication here is that even statistically significant? I don't know. That's a marginal change. So is it maybe the case, you know, it wouldn't even make much sense to say, why would having twice as much trypsin lead to you having less, you know, less stuff? Well, what we do know is when you double the amount of substrate, in this case with Vapna, we get basically twice as much of the product formed, right? Yeah, this isn't really enough of a scale to sort of, part of what I would say this. I would say, first of all, there's not much you can say about, generally speaking, except to say that, like, changing your substrate, changing how much enzyme you have may change how quickly it happens, but doesn't in the end make any more happen, because of course the enzyme doesn't get used up, right? Whereas changing substrate concentration does, right? Does that make sense? In other words, think of it this way. The enzyme is the machine that breaks something apart, right? If you only have one machine, it'll take twice as long as if you have two machines, but you'll still break everything apart. Does that make sense? But if you double how much stuff you have to break apart, you'll get twice as much stuff at the end. Does that make sense? So doubling how many machines you have doesn't really meaningfully change anything. I would argue that those two numbers are fundamentally the same. You know what I mean? Like they're in the pocket with each other. They certainly don't represent a doubling, right? Like you doubled this and it actually went down a little bit, but it didn't go down much, right? It went down 10%. Right? Whereas when you doubled the amount of substrate, now you basically saw a doubling. In fact, it's exactly double that one, right? So with more substrate, in other words, with more raw materials, you can make twice as much stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't know, that one just kind of...
Well, I think what you want to say is enzyme concentration doesn't seem to have a meaningful effect on enzyme activity, you know, over that course of time, right? And did you only do one measurement at the end here? You didn't do timed measurements? Yeah. So I would just say, like, or after, what was the duration?
I waited 30 seconds. It didn't say, I just waited 30 seconds because I figured...
So you could say within 30 seconds, enzyme concentration doesn't seem to make a meaningful difference in the outcome. But over that same 30-second span, changing substrate concentration, doubling the substrate concentration roughly doubled the enzyme activity, suggesting a linear relationship, you know? Does that make sense? Because if doubling one thing leads to doubling the rate, then that suggests a linear relationship, right? It suggests that if you tripled it, you'd get 3 times as much. That obviously won't go on indefinitely. Does that make sense? Whereas trypsin concentration didn't seem to make any meaningful change.
Can I borrow this? No, I actually seem to
Yeah.
Hey, if they read it like this, what are you guys doing?
When I refrain from somebody saying can I, and I managed to stop myself from saying may I, I'm always pleased with myself. Like I'm learning to be a more polite person. It comes very hard to me.
Jen sometimes doesn't pronounce like words correctly, or she just like uses the correct terminology, and like always grammatically correct her, and she gets so annoyed by it. But I continue to do it because it annoys me. Or she just goes, whatever, you get the point.
Sorry?
Can I charge my phone charger in here?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Alright.
absolutely.
Hi, Kiki. How long are you staying until? 9?
Yeah.
Actually, what is the date again, I guess?
9.
9 or 10?
Okay, okay.
I don't know. I'm being helpful as
Well, I
helpful
mean,
as
we're gonna
possible
clean up,
because
right?
I
Are you
don't
gonna clean up?
want
So,
switch
I'm
flips.
okay. I'll
Oh,
join
can
cleanup,
you
I
guys
don't
tag
mind.
team?
Freaking, are you gonna park
Kay
on
is
me?
so kind.
Yeah, I
She
know.
always adds everyone, and then in the comments I'm like, Kay, just so Kay, just so you, just so you. And then I talk to everyone, and they're like, oh no, we don't tag team. Check team. I'm gonna hit you.
Wait, if I
Don't
sign...
you have to respond to our protection post?
Wait, Jordan, if I signed up for like
One
a
team.
team...
Yeah, I am on team.
No, team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, general. Would you look at that?
No, I didn't.
Wait, let me see.
I only saw the notification like pop up, right?
Yeah.
Like you assigned a task. I'd be like, oh okay, that's fine, and then I just like put out a reminder. I never opened up that.
That's
Wait,
what the main
wait.
stuff is for your
Oh
information.
my
Task.
god.
Task, you want apps?
Excuse me.
You're gonna get to see everything you need to do.
Oh, so do I need to put up time?
No.
That's so weird. That's like
I know.
yo, okay, no,
I
that day
know.
was not my fault. I looked usually like it gives me a notification like if I if I have anything to
Is
scroll.
your memory that bad?
Sorry?
No, it's not. It's not that. It's just like with my phone.
Yeah, I
Usually
actually.
what pops up is red. I
There's
looked
two
at the
questions I
date.
want you to
It
finish.
was the next
I'm not going to be doing it right now because I can
morning.
get this and I can go renew my license.
And
But it
then
turns out I've been
I
driving without a valid driver's
the
license
morning
since
I
July.
walk in my house,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
no
doing my
notification.
homework
I don't have
today with
anything to do
Rostrum,
today.
and then I'm
And
doing
then
all the
Owen
travel
looks at me
questions
like,
tonight.
Amazing.
I was like, wait, what?
I'll be here too. We can even take a look at it after, but I just do first have to get my driver's license renewed so I'm not legally driving.
Yeah.
I pulled out my driver's license to.
I need to look at the news or stuff.
I can't sleep. I was on time.
And I also wanted
And
to talk
listen.
to you about what happened
Like
today.
I was
So
late
the
for my
T-cell,
class, but
something
I said
happened at
meet
home.
you
So
like right at 8:30.
Oh,
I
I did
got
that
there.
too.
I got there like 8.
Sorry to hear that. I really
I'm
am.
always a late first period. It's
Yeah,
so
exactly.
tragic. It's so
Like be
tragic.
early on time.
I'll see you too.
I got
Listen,
there.
keep
He
your
was
head up.
late today.
You're gonna make it.
He was behind me in line to get the a
No,
late
that was
slip.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Wait, what? I
Were
walked
you
in.
wearing white today? No, you were wearing like white yesterday.
Okay, it was yesterday.
You're not. You're functional when it's
Any
like
brown person
dead important.
functional?
I'd like to think that.
Liar.
I'll
You either show up on time or don't show up at all. I at least show up.
You show
Okay,
up
it's
late.
at least
But
show up
at
on
least
time
show
or
up. It's
15
better than
minutes late.
nothing.
Yeah, after the thing's done, then you show
Wait,
up.
did you tell Jordan about that one time I made you wait 15 minutes like on Sunday?
Oh, okay. So
I'm punctual.
this guy said let's walk together, right? It was like 7:50. He said I'll leave my house. We're gonna be a bit late, but we'll walk. I was
Yes.
like, okay, I'm down. I waited like 15 minutes. No fucking got here. Then I was like, oh, where's my house? So we started walking. Then he's asking where he goes. So he goes. He's like, they start walking. I walk out, and then like 15 minutes later, no response from him. I text him, no response. So then goodbye time, I'm like, oh man, I don't know what's going on. And like 20 minutes, I walk back out.
Bro, just go
Still
to
no response.
school.
No.
Just go to school. You'll see him at
I
school
should have,
anyways.
but I come up at 5:30 to the school. So that's so strange. Anyways, and I
Oh,
never
Mr.
saw
Orlando,
him.
how long will you be here? Like in the classroom?
I gotta go renew my driver's license. And other than that, I'll be here.
Another 20 minutes. That's fine.
Wait, so are
I
you
just gotta
leaving or are you
respond.
gonna come back?
I'll come back.
I was out and then I got the random shit like that. This guy
Things
knows
that
me.
look like you.
Oh my gosh.
On your phone.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, only if it's like really
Feeling
painful.
refreshed today.
Like
It's good.
one
I
time.
feel like dead.
What should do is sleep.
Actually, it's so funny. I went home yesterday,
I actually
took an
fell
Advil
asleep
because I
though.
had a
I'm not
headache,
pressing for
passed
this.
out in 5
But
minutes.
Matt tells me
I
Well,
was
the
so
amount of times I
tired,
burned
and
myself
I
while
set
trying
an
to check
alarm
if it's like
for
hot
like
again.
6:45 p.m.
put her on a
and woke up
Well,
confused as to how like I didn't
Stop.
sleep that fast. Because
no,
usually when I
but
take
that's how I
naps,
do it
like
with
I
like
just
the
I'm
gas
not really
too.
in a
Like I
deep
turn on
sleep.
the
Yeah.
fire.
And I was in a deep
physical
sleep.
fire and he goes
And then
to
even
the
when I
hot.
came
No,
home
like
last night after
no,
my
like
shift,
Have you
on
seen
I
the
like
stove bright red?
fell
It's
asleep again by like 1:30,
No, you
which is
have to
not
have
normal for me.
gas
Usually I
on it.
like can stay up till 1
I
a.m.
hate it.
So I must have been very tired last night. At least after my dad, my headache was gone.
So there you go.
Oh, this guy almost like scared me too. I went to his like, you do realize, and I really, no, I'm gonna say that every single time. Forget that he's a threat. Like he wants to kill me sometimes. Why?
I thought you just joke about that.
What? Yeah. No, he's not.
Can you pass me the water bottle?
Not only did he
This is
wanna,
my fault.
Yeah, I know.
not only did he wanna take my stuff, but he wanted to take me out with him. I go to Snapchat, like showing him my phone and shit. I look at him, he's trying to warm up food. He takes a metal plate with him and puts it in my hot dog. Like I got into like another group of people. And this guy said, "Can I get like some metal?"
I think these are string, but I can't think of the fourth one. String theory, string cheese, string bikini. What else is string?
You don't put metal in a microwave.
Okay,
Is that a thing? Oh, that is a thing.
You have
That's right.
metal
Where's that?
splings and pens.
Bean. Oh yeah.
I do it all the time, and I'm still alive.
Good job.
Okay.
So why are you testing?
No, my microwave, it's fine. It's good.
I put in hot chocolate onto my
Swell.
microwave and it went on fire.
This guy holds stuck a whole metal plate, nothing happened.
Oh my god, I did that and my microwave started shooting lightning. It like
I did that once, but like it just sparked and I
Wait,
immediately
Chris,
I
you know what
forgot,
this song
I
is?
forgot
it
I was
happened by
screwing a
accident.
mug.
Yeah, yeah,
And I slipped and I was like, yeah, I didn't even have to. I was like, oh shit.
No, I did that. It was
Wait,
like
Mr.
a
Orlando,
plastic
when
plate,
are you
but
leaving
the
to renew
plastic
your
plate
driver's
had like
license?
a gold
I don't know,
top, and I
shortly.
didn't know that little gold
Sorry,
was
what?
metal because it's used
Like
in
probably
the
5-10 minutes, 20 minutes. When we're done
My
this.
parents are so
How's that
fancy
going?
for doing that. You have like the
How long
glass
will you be
ones
back?
with the
Because
ribbon.
Maybe half an hour. What do you need?
And then my mom.
nothing. It's just I was gonna. My mom leaves for work at 3, and she's gonna stop by to drop off my guitar.
Okay.
Guitar club.
Well, that's cool. Bring it by. I'll. Are you heading to guitar club? Is guitar club tonight?
Got stuck in
Huh?
the butter.
Is guitar club tonight?
Yeah. I'll swing by here first.
Yeah, you should. Or after, either or. Yeah, I'd love to see it.
For some reason, like check the butter. Nothing happens. It's just spongy.
Wait, is Mr. E directing guitar club?
Sorry?
Is Mr. E does guitar club?
Yeah.
I think a new course
Do we
of
have to
butter
leave
or
your class
something.
when you go to renew your thing, or can we stay here and do our work?
No, you can stay as long as you're responsible. I trust you.
Yeah, man.
If it was a bunch of mutants, I'd kick you out, but you're not.
No.
Were you like baking? I love X-Men. I mean,
Onions, salt,
what?
like caramelized onions.
Don't you like get the pan and like put like the butter on it and then wait for the butter to melt and
I don't
then
have
put
that
your
much
onions?
patience for it. Like in order in this whole setup works, it does most of the time. You just add a little more water than the onions have, so it does its thing. They turn out normal, okay? They turn out brown.
Wait, what turns out brown?
Us.
Stop.
Am I wrong?
Okay, Crit, and I'm trying to play White
Gritton,
Ferrari.
stop trying to make the white people in the room feel uncomfortable, will you?
I'm sorry. It's
Thank you,
okay.
appreciate it. We have feelings too, you know.
We actually also have feelings.
Inappropriate. Okay, just checking.
Anyways, Crit, and I'm trying to play White Ferrari, but like, it's like, what is it? 12 credit? Then 14.
I understand this shit.
No,
Hey,
you
he
know
just needs
White
to-
Ferrari by
I
Frank
think that's
Ocean.
adorable.
Song?
Yes.
I don't know what
I'm
you're
trying to play
Yeah,
it,
I think it's
but I
right
need
now.
like my fingers on
He's
17
so
and then
but
19.
you all were at that age too, don't worry.
No, it works on my guitar, but not this one.
I was an angel.
Angel,
I'm
angelic.
trying to play it for you, but I can't.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Just say that. Why would you go 17?
I wasn't allowed.
You're supposed to understand.
Sorry?
Learn the instrument.
Arguably, I don't think I was in grade 9, but you like to argue.
He's not in grade 9. He's in
He'll be
grade
okay.
11. So
I got better by then, but like in grade 9, arguably, I feel like I was fine.
No, yeah, you were a good 9.
Someone told me that you said that I was loud and annoying.
I said the class was loud.
For guitar, it's not that
The
bad.
class
Didn't
was
you say we
super
were one of
loud.
like the worst
One
like
of the
grades
worst.
you've had,
These are, like,
which is
these are,
still
like,
fun.
And we had 2 in a row, like yours and the group after you. Both,
Kristen's?
yeah.
That's
That was
hilarious.
too bad. Theirs was worse than yours.
Really?
Oh god,
yeah, I
his
was
was
used
the
to do that.
worst. I hated them so much. And like not as people, like individually I liked them pretty well, but there was just something about the dynamic. Same with your group. Like it was a weird dynamic in grade 9, and you guys grew out of it by grade 10.
They did.
And it took them to like grade 11 to really grow out of it. Like
So fun.
Like they're in grade 9, and I had them. I had the exact same academic group first period and second period, math and then science, and then I had an applied group third period who were okay, but oh my god, it was brutal. It was like every day was such a long day.
Baby.
Oh my
I kind of see it.
Okay, you can see how this is.
Bro, it's not that bad.
Okay,
No,
so
it's
tragic.
So far, this is what I wrote. I wrote, when analyzing the effects of enzyme concentrations
Oh
and
my God,
substrate,
I'm almost
substrate
there.
concentrations, it appears that increasing the volume of trypsin did not substantially affect the absorbance values in 2, 3, and 4. Figure whatever it might be in my appendix shows that adding 50 UG per ml of trypsin and 10 ml of BAFNA in tube 2, an absorbance value of 0.646 was obtained after sitting into the spectrophotometer for 30 seconds. Adding 100 UG per ml of trypsin and 10 ml of BAFNA in tube 3 resulted in an absorbance value of 0.513 after sitting in the spectrophotometer for 30 seconds, providing a difference of 0.103. Note that drastic but change to effectively provide a difference on trypsin activity. Increasing the volume of BAFNA while maintaining the volume of trypsin did appear to have substantial effect on trypsin.
Yeah, I think you want to talk, and then here you want. Oh, sorry, finish.
And then I just said microphage tube 4 provided an absorbance value of 1.106 when 20 ml of BAFNA and 50 UG per ml of trypsin was mixed together. This indicates, and that's what I.
Yeah, I think you want to say this is roughly this. What you want to say is just that doubling the concentration of substrate doubled the absorption, which implies double the concentration of.
The other phone? The other phone? I don't even know what.
This indicates that doubling the concentration of substrate doubled the activity of.
Yeah, double the effective activity of the enzyme.
This is disgusting. It makes this look like I don't know.
My niece is
I can
staying
never
with
tell.
forever, bro. Like once I had some, I didn't realize I should have put it in the tire inside.
Giving
I can't even
twice
show it off.
as much product.
True.
I'm gonna need to reword this at some point.
That's fine. Better just to get down first.
I just
than
want to
we can-
have like
Yeah, exactly.
the paragraphs done. And I hate to be a pain, but I'll probably be done tomorrow morning.
That's okay.
But I won't be able to stay that late either because I have tutoring at 4.
That's okay.
And then I'm going to my sister's to study for anatomy. Who she's using ink for something. For her studying. What is she using? My sister is using my body for something tomorrow. For wound, practicing like wound
Like
care.
wound care?
But she was like, hey, are you still okay to come over to my house? Yeah, that's fine. She's like, cool, I'm using you for my wound care. I'm like, okay. Are you
Yes, to
gonna like
my-
get your daughter to like assault me or something and then like take care of me?
I said yes to that once, and next thing I knew, I literally had a. This might be too much information. The thermometer up my butt was on a treadmill in an exercise program. So you do have to be careful about these things.
I don't think she would ever do that. So I hope not.
Just so you know, these things can go awry.
My stepmom used me when I was little for her RMT exam to practice for her RMT exam because my father was too fat and she couldn't feel different muscles and bones, and I was just a frail little 8-year-old that she could just shimmy around on a table.
What is that?
My wrap. So this usually it pulls this way and then you do it. But like now it's on the side.
And again, should I be finding an article for this? What should I find an article? Or did I already kind of like talk about trypsin in the last question?
I think you're probably fine. Like, if anything, you want.
Also, VIP, you have to pay for certain features. I almost cried. I almost made a standstill.
Because we already talked about how trypsin and BAFNA react together, what happens in the last paragraph.
I think
so I
you're
don't
fine.
need to restate myself. But do I need to like back myself up on anything of what I'm just explaining?
You're fine.
How many citations do I have? No, I already have 3 citations. That's good. So I need a minimum of 4.
I have 2. I just need to get rid of some of mine.
kind of interesting. Like for what it's worth, you can mention this, which is that when in use, they typically work in low dose trypsin in the range of 1 to 20 to 1 to 40 weight per weight ratios, where typically they use anywhere from 20 times as much protein to 40 times as much protein as they have trypsin. And do you know why? You know what that means?
Lysis means dying, right?
Breaking apart.
Yeah.
Auto means auto means self. Automobile drives itself.
Like it self-destructs essentially.
Well, one trypsin protein can potentially latch onto another and break it apart. So that's interesting. So that's not the main takeaway. That is pretty funny. I wouldn't have thought of that, but of course, why wouldn't it? Trypsin itself is a protein, right? Enzymes are protein. So if you have enough trypsin, it will actually degrade itself. But that's not the key thing. The key thing to note is that in support of this theory, that it is substrate concentration that matters, not enzyme concentration that matters, you can talk about how in industry, they typically use a ratio of anywhere from 1 to 20 to 1 to 40 trypsin to protein ratio, and I'll send you the link to this. That's nice. And obviously, if you needed high, if doubling the, or if, having way more trypsin made a big difference, they obviously wouldn't do that, right? And of course, the main reason for this is in the end, an enzyme shouldn't be used up in its reaction, right? It just facilitates it.
Laboratory experiments using trypsin
Just to say, using trypsin to break down proteins, they use a ratio of anywhere between 1 to 20 and 1 to 40 protein to enzyme.
Ratios of 1 to 20 to 1 to 40 is usually used in substrate to enzyme ratios.
Yeah, pretty good. Enzyme to substrate. Right? Lots of substrate, a little bit of enzyme.
Meaning, should I, because I don't know if I should add that. Should I add that in like maybe the beginning of it before I go into talking about
No,
it?
I think it's really about,
Afterwards.
it explains, because
Because
and you can say this, this is because it is not the concentration of the enzyme that is crucially important. The enzyme, after all, isn't used up in the reaction, the substrate is.
So this supports my reaction that higher concentrations of
Enzyme don't result in greater activity because the enzyme isn't used up in the reaction. Aren't correlated with higher enzyme activity.
But rather higher concentrations of substrate?
Yeah.
I wrote at the end, in typical laboratory experiments using trypsin to break down proteins, ratios of 120 to 140 is typically used in enzyme to substrate ratios. This supports my reaction that higher concentrations of enzyme aren't correlated with higher enzyme activity, but rather higher concentrations of substrate. Good?
Works, yep.
My goal is to hopefully have this done by tomorrow because I am shindig to do something that is not this. Okay, and now I'm analyzing effects of temperature. this one is the effective temperature, so everything stayed the same, like for bathroom trips in buffer, and then we changed it so the second tube went in ice, the third tube stayed on the bench, the fourth tube we put in a 37-degree water bath, and the fourth tube was supposed to be in a 95-degree bath, but it wasn't heated up, so we put it on like a hot plate that was at 95 degrees, so essentially, and then I'll leave it for 10 minutes. And then after that, measured the absorbance again, waited 30 seconds to take the absorbance right back on.
What is that? Is it on my face?
I don't know what you would consider most active in room temperature conditions, in my opinion, and the least active in space.
And I don't listen to music though.
Yeah, but honestly, not wildly different.
Not wildly different, but it seems to be at optimal.
Its optimal temperature seems to be body temperature, which makes a lot of sense, seeing as it's an enzyme that's active in human systems. Look at that mark distribution.
Pardon?
This mark distribution of this test. Dear God. Terrible, eh? But if you want to make that look good, listen, if you want to make that look good, oh, sorry, that is math. I should have relabeled that. So that's the worst one, but the bio one is not great either, though it is better than that.
The new album, the
You know what?
Can you like not have that picture? That's so disrespectful. That's Kanye West as Jesus. That doesn't make sense. It's not your religion or your problem.
Better.
Better, not
This
a
is era.
still not.
So he's like our skin.
It'd be nice to not see those two
Yes.
there.
Yeah, Middle Eastern.
Wait, did he invent shawarma?
Guys, stop.
Shut up, bro. Bro.
No one got
That's
it
why
in
it's
the
so
90s?
good.
Nope.
It's a God-given gift. Sorry.
What was this
Shawarma is good though.
Exactly.
Hmm?
So you can't even get laid.
Just like toasted friggin' easy stuff does not bode well. This is the weakest 11 crew I've had. And then the 12 crew, their first test. Right? So like,
Well, at least you have good stats for that one.
yeah. The
It comes to show the work ethics, though.
well, the math. It's like, guys, if there's some magical dance I can do up here that would make you a little math, I would do it. But here's the deal: you guys actually have to do your homework. Like, you can't. That and that's like.
Especially in like my orgo, for instance, like I can't just go to the lesson.
That's it. It's like, show me your
I'm
homework.
good.
Oh, you didn't do your homework, and I'm supposed to feel bad, like, or I'm supposed to give you like an hour's help today and like sit with you for an hour, but you didn't do the homework. Like, come on, like it's crazy. Like, do the homework, and then I will help you. I'll help you all friggin' day. I will give you as much time as you want, but like I'm not gonna work harder than you are.
Wait, I could probably play this like.
As you know, I am happy to help people who put the work in. I am not happy to help people who don't. Like,
Exactly.
it's just
It's
not.
just a matter you have to meet like 50-50. It can't be like 70-30.
No.
Does
I
not
don't
know.
really care.
I think we should.
So
Analyzing. Yes. It's better for her.
Now you guys have weird sometimes.
Exactly.
Wait, is that like a reference to like India or something? Don't keep it in the dark.
What? Where's my phone? This one's like automatic. I can drive. Not when I'm reading. I can drive.
The only times I listen to music are for like assignments that I don't need to use much of my brain energy for. So like
Okay.
a lot of
It's
HGFP
kind of like
stuff, like
depressing.
annotated.
I don't know how these next like the most
The weekend?
sad things.
Bro,
Sounds
the
so
weekend's
good.
honestly such a
Bro, I need to work. I have a hard time driving someone. Bro, I don't know how someone can like relate to it that much, but I'm so like.
You're saying that. It seems like you're heartbroken and depressed.
Like, this isn't a test. This is an assignment that you can work on as long as you want. We just have massive sections of it
I
blank.
always used to redo assignments.
Right? Like, just
And I studied.
you're not answering? It's an assignment. Like, you didn't know how to do it? Get the note out. Like, I just. What
Or like watch some YouTube videos.
Go to Khan Academy. Get a friend to help you.
ChatGPT is not that good for like math skills and stuff, but
Flirt with a smart boy. I don't know. Do something. Put some effort in, for God's sakes.
Probably, if everything goes well.
You don't even want to grade it. You're like, why am I even putting the time in it takes in to grade this if you can't be bothered to do it?
She's gonna graduate from high school in Vancouver.
Goddamn right I am. But like, but you see that, and it makes me want to give you like 0 on the whole assignment. It's just like,
Really likes Leia, so
what is
she's
this
like,
for, grade
oh,
11?
kick out
Yeah.
my tenant and like keep Leia.
You should start. What do you do if they don't?
Okay,
do their
yeah, but like my
assignments?
mom really
do you
likes Leia.
actually
Like,
like grade their assignments
Oh, yeah.
or their homework?
Yeah.
no.
So
You should start doing
I don't have time to grade their homework. And like,
No, not grading it, but you
just
should
check
look
it.
like over marks of like just to see if it's
Did you
complete.
say
If it's
I'm
not
obviously gonna have to
complete-
start, right? Because like, it's just.
All I'm saying is if like
Yeah.
you should tell them to complete the
So for my
homework.
birthday,
I mean, even just seeing if it's completed, even if it's wrong, they should get a 100 just for the fact that they took the effort. But if they did not complete it, I feel like you should start
I'm like, Mom,
penalizing
my
it and
friends are not
actually
big
like
bags, so I'm not
don't
gonna
make
eat
it a
that much.
heavyweight,
And
but
then,
maybe
No, I
put
think
a
you're
little
right.
extra weight on it.
Yeah.
She's like, oh wait, I
Yeah, well,
would've
because it's
only ordered
ridiculous. It's
30,
such a
I thought
bad
Leia
work
was
habit,
something.
right? Like, oh my god.
And then also, one time I know, one time I thought,
Same with, do you start penalizing for
no,
like
one time I
marks?
showed my mom a video of like Leia's sisters doing something. Anyways, Sarah showed
Just
up to my
looking
house.
at like
She was
life
asking me, she's like,
in a
"Manager was like
university
Leia's
setting
little sister."
now, like I can definitely like see like there are
Bro,
things
that just like
teachers in high
that
school
was
should
that
be
was the
kind of more
craziest
strict
part.
on, especially when it comes to getting things
Right?
on time.
Like
Like
she
university,
moves
that
well.
doesn't apply
She
that.
doesn't.
No.
You should honestly start doing. You get in the entire semester. I mean, for me, usually I get like one extension.
That's exactly what I do. I do.
You get 2 extensions in the entire semester. Use them in
Use
whatever
them as you
assignment
like,
you
yeah.
need.
But once you've done, they're done. Yeah, no, that's
my
exactly what I've been doing, and I do 5% a day, and if I don't get in by the time I return, it's 0. That also encourages me to mark quickly, because then it's like, screw you. No, we can kind of send, and it's a 0.
I definitely think just being a little bit more strict on that stuff.
You gotta be, right? Like, it's.
Definitely, especially if like they say it's in a hard grade 11 like class where like they just don't have that work ethic, and then I think that would like really encourage that work ethic to start coming through. Because they're kind of starting to make that like,
Exactly.
this is actually going to affect my grade.
Volleyball.
That's just like in my personal opinion.
No, I
If
agree
the teacher
completely.
told me that, I'm like, well, I'm getting it done. Like,
Sarah's helping with volleyball.
Yes, and she's also doing basketball right now.
Hey, stop.
No, it's a genuine question.
Okay, common sense is just something I don't have that much of.
Very like youthful.
But that doesn't make me dumb.
Me, I want to have a child. Actually, no, I want
You
to.
might be old enough to try to actually.
No, if my dad ever sees it, just tell you when you.
I'm.
I do.
Yeah,
Cause
you're
I
actually. You guys think I played it? That's what. Not the G, not the G. Stop. Wait, do you know Hindi?
I can understand that.
Yeah, he calls me all
Actually,
the
no,
swear
I
words
can
in
read
Hindi.
Hindi, and I can just read the
Bro, how do
crazy
people
words.
read that? I can't read Hindi.
I have a
Yep.
So when I went to Long and McQuaid, like the day before my birthday,
Yep.
Naturally, if I do that,
I saw acoustic guitars, and like I thought I had 12, like 6 strings. I looked closer, it was like double string.
Yeah, it's 12 string.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Why is that? Like, why are some guitars 12 strings?
So it's you play it the exact same way you play a 6 string. Each one just has 2. It just kind of gives it like a shimmery sound. So it just has a different tone to it.
Like kind of like a reverb or something.
Yeah, kind of. I have a 12 string. I really like my 12 string actually.
How different does it sound from like a
Well,
normal?
English is not a strong suit.
Like quite
I
different.
can't write and I can't understand.
You guys walking and read for 15 minutes. I hate reading.
No, it depends on what you. If you have to read Life of Pi for a whole like what 4 books, you're gonna get tired.
Life of Pi is like the shortest book ever.
Books are
No,
so
not
boring.
according to Mr. Roshu, because for the whole semester we like
It's like
the
150.
last
It's like
week
what,
before-
200 pages maybe?
No, we had like quizzes. We had a whole booklet just from like.
We watched the movie and I could understand it. Like they were.
Okay, so just to be clear, like if you took an English course in university, you'd be expected to read that in like a day, and then read and then like write about it, and then like read another book like the next day. Some days you'd be expected to read 2. Like that's a ridiculous pace to be reading at. You need to you need to learn to read.
An entire day for one book?
Yes.
That's a lot of time.
No, it's not. Like you just gotta go. You just gotta get
He
used
was
to it.
like the classic English teacher that you like. If you're reading, he'd be like, "I don't mean to interrupt, but let's look and analyze this one."
Yeah, you should be doing that after you spent one day reading the book. So like how many books did you read in that class?
We read Life of Pi, and then like the last month of school, we read that one play. It's about. It has like Blanche.
Secret Name Desire?
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's it.
That's ridiculous.
And like it was weird because you're giving us so much time to read a book, but then when we had essays, we could only do them in one period, including the brainstorming. And then we had like the long pages, and like we couldn't have our deadlines for anything. And it was so stressful.
I mean, I like that.
Yeah.
But that's.
It's just, if you're giving us that much time to read, that's a read essay that doesn't even relate to the book.
Yeah, but unfortunately in this year, if you don't do that, there's no way to know that somebody actually wrote it, right?
The movie was fun to watch just because I could understand what other people couldn't understand. They were thinking about like, I was like, oh wait.
Oh really? That's interesting.
I did not like that book. The reading about like that. There's like this one chapter where he was just reading about, where he was talking about like turtles and how he had to eat them.
Yeah. I quite liked Life of Pi.
It traumatized me so much because we spent so much time on that one chapter, and the teacher is like going, Mr. Casey was like, pulling up pictures of like turtles.
They just talk about like
I
culture
don't
in
like
the
that.
book. So it's just like, oh, I know all of this.
Like what, 36, 37 is it?
I know it's 37, but like there's like an optimal range. Like
It's quite tight.
Yeah.
36.1 to 37.2. That's right. But the accepted value is just typically 37, right?
I was like kind of excited. Wait, I took a book, everything, but I made sure to have a pen. So I made sure to put my dots. So I was like excited to read, but I sit on my bed to read, and I can't knock out. I was up there for like 4 hours.
And then when I did English,
Where's True?
was that take home? So I went to the library. I stayed the night.
It was important.
No, it was
Even
actually
the
a good
big
book.
format
Like I
essay was kind of fun. Like when I
don't
came
like
into
references.
but like at that point the decision's already spent. You know what I mean?
I think I'll do my job. But I always
But
think,
like you
I'm like,
could
what
go
if
out with
it's
a
like
bang.
the far future of my sibling, and I'm like, you know, just like casually doing whatever pilots would do, like preflight checks or whatever.
Would you
And
like
then
forget
someone
your
like
glasses?
pulls me up.
Like and be like, shut up, glasses. Like,
I'm not you. I wouldn't need a reminder that, hey, bring my glasses. You have glasses?
like I once had like I think like a set of Google glasses. No, no, but it was like clean. Like it was just like snacks.
You
Like
need to be a better son. She's calling from India to tell you to clean your Google.
you know that like the cheap Googles, like what is it?
I swear.
I'm on mute.
Analyzing the effects of
I'm the
temperature
only
on
one
trypsin
left now.
activity, changing the temperature did not seem to have a very substantial effect on enzyme activity, but optimal ranges were assessed. Figure 1 shows that test tube 2 or microfuge tube 2 for satin ice epoxy at 4 degrees Celsius provided an absorbance value of 3.72, while test tube 3 sat on the laboratory bench at approximately 22 degrees Celsius giving an absorbance value of 3.82.
Oh, my mom did that. She always put
Microfuge tube 4 sat in a water bath at 37 degrees Celsius and provided an absorbance value of 3.25. Lastly, microfuge tube 5 sat in a 95 degrees Celsius water bath and gave us an absorbance value of 3.146. Though the absorbance values were not far off from each other, microfuge tube 4T showed that 37 degrees Celsius was the
Let's see
optimal
it.
range for enzymatic activity. This makes sense because trypsin is an enzyme found in the pancreas used to break down polypeptides into smaller peptides, and the normal temperature range of the human body is between 36.1 and 37.2 degrees Celsius.
That sounds great. Oh, she's really pretty. Oh, that's nice. It's a nice weight to it. Comfy neck. I like that. It's good. French feel good. French feels nice. Yeah. Oh, and look at that. The modern style. They don't hurt your hand. The old saddle style, and they kill you.
That must sound really good on like an actual Android.
Not really, but
How did you do the text to page?
if I was good at playing, it would.
I got gifted stack versions. I think last year for my birthday.
That's a funny gift.
Yeah, it was like so good. Yeah,
Are you really that serious?
and you have like access to like more clothing, bro. I touch my Bitmoji like every 6 months or so.
I change his outfit like every season. I don't even know if I have a sweater. Oh wait,
Should I find anything again to like support?
I wouldn't necessarily.
You gotta start studying, bro.
Yeah, so sometimes I just change it when I get like.
Okay, so lastly.
Yeah. The hair.
Honestly, I can probably do that one tomorrow. I just get that.
It's kind of cute. Because I have the fit. I do. You guys will see. No, I'm so sad though because in our art class I can't like wear my Uggs or like wear my work shirts. I think that looks so cool.
It's supposed to be there. Question mark.
I feel like that one did.
Yeah, no, I mean like there's like a good job.
Substantially different ones.
Well, what you can see is that it looks like between 8 and 10.
It looks like the more acidic you go, the less active the trypsin is.
Yeah, you didn't go to a low, super.
No, but I still went to like a pH of 2 is pretty acidic.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You didn't go very basic, right? Like relatively
Like I
speaking.
went pH of 10.
But what you found is that it seems that from like well under basic conditions, it functioned fine. But under extremely acidic conditions, it didn't.
That really is. Maybe I'm so bad at it. Maybe you just like. Mine's doing look like me. I could mine instead of having Western because I used to wear shades sometimes, but my mom doesn't let me wear them. She gets mad. I do. I have to
Trypsin.
Yeah.
Analyzing the effects of varying pH concentrations on trypsin activity showed
Say it. What?
under
Is
basic
something wrong with being a
concentrations
part of
trypsin
Vincent
activity.
The door will
I go to
show.
Monday.
We're just all crying.
like you know you might do like crafts.
Oh,
English to me.
Yeah, you should convert back.
Convert back?
Sorry.
Nah.
You used to go to generation. Or like first.
No.
Wait, did you know you can't convert back?
Wait, do you guys know what a gaon is? Like a small village? Like, you know, gaon.
No.
I'm from a little gaon, right? And
no
so
way, me too.
Really?
Yeah.
How is there you're from Italy, you're lying. I'm from the city. And so, my mom's dad used to own the village, and so when he was young, apparently like some like white doctor came and like his no listen to me. And like he was like, oh, I'm gonna save like there's someone that was really sick, like an elderly that was really sick in the village or something. And he's like, if I save this guy, like because apparently they're both or something like back in the day doctors or whatever. I don't know. I don't know the story that well. I'm not gonna lie. And he's like, if I save, like he said to my mom's dad, he's like, if I save this guy, it'll be in the name of Jesus, and like you'll have to convert to Christian. And then he got saved. So then
Saved by what?
I don't know, this doctor just
So your
did
dad
something,
is
but said if
Christian?
I save him, you're gonna be Christian.
Your dad is
No, my dad has been Christian.
Oh.
It's my mom's dad, right?
Oh.
And then
That sounds like Victor's savior.
Yeah.
Stop!
I was actually baptized as an adult. I was like 19.
Oh, for real?
I was me and
What are you?
were baptized
What's your religion?
In the Mennonite church,
I was
actually.
like Indian
So the Mennonite Brethren.
There's so
And I'm not
Bro,
a
I thought you were
I'm
like
a
the only one.
churchgoer at the
Yes,
moment,
yes,
but I
there's
sort
only
of,
some.
for me, sort of like,
Do you have
No,
like
listen to the
religious
story
beliefs?
though. And then
yeah, I do. I absolutely do. I would say that they are, they wouldn't be very, they're not very popular amongst sort of more orthodox, like sort of more standard believing Christians. I mostly keep it to myself. I'm hopefully agnostic, if that makes any sort of sense. I don't think there's any way to know about these things. And so for me, my connection to these things is very cultural, if that makes sense. And yet it's a part of my kind of cultural experience that, and it wasn't really a big part of my childhood. Like my parents weren't religious, my grandparents were, and so I had like that positive association of like going to church with my grandparents on Sundays. But that was more a family thing to me than it was a religious thing. Right? Like I just enjoyed being with my grandparents. And then in my late teen years, I was at Eden, which at the time was very religious. Like just not even like the school, but the student body was very religious. Like it was an interesting thing. And so I became kind of a part of that community. And I kind of bought really hard into it for a few years. And then I kind of didn't, because I was pretty disgusted with the way the church handles like its views on homosexuality and abortion and these things.
Like men.
And so that, sorry?
Like if you're a guy and you like another guy, like you're meant to fuck.
Yeah, and that just didn't work for me. Like I couldn't, and so I had a hard break where I was very much like, this does not work for me. And then the church is starting to come along a bit, and I still very much value. I think a lot is lost. I think there's dangers in religion, and I think a good example of that is how the approach to gay people and gay issues, where it can become very harmful. But then I think there's great value too, and I think there are things lost when we become less like that. Like I think about that church community and like, well, like to this day, so like 12, 13 years after we stopped going to that church, like when my grandparents died, like everyone from that church just showed up at my house. Everyone from my grandparents died, right? With like 2 weeks worth of meals, like freeze dried, and like this and that, and can you walk your dog, and what do you need? You know what I mean? Like there's so much community there in a way that is so hard to find. Yeah, and not from your close friends who are your age, but from people where it's like part of this community, so we help each other out. And I think that is such an important thing in life. And I think I really long for that and miss that. And then there's this other piece. Hey, how's it going?
So we're down about 4 people, so we're just gonna grab the garbage for now.
Do not worry about. There's no point doing a thing in here anyway because they are using this as. In fact, I wouldn't even grab the garbage in here because they're going to be doing the student council movie from in here. So don't even look at.
So do you need any doors open for later and all at any time?
That's it. I think we want them. The only door we want open is that one, and they're gonna use bathrooms here. And then actually, if you can like make it so nothing else is open, we don't want people wandering the school.
Make up a sign saying.
Do you have a person posted at each? But you should have a person posted at that corner, and you should have a person posted at the top of the staircase.
I'll leave those doors
looking up
locked
and
for
down.
now. That way we
Amazing.
So I'll let you guys go, Joe.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so from that piece, and then to the actual like is there God and like to Pete and to Sonny and to die here? I don't know. I don't know, and I don't think you can know. And so I have moved on from giving that a ton of thought because I just don't think you can know. But I think that like
We're just there.
the human brain is wired that like we aren't always rational and we need something to follow. And maybe that's all religion is. And if it is, then I think it's good for it to be something that progresses and grows. And as we become like a kinder, better society, like grows with that. And if on the other hand it isn't just that, and there really is an all-powerful, all-loving God, then probably as like we get more kind and compassionate with each other, that's a better reflection of an all-kind, all-powerful, loving God than is some backwards version where we pick some people and say, yeah, they suck. Like, and not people who are like doing awful things, but people who are like living their best lives, you know, as best they understand. So from my perspective, either way, the church needs to get off its ass and make sure it's being kind to people.
I definitely, like, I was baptized as a child.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't have a choice. Like, I was
Yeah.
in
Catholic
Europe,
or?
Anglican.
Anglican, okay.
So I was baptized as a child. Like, I didn't have a choice. But, like, my parents are religious, so,
Yeah.
like, I don't really understand the concept of why they baptized me if they're not even
I think a lot of it's just cultural. It's just like, this is what we do.
But honestly, like, I don't want to say I'm atheist, but I don't exactly believe that one man created the earth. And I think it's only because of the fact that, like, I believe too much in science, and I've learned too much about science to believe in that. But I'm not going to say I don't believe that there are gods, but I don't believe that they have these big superpowers. I honestly believe that they're just these higher people. Like, I believe in multiple gods, but in the sense that, like, Greeks believed in, like, people of higher authority. Kind of like how, like, your prime minister and stuff, they kind of saw them as, like, a high-end priority or authority, and they kind of worshipped them in a way and made up these stories to kind of, like you even said, like, create, like, that mindset.
Oh, we have a petition starting for.
So, I don't know, I kind of believe in it in that way. I don't even know if I believe in, like, a heaven and hell. I do believe in ghosts, though. I do believe in ghosts.
Do you know that in 1970,
She giggled at it.
14% of people surveyed said they believed in ghosts, and in 2000 it's like 70% of people. I don't want to say I don't believe in them. I have no idea if it's ghosts or not. My instinct is probably not, but I don't know. I don't claim to know. But I will say that, like, I think there's a high. It would take a pretty high barrier of evidence to experience something and go, probably that's somebody who has died floating around, as opposed to, like, probably there's like a rattling pipe in the wall, or there's a, you know what I mean?
Honestly, I've had experiences though that I'm like,
Yeah, people say that, and I guess unless you had it, like, you don't know, right?
That's what it,
But
when I was little, I had an experience, and even like to this day, when I talk about it, sometimes my eyes water when I talk about it. But when I was little, I used to live on this house. I lived on Battersea in St. Catharines.
Okay.
Off of Hartsel Road.
Yeah.
There was this house, and like craziest concept. First of all, we had a Siberian husky. She would never go into the living room. We had foreign objects that would move around the house all the time. Taxidermy turned into the house, stuff like that.
Yeah.
My stepmom also heavily believed in ghosts and that, and she always tried to like sage the house and do stuff. But there was one night that I had left. It was like a school night. Our neighbor at the time was doing work on the side of his house, in the driveway of our driveway.
Yep, got it.
And I was trying to fall asleep, and it sounded like there was a bang. And I look outside, because I thought he was doing work on the house. He wasn't. He was inside for the night, and it was getting dark anyway, so I wasn't really gonna tried to lay down for a bit. And it was weird because it sounded like it was distant in like my hallway. The way it was is you walk in the side door, you walk up like maybe 4 steps, and there's a long hallway that stretches down. On the first right is the kitchen, and then you walk a little further on the right, there's the living room, and then all the way down the left, there's 3 bedrooms, and at the very left is the bathroom. I was at the very room when you first walk up the steps on the left, and you can walk all the way down the stairs to the basement, and like my stepmom and my father's room is downstairs.
Right, got it.
So I was trying to sleep, and it sounded like I was just trying to sleep, and it sounded like somebody knocked on my door.
Yeah.
And I opened the door because I'm like, I think my stepmom's at my door. Open the door, no there. Close the door, go back to bed. 5 minutes later, knock on my door again, but it's open the door, no one's there, close the door.
No, I gave
Again,
money for
this time it's
coffee.
like 2 minutes later, and there's an actual like smashing on my door. Like it literally sounded like someone was pounding on my door, like on my door. And I literally like scream out crying, like run downstairs, and my stepmom was like, yeah, like he's just messing with you. He was banging on the wall downstairs to mess with you. Finally, we moved out of that house. We actually moved like 2 streets down where he currently lives on Burness Drive by the 7-Eleven.
They would not even ask for money. They'd just be like, "I'll smash."
No, I'm good, but thank you for offering. That's very kind of you.
After we
Mr.
moved
Orlando,
out
can
of
I
that
keep this
house,
in your room?
Absolutely.
after we moved out of that house and we were moving into Burness,
I got your
Also,
stuff. Don't worry,
a
Jordan.
year later,
Mr. Orlando, do you have a pick in this room?
Yep.
a year later, she
You need a pick?
No, I brought picks. I was gonna see if you wanted one because I have like 20.
Oh, thank you. Very sweet, but no, I'm good.
A year later, she finally opens up to me and she tells me, she's like, your dad was like banging on the wall. She's like, they had studied to the left.
Tanner, are you gonna do
Yeah.
something?
She's like, no one was upstairs. No one was banging on your door. And I was like,
Okay.
what? What do you mean no one was banging on my door? So that's kind of the reason why I believe in it, because it's like something was knocking on my door and there was no one upstairs. I was the only one upstairs. My sisters weren't there at all. It was only my father and my stepmom there. My dog was downstairs because she slept in,
Do you want my
she
phone
slept in
so
the
you guys can play
closet
Just
in
for
their
Breath?
bedroom, but it's because their bed was in there. No one was up there and someone was knocking on my door, and I like just so visibly remember like it was my door. Like it wasn't something outside. It wasn't like a pipe. It wasn't like someone physically knocking on my door. So it was just, that's why I believe in that.
You guys?
And like that dog never went into the living room in that house.
2 hours of Sims 4 on my dad.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys can use it.
I've also caught my dogs in my current house on Spencer Street in Maryland, quite a few times. There was one time I got out of the shower and my dogs were just barking at a random corner in the living room. Or I woke up once to my dog growling at a corner in
I will say, I
house.
think dogs just do that too.
I
My
mean,
dog,
they are idiots.
my dog
but,
does that.
I honestly do think that they see things sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Who knows? I like the idea. I love the idea of sort of.
I don't. I wish they just didn't bother me.
Oh, see, I like the idea.
I don't know
of the
how
idea
Alex
that-
Trump's teaching though.
He draws.
Projector. He draws.
We can get him a projector if he's drowning in it, but is he kind of enjoying it?
No, he has a really complicated class. A lot of his kids are visual learners, and he's trying to draw on the board, but it's not going too well. He's not like the happiest. Like he needs a projector so like his students can be more engaged in his classes.
Oh, we need to get him one then. Let's do that.
They don't even have a date.
He had the guy come in, and they were like, "You're not even on the list for getting a new projector."
Oh, well, then we need to get one mounted for him. I'm gonna get on that today. I didn't realize that. That's good to know. I'm gonna make that one of my jobs tonight. Problem with the last truck, he's too nice a guy to complain.
Yeah, I know. Like I've been hiding out there during period 4 because I don't want to be.
Have you seen his period like 3 environmental science class? Oh my god, I can't with those kids. Like, can people not just be grateful for their education? Like, it's really paid for here, and they're like wasting the whole class period.
They need an ass kicking.
Yes, they do.
His class, 3rd period environmental
So does
science.
Michael Arnold.
Don't bring him up right now, but like he's like his class needs to be whipped into shape because they don't like they're on their phones, they talk, they don't pay attention. And it's just like how ungrateful can people be to be doing that in a classroom when he's trying his absolute darnest right now?
And also especially to Alastruck, who is just such a profoundly nice guy.
Teacher.
Like he is the most decent human being. Like he's just such a he's such a good guy.
He might be one of the nicest teachers.
Yeah, no, he's great. That makes me really angry. He is such a good. It does.
We need
He's
to go
such
in
a
there
nice
and whip
guy.
him and shake Mr. Orlando because like I'm tired of it. And then I was trying to talk to this one guy because
You don't need me. You need Bainbridge.
Oh.
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh!
anything.
Last
Finally,
semester,
so-
no, first semester of grade 9, Miss Bainbridge was across the hall. I had science with Rush.
Oh,
You know, you couldn't sleep.
every morning.
If you wanted to sleep in that class, you wouldn't, because you'd hear Bainbridge yelling at someone.
That's important.
Bainbridge yelled at me in the bathroom to get out of the stall when I was crying. That scared me, so I don't cry in the bathroom anymore.
Good. It's a terrible place to cry.
Well, it's not like I'm gonna cry
not
in my
hygienic
classroom. Why would I cry? Where else would I
Gotta
cry?
read this to you quick.
In Orlando's back
I
office.
wrote, finally, assessing the effects of varying-based
like,
concentrations
are
on
you
trips and
okay?
activity.
No, I'm fucking
Assessing
crying.
the
I'm not
effects of
okay
varying
being
pH
alone.
concentrations on trips and activity show
Put a
that
door.
under base
Well, we'll get.
concentrations,
Kikis will get you a
high
sign
trips and
that says
activity must be
Kiki in
analyzed
here.
while acidic and
Enter.
basic
Do not
concentrations
enter.
provide a low concentration.
Kiki inhabitants.
Looking at figure blank, microfuge tube 3
Blank as in you just have a number.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Kiki occupied.
shows that under a pH of 2,
Bring your
an
mouth
absorbent
over here,
value
let me
of 0.083 was obtained. Under a pH of 8, an absorbance value of 3.182 was obtained. Finally, under a pH of 10, an absorbance value of 3.2
I might like go skip around this
was finally with
Give me the last sentence again.
under a P, finally under a pH of 10, an absorbance value of 3.67
Put it in the fridge.
was detected in the specimen.
Isabel, put it in the fridge in the back office.
Where are you guys going?
Skipping down the hall.
Put it in the
Okay,
fridge in
have
the back
fun.
office so it's nice cold.
Should I say a pH of 10? Seem to have the most.
You excited for my dog's Wealth Griffin sign?
I'm very excited. That's awesome.
Caitlin's very denying that you actually want it, but
Yeah. I was on the phone with her to get in tandem with her because he wanted it.
because she didn't believe it.
She's like, he actually wants it.
Of course I want it. What kind of question is that? The other thing I'd say is the fact that it doesn't act at pH 2 tells you where isn't trypsin used in the body. Here's a paper you can look up. Just something. Yeah, because if it were used in the stomach, it would have to do well under pH 2, right? Because the stomach releases stomach acid. So where must but trypsin is used in digestion, right? It's used to break up amino acids. So where is it found if it's not in the stomach? It's released by the pancreas, but where does it actually act? Because the food doesn't go into the pancreas. Yeah, small intestine. And then specifically, what part of the small intestine is actually responsible still for a bit of digestion? Presumably it's going to be the duodenum, right? Like the first section, because after that it's absorption. Duodenum? I don't know, how do you say it? You said that duodenum? James used to say Dr. Duodenum, but I always learned duodenum.
So what should I say? It's just.
Well, yeah, it's noteworthy that trypsin obviously can't be released into the stomach because it doesn't work well at acidic pHs, and this makes sense because where trypsin is actually released is in the duodenum. Duodenum.
Duodenum.
Duodenum. Duodenum. How's the British?
Duodenum. Duodenum.
That British duodenum. That's one of the things people often miss when they're doing a British accent is that the D gets that j. Now.
Alright, this sounds like shit, but I'm gonna have to.
Duodenum.
This shows that trypsin cannot work well under acidic conditions such as the stomach. Rather, trypsin works most optimally under basic conditions within the body, such as the duodenum of the small intestines, where the pancreas releases trypsin into. Makes sense?
It's good.
I'm gonna leave it at that. 3:30 on
Duodenum.
I have one more discussion.
Duodenum.
I can probably finish that tomorrow. It's just on
Duodenum.
assessing the effects of trypsin inhibitor on trypsin activity.
Pretty straightforward, right? Absolutely.
And then I'm probably just gonna come here tomorrow because I just want to do the tables.
Pop by. Yeah, you're welcome to it. I gotta go renew my license. If anyone's looking for me, I'm changing my status from illegally driving to legally driving.
Illegally driving to legally. The fact that you've been driving without.
I have not been meaning to. This is not like some act. This is not some act of rebellion on my part. I just went to use my health card the other day and realized.
Are you good, Tanner?
Back.
What?
You good? Oh, you guys were skipping, right?
Yeah. one guy spelled just wrong, and I was like, hey, not to buck you, but you just in in quotation marks spelled just wrong.
Let me see if I can really. I think I have one saved where it's like, hey baby girl, if you ever need a place to sit, my face is always open for you.
Oh Lord.
I'm always on the first damn. You guys are like 20. I have constipation cramps.
What?
People here on the screen, you have a double whammy of just like liquid shit and like your blood, and it's like you get the shit cramps and the period cramps.
listen to?
I did. There you go.
What?
Well, my first playlist. If you want to look through it, there's over 600 songs. But when has it really?
Who else could we listen to? Now who's good?
Oh, I love the originals. I think this is really similar to mine, except like with stuff that I
The
didn't
Hearing
include.
Symphonies.
This is our song. I was saying, okay, this is the reason why Caitlin hung up on me, because I kept singing this. And I was like, you know what, Caitlin? Sometimes I just want to be part of the symphony. And she hung up on me.
Are you having fun looking through my playlist?
Okay, get ready, guys.
I haven't looked through it all, but please don't
And
mind.
if you want the truth, you ready? I just wanna be part of your symphony.
Oh my god, can I play you a song, guys?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, what the fuck is this shit? What is it?
It's from You're Pretty.
I don't know what this is.
Don't tell him the name, let him guess.
What is it? What is it about sex or some shit?
Your mustache tickles my nuts.
Okay.
Some love cream. Guys, in my next life, do you think I'll be a gay twink?
Hopefully. Are you playing music or am I going crazy?
Is this 7 by 7?
as much as he loves to talk over us.
What are you gonna listen to?
I listen to a bit of everything. I feel you.
What?
Music thing.
Okay. This is what I want to listen to. You know what this
Oh
is?
my god, I'm gonna acapella this time. Not
You know
really
what this is?
acapella.
Remember like in my life when I said I didn't want to die, but I did. Now I know the reason why.
What? That's right.
Wanna? I don't even think I felt symphony right.
Oh,
Symphony!
so fast. I know and never be last. How do I know? How do I know? He's with me from the start. He's always in my heart. But stray apart, here you are, Jesus, my superstar. I love you, Jesus. I love you, Jesus.
Jesus hates you and you.
Jesus. Here we go.
Give Isabella another
Here.
song to do acapella.
This is his favorite song ever.
Halloween. Where you go? I'm not singing this because I know all the lyrics, but still not singing.
It's like
It's called Deep Throat.
me and
And
Hannah were
you're judging me for playing Super Riding You Wow.
me and Hannah were at Escondido's, guys. Guess this song. Built to
Here, we'll listen to this one then.
Stop.
It's the only country song I like.
This is the song we're gonna play at your funeral. This is the full bill.
Oh, and this is like in your fucking deep regions. Oh, not that one. Off my booty cheeks.
I haven't listened to the full song if I'm being honest. I just play the first part and then I turn it off.
You wish somebody was down for your booty cheeks.
Start right.
Okay. Okay.
Ah.
I can change the world. I can make us have world peace. And also Halloween. Every single day. On Halloween, you pretend to be someone else.
Like the internet, ugly person,
And with candy. This is from a musical. When you are a hot one, it's a full-time gig. Looking like what people wanna see. Let's see your hot dress up and be big. Disguise a smile to stop me when it's so hot. I can be who I wanna be and sexy. I can be who I wanna be at heart. Oh, who you are, and take that costume shot. Rock a new and different sexy look.
Guys, ready? I'll play it after you're done, don't worry.
It's like too fun. I can be who I want. It's from you, girl.
Can I play along with you?
Yar.
You want to listen to Small Towns or Blank Heaven?
I don't know the names. So scared me. I know Kiki's face is scary.
This is my favorite lesbian artist.
She a clown.
She's actually not. Kind of cool as well, by far. And more masculine.
into my castle again.
Oh, this is Dear Romeo.
Yeah!
Oh lord.
So bizarre and mishaps instead of times KKK was coming on TikTok today is unbelievable. Like at least 49,000 views.
Listen to good music.
Isabel, when's your birthday?
May 20th. May 20th, I'm going to take you out. And I'm going to get you actual plastic Converse for your birthday. Because you know what I got for Kayla's birthday?
What?
Yes, I got her Converse for her birthday. I get like Converse on top. No, I'll get you the same thing. Because I think you like flats.
It's not hot, Tanner.
That's not the hawk. It doesn't
You
say
want a
hawk.
hawk too. Poop poop.
And Isabel wants to do this.
No, I don't.
That
I have no
sounded very
experience, but it looks
sarcastic.
good. I just need to get myself a nice sleep. And all day, all night. Don't go to school next day. Me flower one day morning.
I want to sleep like a hen. I'm
What?
joking.
What?
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. This is it. Just care so much. It feels legit. Have compassion. Feel this time. Don't have to do it, everyone. I like a French cold beanie. Bonjour, life with control. So she set sail. When the two came straight to the UK, all the British crews were epic fail.
I just inputted your birthday with a reminder to get you Converse.
Not saying, ooh, but they're out the cake. As soon as you said yeah.
I had one word.
Obviously, messaging me like.
Off you go.
Oh, Lord, no. No, this is where we cancel you. No! Gojo. Okay, listen, Gojo, though? I don't watch anime, but he look fine.
Gojo is fine.
Huh?
Gojo's overrated, guys.
But he's fine.
There.
Overrated.
Look at.
Isabel, what anime character do you find that's hot?
I don't watch anime
Any
like that.
female?
Do you want me to show you my favorite female character?
No, she's naked. There's no way she isn't. I'm joking! It was a joke. Kiki, it was a joke. Okay. Kiki, because I've seen some of the photos you showed me. They're kind of scary.
So this is like, what is
Kiki's
that?
Wattpad stories are scary.
Oh, she's so cutie patootie.
What's that word? Not you simp for them, but like, you guys are alike.
Sympathize.
I don't know. But
Sympathize.
And then there's
Ain't a face up, are you blind? Don't be bitter.
Should I do
goes.
her fan art be fine though, guys.
Somebody highly
Like,
I want something else.
This is
single time.
yeah.
No, you absolutely lost it, Jen.
What? No, in
Okay.
Roblox it's a joke.
Here.
Nasty shells. It's Destiny's stupid heads.
Like
All the
my friend
Roblox
went.
characters look nasty.
He,
It's a
no,
joke.
he goes up. He went up to one of them because they were floating in the air and mid sing note. He goes, "Don't, stop it."
Storms are flipping, storms are fun. Life is good, but you don't storm your bladder. If you're so high, it's naughty, but we cannot guarantee just one more at 40. If yours a crib and you're divine, we'll insist you end to a 9. So just say ja and don't say nein. Cause now in the house of Holborn. Ja. Das ist gut, ja. Ja.
Oh, he's talking to me.
The house of Holborn. What? Oh god, no, that's right.
Do you not like it or?
Oh, well.
You want to hear a song that reminds me of my dad? Okay.
It's not rude, I promise.
Yeah, I would figure so.
What do you mean by that? I don't know. I also know a lot of people who don't like that.
Oh my god, I love this song.
What is it?
It's
Oh,
4th of July by.
it's that one.
Yeah.
It's because like the line that's I'm sorry that I left, but it was for the best, but one of us, right? That's why I like the song so much. Because he left and it was best
I
for
cry
you.
to this song.
Mine too.
Yeah, this is problematic.
Okay, I think we're all getting
Yeah, I
emotional.
can't listen to this.
Music.
Yeah,
It's between you two and you both look like you're about
I
to
zoned
cry.
out. I can't with that song. I zone out. Man, I'm done. I'm done.
He's gonna listen to a song by Connie Gray tonight and he goes, too freaky. Are you okay?
There's one song that I really like and it doesn't make me cry.
Should
But
I
it's very
put on
interesting. It makes me laugh.
what's that movie called?
This is a good
Call
song.
Me By Your Name.
I like this one.
Do you know what Call Me By Your Name is?
Call me by your
No, the
name.
movie. If you fucks with Tuesday, you know.
Oh god, no thanks.
Can I show you guys the movie?
No. No.
You don't like gay movies?
Not when they fuck a peach.
No, because like he's like in love with this guy that's like 10 years older than him, and then the guy also gets some AIDS, but like whatever. Not gonna say. Anyways, point being, it's really cute, and then he leaves him and gets his wife, and then actually the book's really weird. In the book, I heard that like he massages the shit out of the guy. What do you mean? The movie's really good.
Every time we see my friend, we show her a picture of Charlie and Nick kissing. Every time we see her, just because we were watching it. Because we were watching it, and she goes, "That's me and Jackson."
Oh, I love Charlie and Nick.
We watched both seasons honestly this last weekend.
Oh, I hope you guys have it.
That was in our notes today. It was you plus. So we're sending this to my friend. It's you plus Jackson equals Heartstopper. And she sends it back, and then we go kiss kiss like Nick and Charlie.
Kiss, kiss, fall in love. Say now I focus your shoulder, why yo.
Which is
until after he face planted and then a
And
couple
wheels
hours later.
Jordan's best husband.
He?
I want to ride her out. Jordan likes riding.
No, she's
Oh,
not.
he's so cute.
Kiki, don't.
Let's see. Oh, he didn't like that. Yeah.
I don't want to be on board.
Because
The
he
rules.
thinks. No, this is so not. I hope she loves these photos.
Don't take too many. Some of those are short.
Damn, her camera looks good. You can see all my black insides. Ooh, that looks behind. Sit down perfect.
Yeah, probably. Not that you're gonna break it, but still.
Yeah, maybe.
Huh?
This is just rubber.
It's magnetic.
Yeah, so let's see. Jordan's gonna think we stole her iPad. Jordan stole the iPad because it's mine.
It's a deja vu. I need your stuff. No.
I wish I was smart like some of these kids.
No. 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 Yes, c'est la vie. You change the world. I'll find space between me and
Oh, Tanner, can you grab my drink out of the fridge?
I'm not going that way fucking around.
You are now.
No, not.
Okay.
Not high. Actually, I might be. I was near some people who smelled like heavy weed.
Please?
Hello, I'm your doctor today.
Let's go. Can I do your blood pressure?
Ma'am, I'm your doctor
What?
today.
You know what? Last
Okay,
time I
I'm
went
your
to go get my blood pressure,
doctor. In and out.
they had to quit it
Okay.
because they couldn't get my blood pressure because they kept freaking out.
Okay, turn around. Turn around, ma'am. Turn around, leave your hand. Breathe in and out. Okay, you're sounding good. Let me check your blood pressure now. Okay, ma'am, sit your ass down. Okay,
That's where you
down.
can pull it down. I actually have low blood pressure, so I wouldn't be trying to.
I'll be
Wait,
getting
search
on.
up the range actually.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Please go, ma'am.
Sarah, is your phone off?
No, hold it. Height, just height.
Keep going. Do you want me to stay there all the time anymore? Like,
Girl.
less than 120. Hold on.
Girl, I don't know how to check this shit.
Um,
I'll say
110
shit.
to 60. 110 60. You have to go harder. Come on. 110 60 is no longer. Women 8'6"
Yeah,
9.
girl, it's not saying anything.
Oh, too bad.
Probably.
Oh, I was. My hand was like right there. I'm so sorry. My knee's actually hurt.
Probably.
Ew.
Probably.
I can't even wear it to my face.
Do what?
Oh wait, come here, come here. Easier.
What? You need her blood?
That was.
Your heart?
I totally heard her heartbeat there. Oh my god,
Okay,
that
wait,
was so
hold on.
cool.
Okay, Kiki, move. Kitty Bossy back. Meow. Meow, you silly. In and out. You have a fast heartbeat. Girl, turn around. Turn around. Let me check your back.
This is why the nurse.
In and out. Girl, you have a fast
That's why the nurse
heartbeat.
tried to diagnose me with anxiety because she's like, your heart's beating really fast. Are you sure you don't have anxiety? You made this so difficult. Yeah, I would try, but I don't want to put that in my fingers. So cool. Hold on, I
must be wet.
That's us.
Dumbass.
Pretty donkey. Go turn on the hallways.
Ooh. How about they turn off the water?
Nope.
Oh, I thought you were going to sit on her lap.
No. I can do this, babe.
Pick her up, like, wow. Carry her, like, scoop
I
her.
can, just not in the chair. Stand up.
Gotta
This is how I'm
scoop.
gonna carry my Reese's. Oh shit! Wait, no, maybe I can't do it anymore. What?
Oh, that hurts.
Oh! Okay, here we go. Tanner, stop showing off! Let me do that again.
Oh, that hurt my arm. Bitch, what? Kiki, you're gonna drop her. Kiki, you're gonna drop
How
her.
do people do that in movies? Guys, I think I need to work out again. Where the fuck is Mr. Elastic? My bra came down when I picked you up.
Oh well.
Ready?
I hurt your knees.
It's like the video you have of me and Hannah and you doing that, but it's just
Guys,
shadows.
video for that.
No.
Our
I
video is
embarrassed
of our
myself.
shadows, and we're in the middle of the street.
That echoed. The echo is stupid.
Didn't Orlando tell us about the echoing?
Oh. Scared me. But you remember my dad.
Oh. Talk about dropping trauma.
Oh! No, my dad used to slap me.
I used to get spanked.
So me and Isabel after the movie will bring these back there because we have to clean up the tables because we've made a bit of a mess unloading the stuff that was on the carts already.
We have other people for that. You're not entitled to everything you work.
I'm signed up for everything and I'm forcing Isabel to do it too.
Come to the burgers. What the fuck?
What?
I couldn't find a burger.
Are you eating the candy?
Oh,
Because she deserves it.
She'll pay 50 cents. 25 a quarter.
Folger, cut up.
It was sad because when I was pushing this cart, we came to a quarter and like fucking drifted.
Yeah, no, there was that. So we need to move all of this because we need to have this tape. So this is the window. This is the window that we're stuck at, right? That's where we're gonna set up our stuff. That's where we're gonna sit. This is where. Ow! Like,
What am I? What we'll do?
Jordan.
How far was she?
There. We usually had it
I'll
right
lay here, and then when they're done with pop, I'll use.
Wait, you know what? I like that idea. In past, but can we run that through Orlando? Because in past weeks, we're just gonna hear Miss.
I mean, I
Miss
feel like
Jordan.
it's easier there. Miss
Yeah,
Jordan?
I just called her that. Yes. Let me see. Did you buy parking right? He bought it. Like I gave him the shoes. He bought it. He should have the shoes. Okay. And if he doesn't, I can give him. I'm just trying to be nice. Jordan. So you know, these gummies taste really good. I only have one. We should probably start big. So here's the idea. Like once we get rid of, we can like start easy. Like it doesn't. So we need to like clean up this area, right? We need to clean up this stuff. This is the window that we're stuck in, and I don't know how to do it. Thanks, bro. And so we're gonna have those pricings on the outside, right? So that people on the outside can see how much we can afford. And maybe I'll make a little list here, like, oh, just.
Are we gonna like put them on the window bit or outside?
The window bit on the outside. Like, or if you want, I mean, well, it can go both ways. We can have them all posted up here, or we can have them outside. But because it's gonna be dark, it's easier to have them outside. Does that make sense? And then, like the popcorn machine is either there or there. We're gonna have a cash box right here. Like a little bit away from the window.
Manat straight up told me today, I want to do cash.
Was it? Like that, yeah. Yeah, so it'll be
We
dark.
have 10 people on
Well, I mean, people will be banking stuff, and then also keep in mind that I will be like walking around and sending people like, okay, if you're not doing anything here, go in the hall or like the lobby. Right?
Curtains are down.
Oh.
Why don't we like? Can you move them so that you can sell out of that second window there? Like, can you
How's
not?
that leaving, eh?
There we go.
Oh, that's disgusting! Ew, this is fucking.
I'm gonna open a few of these windows so we have space.
I mean, I would want to
Oh.
near my windows.
Jordan, we could do 2 side windows.
If it gets that busy, yeah. But to be honest, that
Guys, I'm stealing all of this.
a long time to like pop the corn.
Then why don't we have this one like a vegan zone where you can give out the
Popcorn at this
We
rate.
can see. It
That would
shouldn't
help.
be that busy, but if it is, I have no problem with
But if,
opening
yeah,
it.
like if
I know. For now, I'm just gonna have this room here because it is.
Yeah. Should we literally actually?
You guys think Orlando would
Should
care
we
if I
literally
sold this?
apartment? Yeah. I mean, we could do it here. Right?
Oh yeah.
Because the lights will be. I forgot you like red.
Well, to an extent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like you can see this. And no, like there's like the Chanel, that's 250. That's gone. Yeah.
It's here.
Wait, we didn't bring the gloves.
Okay. So
We need
Orlando's out right now. I can text him or Jordan's out.
There's
all for it?
What?
For the pop.
For everything, it's just sanitary and
Do you want to check in the counter room if
there's
there's
a
any?
shit ton of them.
Okay,
Yeah.
you guys cleaned the popcorn machine already?
No.
Can you as well? You said here.
I know. I'm gonna bring out all the stuff. I just so have.
Like-
Do you guys think I have permission to like?
have rollerblades built in.
Oh yeah.
With roller skates. So then I could just like roller skate
Oh,
down
I
that
like
hall.
Kansas. I saw people. They had like the shoe attached to. They just
No,
on the
because
cruise.
yeah.
But I know, that's what I'm gonna get.
That was awesome.
Because now I can fucking like roll down these halls in seconds.
Let me fucking roll down these halls in seconds. Excellent.
Hey, can I move your stuff?
Sometimes I skateboard down the halls, but like the teachers don't like that.
Movement on.
Yeah, I can kind of see why. Because I feel like on street they're more controlled. It's that bad.
Don't tell Mr. Orlando I'm getting into this job. He's gonna kill me.
Just
Oh,
go.
Tanner, I found your thing. Tanner, the best bag ever.
The what? Are you allowed to say that?
Yes.
You know, somebody told me saying twink was a slur, and I was like,
Twink is not a slur.
a twink is not a slur.
That's like a compliment.
Twink is not
Well,
a
it's not a
compliment.
slur. I mean, some people might not like to be called it.
Is twink a
It
compliment to
refers
you?
to a person's
Yes.
body shape.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell
I
everyone
mean, I
how
think
hard
Carter could like
Thank
call
you.
one
Thank
right.
you. I appreciate that.
Kiki,
Start
short,
calling
skinny,
Carter a twink.
man.
Yeah, yeah, but
Short,
skinny
skinny.
is because skinny is rough.
Guys, there's
Sorry.
so much candy.
No, you're good. Kartik, do you want to get a tissue and wipe it down?
No.
You asked
I'm
me
kidding.
what should I do.
Okay, yeah, I will help.
Moving on.
Okay, wait, what do you need me to do?
You just wipe down this.
Kind of weird. Why, you think they're dirty? Because I just wiped them down in fourth period.
Oh, really?
No,
Yeah,
I
I've heard
swear to
that.
God I did.
Is sanitizing my hands enough to do
Yes.
the bag?
So let's have. How much are they? I think they're $2.50, right?
Yeah.
Those
What
bags.
just sticks?
Ouchie.
What'd you do?
I have an open cut on my thumb.
Oh, I gave you a band-aid.
No, I just put sanitizer on it.
Should we have it like this?
Guys,
These
I
are
think
the
it's a
most
little too low.
expensive. So should we have
Yeah.
one and then that?
Yeah, that works.
So one of everything. One of everything here.
So one. Okay.
Just like one. Because that's basically two.
Okay.
So that's a good candy.
I would pay $2.50 for that. I would go to
$250.
if I had to. I wouldn't pay $250 for it personally.
Do you have an
Now follow your heart, I guess.
Yeah, why?
What was I made for?
I think you're a little bit flat there, Kiki.
I think I would probably cry if I didn't have the candy.
I said that very
No, you'd
lovingly.
be surprised
Sorry.
at how much.
What'd you need me to do?
Do
Sorry,
o
okay,
di
sorry. I'll
num
listen to that.
Can you wipe
Dorian.
down the of the left?
Damn, Kartik was slaying on this test.
What'd I get?
Not you, Adam.
Wait, what are you doing?
You have a 10 on question 1, a 10 on question 2. I don't know where to score. I should stop looking. So.
What is this?
I think
Bio?
it's math. No, it's math.
Oh.
I got the little. We should put it.
Oh, I got like 100 on my function.
You like it?
Oh, must be fucking nice.
Sorry.
Oh gosh,
I can help you if you want.
Nah, don't worry about it. It's just because I work a lot and have poor time.
Kiki her change back.
I did.
He actually ate it and is refusing to give it back to me because he's waiting till he shits it out to use it.
He was gonna use this shit.
That's my tactic to keep change, because like after people wouldn't really want that.
There was one time I was a kid and I ate my change and like my mom like rushed me to the hospital and they're like, oh, she'll just shit it out, and I was like, oh.
I did that just for you.
When I was a kid, I liked to put coins in my mouth because I liked the metallic taste, and one time I fell down the stairs and swallowed like 16 pennies.
Why did you have 16 of them?
Yeah, I don't know, I just like the metallic taste.
I know, but 16 is a bit much.
Okay, I was like 4, don't blame
How do we
me.
even fit 16 pennies in your 4-year-old mouth?
Oh, I was a stupid kid.
That doesn't explain how you fit them in there.
They thought I was dumb, so they put me in sped classes.
Did
When
they
I
put
was
you on like the short bus too?
Oh God, no. They just thought I was like illiterate and like couldn't do math and basic thinking
It's
skills.
illiterate, not illiterate. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I am literally illiterate. But now I'm in U-level classes, so they were wrong.
Good job.
Guys, look at how perfect this is.
Wait, do we have like a rag in here or something? I don't want to keep on getting them.
No.
Use your hands, Kartik.
My hands.
Use your shirt.
My shirt.
Damn, Seth is actually really smart.
He is.
He is really smart. He scares me sometimes because he makes really weird noises, but like.
Oh, yeah. He can be a little intimidating sometimes.
Yeah. He's just like blonde kid in our class.
We should probably only
He already got
we're
renewed his
doing
driver's
his
license.
I feel like that's
So he doesn't get pulled over.
Do we
and
have
he's
one
gone
with me,
to
or
jail.
do we have two?
He should be back soon though, Tiana.
Yeah, it's only gonna take him like half an hour or something.
Here
We're
we
gonna do
go.
what's up.
Gloves. More napkins.
You sure? You'll be fully all ready.
Thank you so much.
Gloves and more napkins.
Perfect.
Roger.
Let's try it.
Moving on.
Those are from the council room.
Do you know like in Harry Potter, like the talking
You
letter?
guys are lucky. Because the
Wait,
last
Jordan,
job wasn't here
where
anymore.
did you need me to wipe? Because I wiped down
He
this
like left for a little bit.
Can you wipe down that back one too?
This last job
Yeah,
was in the
and
back.
everything else
He
is
like
you.
left for a few minutes. Probably somebody pulled your purse up.
He's what?
I sweat so much.
Oh.
So much. You cleaning every surface?
Kartik is our sanitizer. Don't start yelling at him.
Oh my god, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
he's
calm
doing
down.
such a good job, guys.
Chicken broth.
Trying my boy.
Is that chicken broth? No, it smells like.
This is a
it's
scam.
Like,
I'll throw that out. That's a scam,
No,
girl.
There's not 50
like
there.
gelatin kind of. It like boils and then turns hard. And then we put
Did you talk to the principal about Ventnor yet?
Can you do that? Do this with the skirt of the window so we're not in dirt.
I mean, if he was calling out your skills in front of everyone, that's a little rude.
You know
That's
what's
like
crazy? Miss Meta Jones said that she didn't feel comfortable at the meeting either. Basically, at the last meeting, Mr. Venter just had a solid 10-minute rant to everyone
Great
about me.
job, Isabel.
I made it in. I made it in. I made it in.
Kiki. And she said that she didn't feel comfortable at the meeting
Drop the
either.
spider
And then
basket
today,
to the
Mr.
floor.
Knobloch just came into music. You know
Okay,
when he
no, I
called
was
me?
throwing
It was literally just to give
I
me
made
words of like
I made it
encouragement. He's
in,
like, don't listen to what other people say. You started off amazing, and like you'll continue to do amazing.
Yeah, but like, why are they
And I'm like,
letting him
then why,
continue
like,
like
why
this?
are they being uncoordinated themselves? Like, I'm so
Exactly.
thankful that at least Meta Jones and Proudluck don't agree. But like, if the issue is just about advertising, first of all, Tanner broke like his leg.
What?
And second of all, like,
You broke your leg?
you.
I ain't breaking my leg. I sprained my leg.
Basically, at the last council meeting that none of you guys were
Yeah,
thankfully
what
at, I
happened to you on
got
that trip?
freaking cooked.
Yeah, Cora told me this.
Yeah.
You got cooked like that.
I would have argued back if
It
I
is
was there, though. I'm not
I was trying to like not cry, and then I skipped third just to cry in the council room.
Jordan, it is
Wait, why did you
unprofessional of a teacher to yell at you in front of a class.
No, because I talked to him the minute before the meeting. I talked to him the day before. If you had all these problems, you tell me that. The whole council doesn't need to know. Like, I
You
get it.
talk to
I'm
the
not doing a
executives.
good job, but like,
You are
I'm
doing a
trying.
good job. What the fuck are you on, Jordan?
Right?
You are doing a good
No,
job.
but like even in a workplace environment, like if my managers were to like bitch at me like while I was on the floor,
No, in
they
front
would
of
get in
everyone
trouble
too.
for
What
it.
does the rest of the council have to do? Now half of the grade 9s probably think I'm just a really horrible, mean person.
You're not. You're
You're not,
fucking
though.
amazing. He just
Jordan, if I'm
He-
being honest, you're doing better than Tatiana.
Wait, guys, who are we?
I love
talking shit about?
Tatiana, but you're doing way better, and you're putting people's goals into play.
Tatiana's
That
trying a lot.
used to Tatiana being all strict on everything. Is what I mean.
Like, if I was elected, it's gonna be, like, it was for a reason. And, like, people can probably argue that, oh, she got it in because she was an exec, she got it in because of her sister. And, like, I feel like when Mr. Bender pulls shit like that, that's what it feels like. He's just comparing me to my sister. Like, I'm sorry I'm not as smart. Like, I'm sorry if I can't do stuff like that. I'm sorry if, like...
He's comparing you to Jerusha? He wouldn't
Some
even,
of the things he said, like...
he didn't even let
And-
Jerusha do shit
exactly,
when we did the great time.
exactly.
Jordan, by the way, thank you for reposting the Instagram thing last night.
I got you.
I am so sorry.
No.
I had a birthday.
No.
Don't break me from the...
It doesn't go that far. What the hell?
Kiki, what were you drinking out of
I
those?
just got
Also,
sexual
Kartik,
position.
threatening people is not cool.
My glasses! My
I'm
glasses!
just, wait, what happened?
She like fell to the ground into her glasses.
No, honestly, these glasses are like, because they're bifocals, so like the lenses costed extra, and then the actual
Oh,
like...
I think we still have popping kernels. Unless they all
So
have
break me from... Ooh, Swedish fish. Can I make a bag of Swedish fish rolls? I would make bags too. Can I make bags?
Yeah, so
One of
there's
these,
one.
one
Jordan.
part of each of these.
And one
Jordan,
of
we still have some. Will you see first? Actually, wait, no. Sis.
Are those capsules or are those just for
Oh,
lenses?
break
Let's
me
She's
here
going
with
through
Mr.
some
Bender
shit.
texting you one
Did
time?
you rekindle? No, Jess.
Oh,
Jessica, right.
Yeah.
And she's like, should I call him something? Because the principals are on my side. All the teachers are on my side. The students are just mad. And I'm just so scared because I don't know why he hates me. I did good in his class too.
He really needs to stick up his ass.
Like if you don't want to do council, please don't do it.
I talked so much shit about him last year. Did you hear me go
I
off
just,
about him?
I do, but I just don't know if like, is it even worth going to the principal? Because like, what if he just thinks I'm an even worse person because I'm going to English? And I'm gonna be like MIA from him.
Guys.
And I
You're
could
allowed to have a personal life outside of school.
No, you're not. You're allowed to have like 2 max 2 cups of coffee.
Also, we need oil, which we do not have.
We have oil.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
We can just siphon it from one of the teachers.
No, we have oil.
Oh,
There's
You guys need
there's
help with
canola
this?
oil. I think it might be one of those. We might have to pay them. Actually,
You guys need
no,
help with
it
this?
isn't. It's from guidance. So
I'm
guidance
gonna be
and
moral
stuff.
support, guys.
Thanks, Kartik.
You're
10 out
welcome.
of 10
Don't you have a game to watch?
Do I? I don't know if I really want
Should
to.
I get another box of these? Are we on
If there's more boxes of these?
15 more?
Hey!
Oh, Mr. Lasher, sorry.
Oh,
I got caught up in like.
You know, we're just mildly offended today, it's fine.
No, sorry. I got caught up in like watching like
I found
it's a weird
anime.
here and then watching the game and now I'm just doing nothing.
Well, depending on
If we
using the same
should have got more
telecast.
stuff.
Guys, look at the old popcorn bag I got.
That is so cute. So Uzi Pachoo, what is it?
How much is food and how much are we paying later on?
We're not selling right now, guys.
We
I
also
said later
accept
on,
tips.
We
Tanner.
accept tips. We're gonna,
I'm not
guys, can we do
tipping
a
any of
tip
you.
jar?
No, nobody's gonna do that.
I'm not tipping any
Guys, the
of you.
tip jar, give me my wallet.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, you wish, Kartik.
Hey, but isn't that what a tip jar is? It's just a wallet for everyone else.
Yeah, but except this part
I want
tip jar will be
something
mine.
Actually, guys, we should start charging taxes for the workers at work.
You
guys want me to pay you?
Yeah.
Oh, I got it from Vulcan.
Don't be like that.
I forgot my birthday.
Thank you for taking initiative to do that
And,
movie. I appreciate that so much. And like hopefully if the movie ends a bit early, if not today then tomorrow, we can definitely clean because I don't want next year to no.
We're gonna get to get
They don't
it.
deserve
Still talking about the Starbucks running in October, so we'll probably be
Start it with Chucky.
I'm gonna crack a bit when I get home.
Guys, should I get an extra box of chocolates or are we just gonna call it?
I don't know.
No, we can just call
We
it.
have a lot of fatties.
How much fatty do I take?
Wait, I need
Okay, this one. I just need one more. Yeah, we'll just leave that open. And then I think this like 2 full glasses is enough.
Okay, I'm getting hungry. I need clothes.
Can you guys bring almost those there? You. Where are we putting these? Now let's be nice together.
Guys, we do request. What song do you guys want?
on any Nirvana on the right to me.
Oh, do you not play Creep by Radiohead?
Yes.
Sorry, TP.
Where do you want boxes? Oh, these.
Oh, that's
the
fine.
chocolate on it.
I'm sorry, maybe I left you on very long. I did not realize you were talking to me until I heard your question.
I have some special photos on your tablet, your iPad. I hope you love them.
I
And
can't wait to see them. I'm sure. Someone was running get me tape. Maybe ask Mr. E. Because I'm gonna take these on the window.
Put it in the bathroom.
Mr. Orlando. I'm really doing the food job right now.
Oh, thank you.
Steve.
Bro, okay, I swear, my mom's trying to kill me. Cause like, the phone, oh shit, you need help. Help? It exploded! Nobody's gonna know, nobody's gonna know.
Oh, hi. Are we supposed to do it? Wait, so people are gonna want you outside?
You want to be outside for a kick?
Oh no,
Well, you don't have to.
who squirted on my guitar? What the hell?
There's no box.
No, for real, who did that? What the hell?
Well, I'm ready to go. It's almost 5 o'clock.
This is our last concert, guys.
Yeah, it's almost 5 o'clock. My mom asked where I was, so.
Alright, I'm gonna go play super low on
Hi,
it.
Max.
You're also welcome. No one ever buys it.
Well, you're telling me straight. I thought it was Elsa.
Oh, really?
It wasn't me.
Can you stop that?
He's not.
Is she? Who the hell was it?
No, I was with
Stop yelling! God damn.
What's up? What are you up to?
Huh?
Are you up to anything? You're gonna go outside and Mr. Orlando said I'm gonna connect with you.
You guys need my help with anything?
You need help with anything?
Oh. You sound exactly like Tanner.
Girl, what?
What?
What about me?
Oh, Isabella just called me useless and I said you sounded
In
like
the most
Tanner.
polite way possible, you're useless right now.
How is that polite?
Okay,
It's
let me
not
see.
his
Can
fault
you
he's
really
not
sound like
using
in the
diapers.
fridge?
It's our fault
He
he's
goes in
using
the
diapers
diaper
because
room.
it takes for him.
No. No.
She's throwing parts.
There's electronics and other things.
Exactly.
And then you also
Don't make it look like somebody nutted on my guitar, please.
Whoa! Bro, this is
No,
cleaner.
Daddy
This will
did.
clean your guitar.
No.
I clean my guitar with this shit.
No, please don't.
Disinfect this room.
No, down there. Down there, right?
What is that?
For the
Only when it
shortest.
gets dirty. They're not even disinfected.
I'm never cleaning it.
Dope. He's got a good guitar player, jazz.
Which one?
He's also got like a mic so you can play country stuff.
Oh, is this with like jazzy rock?
It's like a
So
mix.
so I
Since it's
did
got
my
the single
research.
coil and this one, you can do pretty good, but it's also really good country.
Yeah, I listen to more like jazz and R&B, whether like rock going to leave all of you and go back to watching the basketball game and stalking people.
This is someone who used to do volleyball. Let's see how much I still suck.
Hey, what are you trying to touch?
Just see how high I can. Oh, now he's gonna show off, guys. Like,
No, okay, I can't actually jump that high. That's why I was made libero. What, the light or the ceiling?
The light.
Yeah.
Damn!
See, I can't jump that high.
No, he said the opposite of that.
He said put the food on the empty lab bench and then everything else.
He said
We also
he said move projects, please move projects into classroom.
Yeah, I cannot touch it.
So that would be like all the model projects.
Should we move those?
Oh,
I
your
think
last
Is that
shot.
what you mean by projects? That's interesting.
Because the ugly things are not projects. Those are fine on the other side, right?
Yeah, the far side.
My OCD will make it
No,
nice
I'm with you.
when I put it back.
What's wrong? I would just assume.
Can you like back me up when you get back?
What's
well,
wrong?
I will, except I think there's enough hands here that we can keep the models there until he gets back in the fall unless he's doing them once, right? It's safe. It's not like it's gonna be yeah, 100%.
And I also don't want to move if he's like, oh, that's not like that. We want it.
Where do we a laptop?
I leave it until he gets back in.
Also, do you have like big tape in your classroom?
The popcorn what? Popcorn machine. I think it was better near like turn the vents on in this room to get the air circulating really well. And I can't remember if it was on that side or if
It was on the side closer here.
Yeah.
It was on the side
Because he was
closer
running
here.
close to the peak right after a bit, right? I think we started last year by the window and then it was too smoky.
I don't
Probably the
honestly
drain
don't.
in too hard.
I don't remember that, to be honest.
I think that's
But when it was with Park, we did that.
Huh?
You staying for the movie?
Yeah, I'm staying till like 9 or 10.
Anyways, I'll finish this.
I'm late.
Kartik, would you want to be a spectator? Like stay near the front door and like kind of guide people?
Oh, I'm gonna make signs in a minute.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
I'll get signs as well.
Like, you don't have to do it for the whole time, honestly. You think because I'm taller, oh, I'd be useful, but no. Useless.
It's wood on.
He can jump higher than me.
Yeah. And you were saying that you were like 4 inches taller. My face got better.
Oh, I wanted to talk to you earlier.
Jordan, is there any way I should bring my phone useful?
Yeah, can you actually move these very carefully with me to like around those? Tanner, if you don't mind, could you like tap it? Actually, I don't know how to tap it. Be very careful. No, to the projects. This
Oh,
one on the
yeah,
little bit.
wait.
Put it. Let's put it on.
Jordan.
Huh?
Just put it together. Just double. Better.
Well, this one I don't think I'm dropping.
Well, I have zero trust in you.
I think if I drop it,
What table is safest to put them on? Get.
why don't we
Save
use
this.
these as instead?
Whose guitar?
Tanner, what are you
Kartik?
doing?
I'm gonna make signs.
Because I want more hands on deck to go help Orlando outside.
I have a couple washing machine.
Yeah. Kiki? Oh, yeah, Jordan? Do you want to go outside and help Mr. Orlando? Anthony should be out there. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, put them up at the front, but don't limit ourselves. Don't leave stuff you for desk. Mr. Lashchuk, I'll be a second because I'm gonna make quick posters. Pardon? Alright.
Be careful, those are so expensive.
Not only expensive, it's generally like not our stuff, right? It's people's
Well, yeah,
projects.
I just say that because they are.
That's a good thing to consider.
Consider it. Arrow left.
Oh, that's
Maybe find out what this is. So what I need is this plugged in one of those rooms, and then once you find the right place for the window, you can open. You know what's easy? What's easier might be why don't the two of you go, because you might need to. But ideally, as yeah, you can see. Ideally, sort of as close like that one, a little beacon underneath would be the ideal window, but anyone kind of roughly there.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
No, thank you.
I wasn't even a part of the setup committee. Why am I doing this?
Sorry?
It's because Jordan got me a cookie from Timmy's. Yeah.
No, but we can just use the adapter I used last time, right? That worked fine, right?
It was the smaller one that worked. The small white one.
Like the one that was just a cable, or the one that?
The one that was just a cable. That's the one that worked when you connected it to like the projector in the classroom.
Perfect.
We like tried and errored everything. So I can't really tell you.
That's okay.
You put it on the side and like the middle one, one of them?
Yeah. This guy, right?
It was smaller.
This one?
Yeah.
Well, not this one.
Yeah, and it was this thing that fit on my laptop. And one of them.
Yeah, but this one didn't work, okay?
This one,
Or did we not try this one?
we tried that one, but I don't think it worked initially, and then we tried the small one,
And it
but
didn't
then we worked when we put on the other side.
Yeah.
Like both ways.
Well, why don't we find out right now? Yeah.
When was this?
We lost 0-25.
So
Someone was scored on the wrong basket. Got fouled. 2 players got out. Like they were picked to go. They all fouled out.
Go Easto. Go Easto.
Hi.
It's a joke.
No, not actually. Not actually.
You want me to bring it to him?
How did you open up? Did you have a card?
Mr. Hernandez?
As always.
Do you have a special delivery?
So me and Isabel, we're very
so much.
So we just made a cake. We did our OCD stuff and we tried to some the Mr. Popcorn will be on this side and that side. Mr. E and Tanner after the French roll.
Jordan, do you mind explaining everything with the computer?
Yeah.
I wasn't even going to answer it because I just need
You guys need more moral support?
Want to get tea?
I'll take like Starbucks base. Coffee coffees.
I don't know. Like she makes like roasted extra.
I'm going to take one of these. Or
No, yeah. Come with, let's get your computer
you just have to run around outside for this.
She's pretty, eh? Look how thin she is. That is, I feel like just the body itself. I think so much better. I feel like the body on that is much thinner than the body on my Italian. Like probably 15-20% thinner. It's got a nice weight to it. And I like, I'm a traditionalist guy. It's not that light. Like,
They come lighter, but it's not my telly's heavier than that. And then
Not
I'm
right now,
not
but,
used
like,
to
the
having
girls used
strat
to
style
like
saddles, but that's nice.
The barrel saddles.
Yeah. I'm used to the barrel saddles and just palm muting being a miserable experience. Is that your amp in there? Whose amp is back there?
Why do you want to lock?
What is it?
The barefaced, the barefaced reality.
You know how
Can I see?
Yeah.
is your gym trustable?
Yeah. I figured we'd have some fun time at some point today.
And then
Yeah, the other thing we're gonna do before we leave is get a temporary projector mounted for you.
Oh yeah.
Let's get that done today. Cause I should have done that 2 weeks ago. I'm feeling guilty. Well, no, there's a rush.
I've been making do.
Never tell me no rush, because then inevitably nothing happens.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I take 2 minutes out from this? Here's
You
my
can take
laptop to
11
assist
minutes.
Drusha.
Yes. What's going on?
She doesn't know what to do.
About what?
She doesn't know if she should go to the mall, buy my sister a gift, or buy a lock for the gym, or do work. I don't know. I need to hear about it.
What?
Here's my, yeah. Do you want me to put you on speaker so Mr. Orlando can help you too? Okay. She wants to talk to you too.
Hello, Jerusha. How are you? I'm really good. How are you?
I'm not okay.
Okay. What are we panicking about?
So, my